Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Druff. This is being recorded live and broadcasted live on November 24th, 2023. The time right now is 10:25 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. A lot has happened since I was on last, and we have a lot to cover, as always is the case when it's been a while since the last show. Hope all of you had a good Thanksgiving. I am broadcasting this on Black Friday. Not the poker Black Friday, but the actual Black Friday, the Friday right after Thanksgiving. I'm kind of squeezing it in between a number of things that I have to do this Thanksgiving week. So this is the only night I was able to do it, and here I am, and it'll be a long show. Hopefully I won't have to split into two parts when I edit it, but if I do, I do. We will see what happens. There is a lot to talk about tonight, as you will hear from the agenda. If you want to call the show, the phone number, as always, is 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355. That is the number. That always has been the number. And you can text it at any time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 775-372-8355. If you text me during the show, then please state at the beginning if you don't want to be on the air. Otherwise, I will read your text on the air most likely if I get it during the show, but you can always text me before or after the show, and I will likely respond to you. We also have the Mount Charleston line. The Mount Charleston line is very simple. You just call it up, and it's a second number into the show. It cannot be texted, but it is located in a cabin that is on top of Mount Charleston. It's an old rotary phone from the 1970s. I've posted pictures of it before. The phone number is 702-430-1808. 702-430-1808, the Mount Charleston line. We also have the call to listen line. Now, this is not a way to reach me, but it's a way to listen to me. It's a way to listen to the show, and it does not require a computer, a smartphone, a data plan, the internet, an app. No. None of that stuff is necessary. All you need is a phone that can dial. You just call up the number and you listen. It never buffers and it never freezes. I promise you that. It doesn't matter how bad your connection is. It will never buffer and never freeze. That phone number is 518-931-1189, 518-931-1189. If you have T-Mobile, it will cost you 1 cent per minute. Not my decision, but that's what they're doing. I don't get the money. Most other providers, it is free if you can call the U.S. for free. 518-931-1189, the call to listen line. We have a chat room. You can go in there and chat with other listeners listening to the live show. Usually not many people are in the chat room, and it's only when we are broadcasting live. Otherwise, nobody uses it. I will occasionally read the chat room and comment on things that are said in there, but it's better to text me if you want me to read something that you write while I'm broadcasting live. But nevertheless, you can go into the chat room while we're on live and talk with anybody else who's there, make your comments, whatever you'd like to do. It does need a Poker Fraud Alert forum account in good standing. We have a free roll. The free roll is going tonight. I considered not having it, but we're going to have it. It did get delayed. It started at 10:15, and then I removed it at 10:17 and moved it to 10:35. So it's at 10:35 p.m. Pacific time, 6 minutes from now. 25 minutes of late registration, which means you can register all the way up until 11 p.m. Pacific time. 25 for first, 15 for second, 10 for third. 25 for first, 15 for second, 10 for third. And the money this week came from W2 Jesus, who I've met in person. Very nice guy. I've been to meals with him. He gave $100, and we're using 50 of it this week. And this was in honor of Vegas Matt. He wanted me to say that. So that was the reason for the donation, was in honor of Vegas Matt. So this is from W2 Jesus, who is sponsoring the free roll for tonight. To collect the money, PM me on the forum, Dan space Druff. That's Dan Druff with a space in between. If really necessary, you can email me, dandruff@pokerfraudalert.com, exactly as it sounds, but I prefer to get the PM on the forum. To understand the rules of qualifying for the free roll, go to pokerfraudalert.com/free roll, exactly as it sounds, all lowercase, pokerfraudalert.com/free roll. I can pay you by Zelle, Cash App, bank transfer, cryptocurrencies, various ones, and other methods you might be able to think of where money can be sent online. I cannot send you poker funds, so if you think that's one of the ways, it is not. But other ways you might be able to think of, I can pay you that way. So tell me which way you'd like to be paid when you PM me if you are fortunate enough to win the money. We are in podcast form on a lot of different apps and websites. You can find us on iTunes, Google Podcasts, TuneIn, iHeartMedia, Spotify, Bullhorn, and I really recommend these two if you use a podcast app, Castbox, and then most importantly, YouTube. YouTube is where I prefer you listen to the show because we're getting closer to being monetized. So if you're not subscribed yet to the Poker Fraud Alert YouTube channel, which is very easy to find, just go to youtube.com/at, the at symbol, Poker Fraud Alert, all one word. youtube.com/at Poker Fraud Alert, or just type in Poker Fraud Alert on the search bar and you'll find the channel there. Please subscribe to the channel. It does help us get closer to being monetized. And if you're going to listen to the show in archive format, please use YouTube if you can. If it's a big hassle, if for whatever reason it doesn't work well for you, okay, I understand. But YouTube is what will eventually start giving some money back to me because I lose money on this site and this show because it's not sponsored. And it does cost me real money to run this thing. So YouTube, once we get a certain number of listener hours and subscribers, they will start paying me. It's not going to be big money, but at least I'll get some money. And we're getting closer. So please listen on YouTube if you can. That's my request to you. So here's the agenda, and then we'll get going. I'm going to tell you about what you need to do on Google Chrome. Only a one-time thing, but what you need to do if you want to listen live through the radio page on Google Chrome, because they have changed something on the browser, and otherwise it will no longer work. Then I want to tell a heartwarming story about how this show helped somebody during a very, very, very difficult time. And when I say very difficult, this person thought he was going to die that night. And this show helped this listener get through the night. So I'll tell you this story. It's a true story. And in fact, this guy told me the whole thing at the time it happened. It was about 2 months ago. But I'm going to tell you about it tonight. And it always makes me feel good when this show can do positive things for people in whatever way that might be. Then I'm going to get to the main topics of the evening. And the main three topics are all related. And two of the three of them are kind of about me. The first is that I did attend the Formula One race with my son Benjamin. So I'm going to give you my first-hand impression of the event. And also what I heard about how Vegas did during the event and whether this was a success or failure. So we're going to talk about Formula One, how the whole thing went, some problems that occurred, and what my personal impression was as an attendee of the race. Then we're going to talk about something associated with that where Clark County might be changing the law, making it illegal to use those pedestrian bridges over Las Vegas Boulevard to basically look down on things, to use as a viewpoint. That might become actually illegal. So we'll discuss that. And of course, this directly has to do with the Formula One race, and I will explain how. And then the topic a lot of people want to hear me talk about. If you've been reading my Twitter, you probably know what I'm referring to. Because I had a pretty big thing happen to me that I didn't expect. A positive thing. But a pretty big thing happened. I hit a dealt royal flush while I was in Vegas for the F1 event. And that dealt royal flush gave me $64,000. I will tell you about that dealt royal flush. And I'll try to answer some questions people have about it, but I can't answer them all. But one question I will answer, and I know a lot of you wanted to know, how much did I tip? That was the main question on everybody's mind, so I'm going to give you an answer to that. I haven't posted on the forum what the tip was. I haven't posted anywhere what the tip was, but I'm going to tell you on this show. That's a PFA Radio exclusive. Then we will talk about controversy involving WSOP Paradise. That's the bracelet events taking place in December at Atlantis, which are meant to compete with the WPT Win, also taking place in December. that by itself is controversial, but WSOP Paradise made a misstep in, I assume, hiring an influencer named Qiyu, also known as Nemo. And you might remember when we talked about Nemo on this show about a year ago, because she was in controversy a year ago, and some people don't want to see her as someone the WSOP promotes. So I will tell you again about the Nemo story, and then I'll tell you what's happening right now with her. Justin Bonomo is in hot water after various pro-Hamas tweets infuriated fellow poker pros. And this includes some liberals. Not all the conservative poker pros I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are in the center, people who are fairly liberal. Some people were very angry at Justin Bonomo and his pro-Hamas tweets. And I have to agree they were pretty disgusting tweets, and I think when I read them to you, no matter what side you're on with this whole Israel-Hamas controversy, you will agree these were pretty bad tweets. Remember Skillz, the real money gaming app company? They run games like 21 Blitz. Well, we've had segments about them before, and when we've discussed them before, it's been about them acting shady, about them getting sued. In fact, Mac Verstandig, who is from the poker community, he was the attorney who was leading a lawsuit against them. Ended up not going anywhere, but he was suing them on behalf of two players who got their money taken by Skillz, and they were never paid out. And I actually think these players were in the right, at least mostly in the right, and they got screwed here. So I'm not a big fan of Skillz. I think Skillz is kind of a shady company. But in this case, now they're on the other end of it, because they are suing another company that makes app games for stealing their games, and also they're alleging that this company uses bots to cheat the players on these games. And I think Skillz is actually right in this one. So I'm going to tell you that interesting story. Then I have an update on the story of Prince Fred, also known as Fereidoun Khalilian. This is his real name. I did cover on this show that he was charged in June 2023 for soliciting a murder-for-hire scheme, a very weird story where the guy he was trying to hire to murder somebody then faked actually killing the guy. He actually cooperated with the person he was supposed to kill to fake his death in order to report Prince Fred to law enforcement. So Prince Fred there was arrested. By the way, he's not a real prince. He calls himself that. And now he is charged with witness tampering since then. So I'll give you an update to that story. The Oakland A's are not going to be the Oakland A's fairly soon because it has been officially approved by Major League Baseball that the Oakland A's will become the Las Vegas A's. A baccarat dealer in Las Vegas at the Rampart Casino is accused of helping players cheat and was finally arrested after vanishing for 18 months. So I'll tell you about that. Then we have some stories that we meant to cover on the last show, and I just ran out of time, so we're going to try to get to them this week. A lawsuit involving Vegas strip room price fixing has been dismissed. I'll give you a reminder about that story. We talked about it once before. A Las Vegas casino scammer that we talked about before that convinced Circa to give him millions of dollars, posing as the owner, has received a suspended sentence. This guy got off pretty easily. I'll tell you about that whole thing again. Crockfords in the UK, a legendary casino that's been around for 128 years and more recently was sued by Phil Ivey over that whole edge sorting thing. They're closing. So it's going to be the end of Crockfords. Brazilian poker pro Rafael Caiaffa has been disqualified from the BSOP, not the WSOP, but the BSOP, the Brazilian series of poker, which I didn't know existed, after using an extra starting chip stack that he accidentally received. A big Mexican online casino called Strendus carelessly allowed a major data breach to occur over a 6-month time frame, even after they were warned by analysts that just look into this sort of thing on the net that this data was vulnerable. They let it sit there for 6 more months, and now a lot of customer data has been stolen. Finally, if we have time, very, very long agenda, as you've just heard, I'll tell you about the Hertz story, how they are wrongly accusing people of not returning rental cars and then having them arrested. And I will give you my tips on how to avoid that happening to you. So the free roll started 6 minutes ago, and this time I'm not going to reset it. I don't care what kind of participation we get. I hope a lot of people play. But we don't get a lot of people at these late night, very last minute announced free rolls. That's why I almost didn't run it. But I said, this keeps happening where I don't announce the show in advance and then I say no free roll, and that's not good. So it's not a big field right now. So get right in there. You still have till 11 p.m. to get into the free roll. It's going to be a very small field. You're going to have a very good chance to win some of that $50 from W2 Jesus. So get in there. I got to start announcing these with more notice so we get more participation. Brandon says he will be on the show tonight, not like last time where he was here for many hours. He says he has maybe an hour and a half to dedicate to this because he wants to get to sleep, because he wants to watch football tomorrow. He's a very big NFL fan. So we will have him on for the topics which most interest him and where he has the most knowledge. And the other ones I will go at it alone, except when Trey Daruski might come on later in the night when he wakes up. I want to tell you about a change that Google Chrome has made that you're going to have to make an adjustment to your Chrome if you want to listen to Poker Fraud Alert Radio live or listen to the streaming reruns on Poker Fraud Alert Live using Chrome. I hate when these browsers change stuff like this because it wreaks havoc upon sites like Poker Fraud Alert that are doing things one way and all of a sudden things don't work is because the browser changed something. This wasn't anything I did. So basically, here's the story. The player that we have on Poker Fraud Alert Radio, on the radio tab, is an older player. It does work on all devices, which I like about it. But it is older, and it cannot use the HTTPS protocol. It only uses HTTP. HTTPS is a secure protocol. It's like HTTP, except it is secure. It's not really necessary here on Poker Fraud Alert, but your browser will say, this site isn't secure, and give you all these warnings. So I've had Poker Fraud Alert working with the HTTPS protocol for several years now, upon people's request to do it, and they were right. The problem is the one exception to that was the radio. The radio player just does not work with HTTPS, so I have to have that page as regular HTTP, and now Chrome is refusing to play it automatically unless you make an adjustment. Now, the good news is the adjustment is a one-time thing. You'll do this once, you'll never have to do it again. And I guarantee you this is not going to make your browser less secure. This is not going to open up your browser to being vulnerable to viruses and malware. This is only going to affect Poker Fraud Alert, and it's just going to allow you to listen to radio off the radio tab. And if you still don't trust me, then just don't make the change and go listen in another way. But here's what you need to do. So go to the URL bar of Chrome and enter HTTPS. Make sure you put the S in there. HTTPS://pokerfraudalert.com. HTTPS://pokerfraudalert.com. And then hit enter and wait for the site to load. Should be pretty quick. And then you'll see directly to the left of the URL on that same bar, after it loads, there will either be a little symbol that kind of looks like a dot and a line and a dot and a line, or it'll say not secure. Click on whatever's to the left of the URL, and a little pop-up will come up. So what you'll do then is click on Site Settings, and then you scroll down most of the way, and you'll see it says insecure content is something you can select. And there's a choice between block default, allow, or block. So you're going to change it to say allow. And then that's it. Close the window. And then it should work when you go to the radio tab. And you only have to do this once. Once it's done, you'll never have to do this again. So it's a one-time change, and it's very safe, and everything will work after that. So very easy to do. It will not put your computer at any risk, and it'll allow you to listen to radio if Chrome is malfunctioning. Now, if the radio tab is still working and it's still automatically playing for you, you don't have to do this. But if it stops working, then do this and it'll work again. And if you need any help being walked through this, go text me, 775-372-8355, and I'll be glad to help you. And if you don't trust me, then listen to the show some other way. You can use a different browser. You can listen in the archives. This only affects listening to the live show on Chrome, and only for some people. So if it doesn't work, that's how to fix it. You have the instructions. It's very easy. You just got to do it once. Okay, so moving on here. I want to tell you a story about a listener who really benefited from Poker Fraud Alert Radio existing. And I always like to hear these stories because I don't do this show for money. As I mentioned during the intro, the site loses money. I don't try to make money with the site. So it's something I am doing because I want to do it, and I also do it as a service to the community. And if people didn't have interest in it, I wouldn't do it. I'm not doing it to hear myself talk. So I like to hear positive stories about how Poker Fraud Alert has affected people. And in most cases, these stories have to do with things related to fraud or scams in poker or gambling, where I help out in some way, or this show helps out in some way, or this site helps out in some way. And then someone ends up either getting back money that was stolen from them, or they solve a dispute where they were in the right, or they avoided getting ripped off in some way where otherwise they would have. And those are very nice stories to hear about. But this story has nothing to do with scams. It has nothing to do with poker or gambling. This is about a regular listener to this show. And he's an older guy. He's 65 years old. And I've met him before. He's a nice guy. And he listens to every single episode. And even though he's 65, he seemed very healthy to me. He's thin. He seems like he's in pretty good shape. He doesn't seem to have any outright problems that you would notice when you meet him. So I wouldn't have expected this guy was going to have any kind of major health issues, but then again, he's 65 and things can just happen at that age. So in mid-September, this guy had a heart attack at work. And at first, he didn't believe it was that serious. He didn't think it was a heart attack. He just thought he wasn't feeling good. He was just trying to power through the day and then go home and lie down. Because this guy's very dedicated to his job. He works a lot of hours. He just didn't want to go home and not finish the job he had to do. But it started getting worse and worse. And it turned out that he had a heart attack and he was brought to the hospital. And when he was at the hospital, they gave him some pretty bad news that there were some blockages and that this wasn't something that he was going to necessarily survive. It wasn't hopeless, but it also wasn't one of these things where he could say, okay, good, I got to the hospital, they took care of it, I'm okay now. There are heart attacks like that. There's other heart attacks that kill you right away. You don't have time to go to the hospital. There's other ones that you get to the hospital and it turns out they can't do anything and you end up dying. So they had to run some tests and they had to do some immediate work to prevent him from dying right then, but they warned him that based upon what these tests are going to say, that they may have to give him the bad news that he's not going to live very much longer. In fact, they told him it was possible he could die that night. That even though the urgency that he got there for, that they were able to do something right then and there, that they weren't sure if that was going to be enough. They weren't sure if he was going to make it through the night. So imagine hearing that. You seem healthy, you feel healthy, everything seems good, you're only 65, you figure you've got a lot of time ahead of you, and then that happens. And it was in the middle of the night. And most people he knew were asleep. He told me that he called his parents, who are still alive, which is very nice for him at age 65. I hope my parents are still alive when I'm 65. But he talked to them and basically said his goodbyes to them, saying that he thinks this is it, that it just doesn't look good and he doesn't think he's going to survive this. He thinks by the end of the night he's going to be dead. His parents try to assure him that he's being too negative here and that he has a better chance than he thinks, but that's why he called them. He called them to say goodbye. He thought that by the end of the night he was going to be gone. So then he was sitting there alone in the hospital, and he's waiting for these test results to come back. He's waiting to find out what's going to happen. He's waiting to find out just how bad this was and what his immediate prognosis is. And it's going to be some time to wait. And imagine waiting for news like that. And he's thinking, I wish I could talk to somebody right now. I wish I could have something to just get my mind off of it and calm down. And then he remembered something he saw online. He had seen that Poker Fraud Alert Radio was going to be broadcasting live that night. So he turned on Poker Fraud Alert Radio and just listened and relaxed. And it took his mind off of it, he told me. He said he was a complete mess, a complete wreck, and that listening to this show calmed him down, that it helped him get through the night. And then he found out that this was going to be something manageable. So 2 months later here, he's doing okay, and things aren't that bad. And the news he got was relatively good. Now, of course, this show did not change his health. If bad news had come in, then the consequences would have been pretty bad. But can you imagine just sitting there waiting for this news? Can you imagine sitting there thinking there's a good chance this is going to be your last night on Earth? He knew there was a chance it also wouldn't be. He knew there'd be a chance he'd be okay. But he had to wait. And this show helped him just relax and get his mind on something else. And he had remembered that because he listens to this show to get his mind basically off everything in life. Just going to relax and hear somebody else talk and tell him about various stories that he finds interesting. Because this guy likes poker and gambling. He's not a pro player or anything, but he likes that whole world and the stories about it, and something he listens to relax. So when he knew it was live, he turned it on, and it made him feel good. And I was very touched hearing this story, that it could have been this effect on someone, that when they think it might be their last night, they put on this show when they had nobody to talk to in the middle of the night there, as a way to keep themselves calm for whatever news was coming. So I'm happy that he's doing okay. I'm happy that he's fine. By the time I talked to him, he had already gotten the news, not completely, but he got enough to know that he wasn't in the immediate danger of passing away. And as I was broadcasting, I had no idea that was going on. This was in September. I meant to tell the story on the next episode, but I just ended up not doing it. But I did want to get the story out. And he told me that I had permission to tell the story. I'm not giving out his private business or anything. But I guess I never know what this show can mean to some people and what people use it for. And I know a lot of people use it to fall asleep. That's fine too. People laugh at that. I even have a line on the Twitter of Poker Fraud Alert about this, that has been putting poker players and gambling fans to sleep since 2012. But that's fine. You want to use it to sleep, you want to use it to relax. I don't care what it is. And people tell me when they use it as to sleep, it's not that it's boring, it's just it's relaxing. But whatever you'd like to use it for, and if it makes you feel good, it makes you forget your problems, I'm very happy to have you listen to the show for that purpose. And then it makes me feel good that I'm doing this show, that I'm taking the time to do this, because it takes a lot of time. Not only all the hours I spend broadcasting it, but all the editing and all the research for the topics and all that. It takes quite some time when you put it all together. But I'm happy that it helps people this way. And if you have any stories about Poker Fraud Alert and how it helped you that I may not be aware of, you can feel free to tell me. Don't be embarrassed to mention it to me. I always am touched by all these type of stories. And this is the truth. I'm not making this up. I'm not exaggerating. This guy told me the whole story, and he encouraged me to tell this on the air. And this is someone who doesn't lie or exaggerate. So he was telling me his true feelings and how he was really grateful this show existed. He said, "You don't know it, but you really helped me that night." That's the first thing he told me. Anyway, I hope everything continues to go okay, and I'm glad the show could be here for him. Look at this.
Oh my God.
Looks like you fixed the problem. So
what a pain in the ass to get on here. So the problem, just real quick, I won't drag this out, but so I have Skype on the phone, but I don't want to sit here with the phone attached to my ear. So I go to the laptop, but it's a new laptop, and I couldn't remember the password. So I just said, okay, I'm going to create a new account. So I created a new account, and I'm sending you a request, but you're just not seeing it or something, because I'm trying to add you, and you're saying you don't see it.
Yeah, I see nothing.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, something's wrong with it. I don't know. So obviously I request a password to be reset, but I don't get an email. It's just not coming. It's not in my junk. So anyhow, long story short, I just put in about 10 passwords because I don't use Skype much. It's a fail now. So I finally got, the password right, and I'm back on my original Skype. So anyhow, I got headphones in. I got a laptop just to make sure that the quality is good. So if we were in the mid-50s, okay, say circa 1955 to maybe 1958, there would have been a perfect game show that you would have been on, could have been on, would have been perfect for. Do you have any idea what that scandal, by the way, it's a scandal-ridden game show, was called, that you would have been perfect for?
Wasn't that 21?
No. Well, if you think a lot closer, it's going to make a lot more sense, but it was a show that became... Have you ever seen that movie Quiz Show?
Yeah, I thought it was called 21.
Maybe it is, but this show would be even more perfect, and this was a known scandal, then it got canceled. Any idea? It was a game show on CBS for 5 years in the 60s.
No, I only know about 21.
Right, well, I think you would have been a perfect candidate for, drum roll please, the $64,000 question.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right? Am I
Yes.
right, kind of?
Yes, I actually thought about that too. I don't know. I don't know how I forgot that right now.
Do you know what the $64,000 question, which the top prize was $64,000, would be equivalent to in $2023, according to Wikipedia?
I think it would be something like probably about 10 times that.
So your guess is $640,000?
Yeah.
Oh, you're close. Very good. $700,000 is what it, according to Wikipedia, would be. So I guess if the show is on today, it would be the $700,000 question?
Yes. Well, we haven't discussed the 640,000 or 64,000 matter yet, but we'll be getting to it.
Okay, we'll get to it, but just to give a little backstory. The first week of December 1958, a contestant that was on, the Reverend Charles Jackson, came forward after the show aired to say he had been given the answers in advance. On September 13th, Lurlard Tobacco Company pulled its sponsorship, which was the primary sponsor of the show. And then henceforward after that, the show was canceled. So two things that are interesting. A tobacco company fully sponsored the $64,000 question, at least that season. And B, a reverend, I guess, had remorse for being, I guess, gifted the answers in which he cheated to win. And that was the scandal that took down the show.
Interesting.
There was like a federal probe and Congress got involved and that was it.
Interesting.
Uh-oh, I lost you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, but you dropped completely out for a second. Did you do something?
I didn't do anything.
Okay, no, I hear you good now. So anyhow, how are you, my friend? It's been a busy week for you.
Yeah, it is.
For me. Happy belated Thanksgiving.
Yeah, thank you. Was your Thanksgiving good?
The family, did you guys go out or did you stay at home?
Yeah, we met up with some of my extended family. And
restaurant or home?
It was at a restaurant.
Okay, yeah, are you guys just too old or no one has the patience to cook anymore?
That's pretty much it, yeah.
Same for me. I went to, you know what, I'm going to give you a free roll here. I don't know where we are with my burger bets, but since I've never collected one ever, so I'm going to assume I still got some burgers for one day, but I will give you such a free roll. First off, just so we're not like on the $64,000 question, I'm not cheating. I don't think we talked yesterday. So I didn't tell you where I went, right?
No.
Okay. So I will give you a free roll. What would you even say? Because I've never redeemed one. How many burger bets would you guess I'm owed over the years?
I don't know. We canceled a few, though. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Well, would you say like at least 2 would be fair?
Yeah, probably.
All right, so I'll say 2, and I'll wipe them off completely here. We got it on the record. I will give you a free roll. I had my Thanksgiving dinner with some friends and family at a Caesar's a restaurant at a Caesar's property, and that's all I'm going to say. Okay, I'll give you one more hint because that is vague. It was not at Caesar's. It was a Caesar's property, but not at Caesar's, and I'd never been there before. I don't think you and I have ever talked about it. I don't think you've been there, but you definitely know the name, 1,000,000%. And it's a higher-end place. It's not like, a buffet somewhere or a coffee shop. I'd never been there. It's a high-end place. It's well-known, not at Caesar's property, and will be even forever on my burger bets. not, you still owe me, we'll say 2.
Would it be the Gordon Ramsay Steakhouse at Paris?
No, I have been there. Okay, not many times, but 3 or 4 times. And I said you had not been there, and I know you've been there.
I didn't know if you knew that.
Clue.
Yeah, I didn't know if you knew
Anyhow, I'll give you one more guess. It wasn't at Paris at all.
Okay.
So give me one more guess. I mean, it's a high-end place, so that kind of eliminates a lot. And I would be shocked if you've ever been there. I couldn't bet my life on it, but I'm 99.9% sure you have not been there, but yet you 100% know the name.
It's not a Caesars.
They marketed hard. They marketed hard.
It's not a Caesars. Okay, let me think what this would be then.
It's at the top. It's not the top, but it's among the top of the food chain of high-end Caesars property restaurants. And it's not the Peter Luger that just opened, obviously. As I said, it's not Caesars.
Was it the Giada restaurant?
Okay, we're going to be even on burgers. It was that. You know what? No, fuck that. I gave you enough clues. I'm going to settle it just one burger and we're done forever. But yes, it was the Giada. Was I right? You've never been there, right?
No, you're wrong. I was there once.
Oh, okay. I said 99.9.
Yeah.
What did you think of Giada? Your limited thing there.
I was there near the beginning, and it was very disorganized. I don't know if they've fixed this since then, but it was incredibly disorganized. For example, they once served me a soup, and the soup itself was fine, but the problem was the soup came with no spoon.
That's like the famous line from Coming to America. At the end of Coming to America, remember? Eddie Murphy?
Was there a line about a soup and a spoon?
Well, he goes, remember he's talking, he's as the white guy, the Jewish guy, and he's like, my soup, and the waiter's like, what's wrong with my soup? Try my soup, you have to try my soup. And he's like, what's wrong with your soup? You have to try the soup. He goes, where's the spoon? Aha! You didn't get a spoon with the soup. It's the end of Coming to America.
Yeah, and it was tough to get one too. It wasn't just they forgot it. Like I'm waiting to see another waiter walk by. I asked for someone, and they just walk away. Okay, we'll get it. I'm sitting. I finally had to stand up and go to the front and say, "Look, I this is weird, but I can't get a spoon for my soup." It felt really weird. So that was one of many things that happened of like service fails there. So I just never went back for that reason. The food was fine. I just thought the service was a complete mess.
So remind me when we get to the relevant part. I know we got stuff to do here, but remind me to mention just something in regards to, we'll just say gratuity at the restaurant. I'm not going to bring up the subject now, but when later on there'll be a moment where we talk about certain things. Just remind me, because I'm going to relay something that happened last night and get your opinion and maybe the audience. But anyhow, I went there. I'd never been there. I'm not really a food fan of or a fan of the Food Network and all that, but I know that, from other people that came with me last night, that she's been on the Food Network. And I had eaten at the Pronto, which is like a little Giada, kind of like a fast casual place at Caesars, but you can't really compare. But anyhow, it was fine. It was like a course. It was like a course meal. I think it was 5 courses, dessert, an appetizer, a couple entrees, a salad. It was good. It was fine. But I'll tell you, I had a rather large comp. If I didn't have a comp, I don't think I would ever choose to be a paying customer there. It wasn't that good that I would ever spend that kind of money. It was good. It was fine, but it was, you know what I mean? It just, I don't know, whatever. And LOL, by the way, at that restaurant, if you want to sit, they have a whole side where it's like either against a window or near a window, but everything else is kind of like not outside, but just far away. And they have a lot of seating, but what do you think they charge you per table if you want to be either at, against the window or near a window? And by the way, the window is just overlooking a bridge on Tropicana. It's not like it's some spectacular view of the fountains. Basically, you're looking at the bridge and you're looking at Tropicana. What do you think they charge per table?
Like $30?
$50.
That's awful.
$50. Can you believe that? I can even understand, I know the Paris does that too, where they charge, but that's kind of romantic, and at least, the Eiffel Tower restaurant. Anyhow, happy Thanksgiving. And I don't know about you, but I'm like a once, maybe a twice a year turkey guy. I do do the stuffing, the cranberries, the whole 9 yards, sweet potato pie, but I can do it that day. Then the next day I'll have some maybe, or, if I was cooking at home back in the day, later on that night, 9, 10 o'clock, 11. But after 2 days, I'm done. I don't want to see that kind of food again. Whereas I know people like it all year. People can keep eating it. What about you?
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. And in fact, I will tell you something. For reasons similar to that, I actually did not have turkey yesterday.
Oh, wow.
So here's the reason, and then we'll get back to what we're talking about with the race. The turkey I was going to have, and I've had that every Thanksgiving, but Benjamin's mom is having her family come tomorrow. So they're going to do actually a post-Thanksgiving Thanksgiving. And she's making turkey for that. So I thought, do I really want to eat turkey on Thursday and Saturday? So I'm going
to guess you got either a steak or the prime rib.
I got the prime rib. You're correct. I got the prime rib.
Look at that.
Very good. You know me very well.
That is good. That's good, huh? That's good. Well, let me ask, can you say where you went? I mean, did you go to a chain restaurant, or is it like a mom and pop? Where did you go?
It's not a chain. It's a restaurant in the LA area that's not a chain. It's a pretty nice place. I actually hadn't been there for about 25 years. But
a Morton's?
It was not a Morton's. It wasn't a steakhouse.
Oh, okay. Did the majority of I assume, were you the only steak eater or prime rib eater?
No, actually, Benjamin's mom did the same thing for the same reason.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it makes sense. You don't got to clean up after. You can just get up and go. It just, I think at our age, it's easier. I don't know. I like it. I like it better that way. Although sometimes, it's kind of cool to have everyone around. You're watching football, you're eating, but if you're the one hosting it or cooking it, no, I want no part of that. So,
yeah.
Anyhow.
All right, so good to have you here, and I'm going to talk about Formula One as our first main topic tonight. So I mentioned on one of the shows recently that I had 2 tickets to sell, and I had some inquiries, but ultimately I elected not to sell these tickets. And I'll tell you a bit more about the tickets now than I told you at the time, and you'll understand why I ultimately elected not to sell them. These were tickets that I was being given for free. But it wasn't 100% I was going to get them. I'm not going to go into the whole story, but at the time I was saying I'm going to sell them, I was fairly certain I was going to get them, and anyone I sold them to, I was going to make sure they understood before they sent me even a penny that there was a small chance that these tickets would fall through and that they'd have to have alternate backup plans ready or be ready to go buy it on StubHub or something if that happened. But I decided, you know what, I don't want to hassle with all that. I don't want to have to sell it to someone but warn them that maybe it won't go through, maybe I won't get the seats after all, and then they have to go scramble. Even if I tell them in advance, it just seemed like a crappy way to sell something. And the price of these tickets kept plummeting because the interest in F1 just was not what they believed it would be. So I wasn't going to get a lot of money for them anyway. So I decided, screw it, I'm just not going to sell them. I'm just going to let them go. If I get them, which is very likely, I'm just going to not even show up to get them. That was my decision about maybe 4 days before the race. I had a hotel in Vegas from the 14th through the 21st. And it was kind of split up in a few parts. I had a reservation from the 14th to 16th. I had one from the 16th to 20th, and one from the 20th to the 21st. All at the same place. It's just 3 different reservations because I was adding to the beginning and end of the trip when I was first planning it. So first I called up and I canceled the 14th through the 16th. But I thought I'm probably going to be canceling all of them. Then we got to the 16th, and I almost called up to cancel it and also was going to tell the source where I was getting the tickets that not to bother, and I'm just not going to show up for them. But I didn't quite have the heart to do it. And when I say the heart, I don't mean like I'm going to hurt someone by canceling. I'm talking about like it was just hard to let go because there'd been all this talk about F1, all this talk about what a big event it's going to be and how it's the first one and it's such a big deal and people are paying all this money, and here I have free seats waiting for me and I'm just not going to show up. And yeah, these tickets would go to somebody else, like they're not going to get wasted. But it just felt weird to just let this go. So the 16th was the first practice race. The 17th was the second practice race. And then the 18th was the actual race. I think there may have been some other practice thing on the 15th, but whatever. It's not important. My tickets were for the 16th or the 18th. So I called up on the 16th, and I told the hotel, I can't make it, I'll come on the 17th. So they switched it. Then I called up on the 17th, and I said, yeah, I can't make it, move it to the 18th. And at this point, I thought it was very, very likely, and I told people who I knew in Vegas that I just wasn't coming. They thought I was coming, but I said, I'm not coming. It's like a tiny chance I'm going to be coming, and I've already missed the first 2 days, the first 2 races, the practice races of the F1, and I know the real race is on the 18th, but I'm just really not picturing a world in which I'm going to come do it. So then on the night of the 17th, I still hadn't canceled the 18th, nor had I canceled the tickets, which they were good for all 3 days, but I could pick them up at any point. And I posted on the Poker Fraud Alert forum that I'm kind of considering going, and I haven't canceled anything yet, and is that crazy? And so people said back, no, you should go, it's not crazy. And one post by a regular member on Poker Fraud Alert actually made me decide to go. And that was Sanelmar. And Sanelmar wrote that I should go, and this will be a memorable thing for me and Benjamin. Now, I don't know if he just was assuming that I was just going to take Benjamin. But the funny thing is, I hadn't really thought of Benjamin. Now, Benjamin didn't know anything about F1. He was aware of the race being there, but he doesn't follow it at all. So I would have to teach him everything about it. And I'm not a big follower of F1 either, but I know more than him. So I hadn't really thought of him. Like, when it involved like a Dodger game, he's always the first one I think of taking. So I've taken him to World Series games. I've taken him to playoff games every single year. Like, whenever I go to the Dodgers at any point, I think about taking him as the top priority. But for this, I just didn't think of it. I guess because he is not in Las Vegas. Because when I go to Las Vegas, he's just about never with me. So I didn't even think of him. I just thought I'd invite someone along that's a friend. Maybe I'd invite Brandon, someone like that. So that was what I was thinking I would do if I showed up and went to the race. But when he mentioned Benjamin, I think, oh, you know what? That's a great idea. I hadn't thought of taking Benjamin. It's weird. I probably should have, but I didn't think of bringing Benjamin, even though I always think about bringing Benjamin to stuff like that in L.A. I think it's just because the Vegas part just kind of put it out of my mind, because I always think when I'm in Vegas, he's not there. So he had Thanksgiving week off. So I could go with him to Vegas and have him not miss any school, and we could go. So I called him over. He was still awake. This was probably about 11 o'clock at night on the 17th. And I said, here's something I'm going to propose. Tell me if you have any interest here. How about tomorrow morning we just abruptly go to Vegas? And we have to leave fairly early because I got to get the tickets by a certain deadline. I can't just pick them up the moment before the race. So I've got to get there in time to pick up the tickets. And there may be traffic because of all the closures. So we have to leave fairly early, and we haven't done anything to get ready. It's 11 o'clock at night the night before. But how about it? Would you like to? Does this appeal to you? And he said yes. I said, are you sure? He said yes. So then I said to him, okay, and how about we stay there for 2 nights, and then on Monday we go to Death Valley to see the Badwater region, which for my entire life was a giant salt flat that goes for miles. It's the lowest point in the U.S., in North America, for that matter. It's 280 feet below sea level. But it's also a giant salt flat with no water. And it has become a lake for the first time in my life. It's actually a lake. Similar to my segments about how Owens Lake filled up and Mono Lake has refilled somewhat because of the massive snowpack in the Sierra Mountains. This was because of the hurricane and tropical storm that came to California in August. It caused the salt flats to become a lake, which is very unusual. So I said, let's go see that on the way back on Monday. So he thought that sounded great. So we went to Vegas, left that morning, or early afternoon we actually left. And I got there around 5 p.m., and I got the tickets. Now, I was actually supposed to have VIP tickets, and I'm so glad I didn't sell them, because I ended up not getting VIP tickets. Let me just say the source was kind of flaky. So I ended up not getting VIP tickets, and there was a bit of a hassle getting the tickets. But I got the tickets. They were free. So I was grateful for that. And I took Benjamin to the race. But before we get to that, let's discuss the way the whole F1 weekend went. Because you probably saw a lot of negative coverage about it, especially from the first night. And also just general negative coverage about how people in the city reacted to it. We're going to discuss that part of it, and then I'll get to my experience personally at the race. The good news is that there was no catastrophe there. Aside from one person who died during the construction to get the race ready, and this was a little while back, there were no fatalities that I know of that were directly linked to F1. So there were no terror attacks, there were no accidents where drivers died, there were no accidents where fans died. Nothing like that happened. So from that standpoint, there were no tragedies like that. However, financially, I will say this did not live up to what they were hoping by a wide margin. And we talked about this somewhat on the last episode, but I want to talk about it again. They were expecting initially, and I'm talking about last year, early this year, they were expecting this was going to be a gigantic event, that this is going to be the biggest thing that Vegas ever has. The crowds are going to be bigger in the city than New Year's. The room rates are going to be higher than any New Year's ever, even the one for the year 2000. The room rates are just going to be sky high because there's going to be such incredible demand. The tickets will sell like gangbusters despite being very expensive, both on the primary and secondary markets. The gambling will be huge because all these people in town to see this, who have money, obviously, to be able to pay for these tickets, will be gambling at very high limits, and the casinos will make a fortune. The restaurants and clubs will be jammed. It's going to be a giant boon for the city, and even though they have to go through months and months of hassle and traffic as all the construction is done to support this race, Vegas will have better roads for it, and they'll benefit from it. Plus, the tourism industry in Vegas will get a big boost from this. And they're going to do it every year for the next 10 years, so this will be a yearly thing, and once everything is set up the first time, it'll be a lot easier going forward. That was the fantasy that was sold to the public when the F1 race was announced. But with many things, especially in Vegas, fantasy and reality are two different things. And as reality set in, there came some realizations. First of all, and we discussed this last time, people in the city were absolutely sick and tired of all the construction, of all the traffic, of how this just tore up the city. It was so hard to get places, and this lasted for months and months. I mean, even back during the World Series of Poker, we were dealing with it. So a lot of hassle just for this one weekend. So even if it were incredibly successful, it was not worth it to the average resident who really didn't see much benefit from it. It's not like the roads were terrible and they're like, okay, well, anything that'll fix the broken roads here, we're thrilled about. No, who cares if the roads are a little bit better, a little bit smoother? It doesn't really excite the typical local to have that in exchange for months of hassle. And I understand that. I would have felt the same way. So there was a lot of negativity right off the bat from the locals. Second, there was a lot of backlash from those who felt that this priced out the average fan. Now, first of all, F1 is just not as popular in the U.S. as it is in Europe. There just is not the fan base that would maybe justify doing something like this. There's some people who like it in the U.S. There's some big fans in the U.S., but it's not like a major sport in the U.S. that everyone follows. But those that did want to attend were very disappointed to see the prices. They tried to book a hotel, and even regular rooms were $1,500 a night. They tried to get tickets, and even the grandstands are like $1,800 per ticket. People would figure out that just to see the Formula One race and stay in Vegas for a few days, they could take a very, very nice, luxurious vacation to an exotic place that you would associate with being an expensive place to go. So they're like, okay, well, would I rather go to this really nice place that is a fantasy resort vacation somewhere, or would I like to go to Las Vegas for a few days and see cars race around the strip? So even as an F1 fan, it was hard for people to justify the expense unless they were very rich. So that was already a big problem. So when you have something like that, when you have people resenting that they're being left out, especially fans of it, the people who are actual F1 fans are the ones who are angriest because they wanted to go to this, but they felt priced out. So whenever you have fans that want to do something that seems cool, but then they're priced out because of what they perceive as greed, then they want to root for it to fail. So you had that going on too. And you had journalists that kind of felt that way as well. And they were very negative on it and trying to find any negative story to push about F1. So there's not a very good buzz about this whole thing. People also started getting very scared to come to Vegas if they weren't coming for F1. So the normal Vegas traffic, those that come into Vegas for a regular weekend, people who would come to Vegas for other things, even if they don't care about F1, they heard so many horror stories about how terrible it's going to be, how the strip's going to be closed to all traffic, and that it's going to be impossible to get around anywhere, and everything's going to be so expensive, and everything was expensive if you looked it up. It's just everybody who wasn't coming for the race thought to themselves, okay, I'm going to come anytime but that weekend. That's the one weekend I'm just not going to even consider coming to Vegas. If you add this all up, the high initial prices that took a long time to come down, the high ticket prices that took a long time to come down, the media's negativity on it, and just the message that was put out from all these sources that said it's going to be a zoo here, don't come unless you really want to see this race, Vegas ended up being uncrowded that weekend. In fact, the hotel rates, which were thought to be the highest hotel rates in Vegas history, and at one point were, by the time we got to days before the event, in fact, I think even weeks before the event, because when we did our last show, it was already the case, the rates to stay in Vegas were lower than the average weekend. Lower than the average weekend. It went from the highest ever to lower than the average weekend. That's insane. And that's because they realized they just were not getting a lot of people. And can you imagine how pissed off people were that booked before on like non-refundable packages? Where they were paying a fortune for like a room and ticket package, which they could have had for a fraction of the price had they just waited. And by the way, that's a lesson to anybody who did such a thing. Never do something like that. Any kind of mass event, there's always going to be a secondary market. And when it's something new that they're kind of trying to come up with a price for it, it's always going to be on the high side. They're always going to over-ambitiously price it, hoping people will pay it and then come down when people don't. So never lock yourselves in to something like that. Now, if you book a $1,500 hotel room and you can afford it, but it's cancelable and rebookable, then fine. Go ahead and lock it in if you want to do that. But don't ever prepay and lock yourself into a rate like that, thinking, oh, what if it sells out? You always will have a way to stay in Vegas. You will always have a way to see the event on the secondary market. Don't ever jump and purchase these packages, but some people did. People were resentful about that as well. People who paid a lot of money for these prepaid packages that they knew now they could have gotten in at a fraction of the price, but it's too late. And there were pictures that were going around on the first day of empty stands. There were stories about restaurants that were half empty, stories about hotels at under 50% occupancy, which is horrendous for a weekend. So definitely a lot of negative buzz coming into the whole thing. But the peak of negativity occurred when they had the practice race on the 16th. On the 16th, at 8:41 p.m., Formula One itself tweeted out, red flag, Carlos Sainz has pulled over to the side of the track. Well, that's not good. That's not good that one of the racers just pulled over to the side of the track. Well, it turned out it was worse than the guy just pulling over. Like, it was worse than like the car malfunctioned or anything like that. Formula One canceled the first practice session due to what was at first called a loose drain cover coming loose and causing Carlos Sainz's Ferrari to explode into sparks. The car didn't explode, but a huge plume of sparks came from the car, destroyed the car, and he had to pull over and quit. And then when they saw what had happened, the whole night was aborted. What a mess. What an absolute mess. So anyone who had tickets that night, some people bought one-day tickets. In fact, I think for locals, you could buy $200 one-day tickets to see practice race number 1, which is the one on the 16th. People got to watch 9 minutes of it, and then it was canceled. Now, it turned out it was not a drain cover. It was a water valve cover, but it did come off. There was a hole on the track, which is Las Vegas Boulevard. There is a now infamous picture going around that showed 2 men in orange, F1 employees, sweeping up around it and inspecting what had happened. In fact, ESPN posted that picture. Very embarrassing. It's like a hole in the street. And that was the end of the first practice race after 9 minutes. So it destroyed Carlos Sainz's Ferrari, made a bunch of sparks. Fortunately, he was okay. And even though they did eventually run a practice race, by then they had kicked everybody out and ran it without any kind of crowd. And this is very controversial, which we will get to in a little bit. Formula One put out a statement. After inspection by Formula One and the FIA, a single water valve cover on the Las Vegas Grand Prix circuit failed during the first practice session. The FIA, F1, and local circuit engineering teams are actively working to review and address the issue. We will provide an update on the race schedule as soon as possible. During this review period, all tickets, food, and beverage and entertainment options will continue to be honored, and we remain focused on providing our patrons with a great experience. We appreciate the collaboration of the relevant event operations staff to ensure a safe and orderly egress of patrons if they choose to leave. So basically what it's saying here is, we've stopped it, but you can stay. We're not kicking you out. And you can continue to get food. Now, at first I thought this was really obnoxious because I thought they're saying, hey, you can stay and buy our expensive food if you want. But it turns out that free food was provided at this event. The food wasn't very good, I can tell you that from eating it myself, but there was free food at a lot of different stations for different types of food. Kind of fast food-ish, but there was free food. They're saying you can hang out and eat the food and listen to the live music that's playing in the background, whatever, but we can't tell you when it's going to start again. And if you are leaving, please be safe and orderly. So, okay, whatever. The problem was they ended up booting everybody out eventually and completely canceling it, and nobody got any kind of refund. And in fact, there was a lot of controversy about the statement F1 put out after the whole thing was done regarding how they were going to handle it. So let me read you that statement. This is a pretty long statement, and it was from Renee Wilm, the CEO of Las Vegas Grand Prix, and Stefano Domenicali, the CEO of Formula One. This was put out the next day on November 17th. Renee Wilm, CEO of the Las Vegas Grand Prix, and Stefano Domenicali, CEO of Formula One, today issued the following statement. Our top priority of Formula One is safety and security of our drivers, employees, and fans. Responsibility of the oversight of a Formula One event falls with Formula One as the commercial rights holder of the sport, the FIA as the regulatory body, and the local promoter, in this case, Las Vegas Grand Prix. This is important for those who are new to racing to understand. Last night, approximately 9 minutes into the first free practice session, a water valve cover broke on the straight on Las Vegas Boulevard. At that time, the FIA, which is responsible for the safe running of the activities on the circuit, stopped the session so we could look at the broken water valve cover and inspect the track. This has happened on occasion to other tracks and other races around the world. Surprised that they keep having water valve cover problems. Like, how did that keep happening? The precautionary step of removing all the water valve covers on the entire track and filling them with sand and asphalt was undertaken. Okay, well, why wasn't that undertaken beforehand? Like, if this could be done, and if this is a chronic problem around the world, why not fill them with asphalt and sand beforehand to prevent this. Very strange. But going on. The entire process from determination of the issue to remediation took approximately 5 hours. The decision to remediate in this way was taken out of an abundance of caution because the safety of drivers, trackside marshals, and officials and our fans is always the highest priority. We thank the contractors who worked expeditiously to resolve the situation so quickly. As a result, the first free practice ended early. Yeah, I'd say that after 9 minutes. That's pretty damn early. We moved ahead with the second free practice session at approximately 2:30 a.m. for 90 minutes. The decision to run the second free practice session at 2:30 a.m. PT was supported by all parties to ensure the sporting integrity of the remainder of the event. Basically, they're saying that we need to run practice sessions for the sake of the event itself, whether or not there's fans. We would like to thank the drivers, mechanics, and all the teams for their patience and commitment last night to ensure that we could run the session successfully. Now let's turn to the fan experience. The delay in the start of the second free practice session from midnight to 2:30 a.m. created risks for our employees and fans. We made the decisions to close the fan areas that are under LVGP, which is Las Vegas Grand Prix purview, at 1:30 a.m. PT and send fans home. Let us explain why. First, we were concerned about our public safety and security officials who had been in service for a long time and who were being asked to work the next 3 nights. We thank Clark County's Metro Police Department, Department of Public Works, and other public safety officials for their incredible support during the event, and also as we reopened the track early this morning. Second, we were concerned about our transportation employees who are responsible for driving our fans back to hotels. By federal law, they were bumping up against the amount of time they can legally and safely drive buses. Finally, our hospitality staff needed the ability to clean up and resupply our guest areas to ensure that the fan experience is optimal for everyone over the coming days. Okay, let me stop here. These excuses are bullshit. I'm sure the police and security officials could have been paid overtime to stay longer. I don't think that was prohibitive. They probably didn't need as many either, because most people would probably leave by 2:30 in the morning. But I'm sure they could have kept enough around and paid them more, and this would have been taken care of. Regarding the transportation, what are they talking with buses? Like, how many people were riding buses to Formula One? I have to imagine that most people walked there. Most people were staying in a hotel nearby and walked there. In fact, that's what I did. But for those that didn't, you could take Uber. You could take a number of different transportation options to get to one of the hotels. Even with the strip closed, they can go the back way. They can go in there. I don't think buses that were being used to drive people back and forth, I hadn't even heard of these buses. I don't think that was going to be a showstopper to where because of buses they can't continue. That seems like BS. And then cleaning up the stands for the next day's race. Like, they have until like 10 p.m. the following night. So what do you mean we need the time to clean and resupply the guest areas? You have plenty of time. Again, pay the people more, and I'm sure they'll work longer hours to clean. So this doesn't make any sense to me. To say we need more than a full day to clean up, and buses can't run, and the cops and security guards won't stay. I just don't believe any of that. It just seems like excuses. We know this was disappointing. We hope our fans will understand, based on this explanation, that we had to balance many interests, including the safety and security of all participants and the fan experience over the whole race weekend. We have all been to events like concerts, games, and even other Formula One races that have been canceled because of factors like weather or technical issues. It happens, and we hope people will understand. So how will we address this tonight? We have worked overnight to adjust our staffing plans across security, transportation, and hospitality to ensure that we can function and serve fans with the best possible experience in the event of an extended race schedule. We are excited about the racing today and thank our entire team and fans for their support. We know this is going to be a great event. With that, let's get back to racing. End. It actually says end at the end, as if you don't know it's the end.
That's all, folks.
That was the statement. It didn't go over well. People felt it was unapologetic. Notice it did not really apologize. Notice that it was not expressing any regret for what happened and that people paid all this money to attend that night and didn't get their money's worth. Just kind of a factual thing. Well, these things happened. Here's why we couldn't reopen. Blah, blah, blah. It was nothing like we feel so bad that you guys paid money for this and weren't able to see the race you paid for. We're so sorry. We really feel bad. We'll make it up to you. Nothing like that. Just like, well, here's what we did. Here's why we did it. These things happen. You know, sometimes events get canceled from weather or technical difficulties. That's the way life is. Deal with it. That was basically that statement. They also put out a shorter statement on the F1 Las Vegas Twitter account. There is no higher priority at a Formula One race than the safety and security of drivers, fans, and staff alike. Following last night's incident involving a water valve cover, the Las Vegas Grand Prix, F1 and the FIA decided to take extra precautions to ensure the integrity of the track prior to the resumption of racing. These additional measures required multiple hours to fully complete, which led to a significant delay in the race schedule. Given the lateness of the hour and logistical concerns regarding the safe movement of fans and employees out of the circuit, Las Vegas Grand Prix made the difficult decision to close the fan zones prior to the beginning of the Free Practice 2. With a full round of practice successfully completed, Las Vegas Grand Prix looks forward to providing a safe and entertaining race weekend for all. So this really got a harsh response from people. Again, no apologies. So this really got people mad. A Twitter user named Matt Gallagher, who got retweeted 444 times and liked over 16,000 times, put it best when he said, translation, you saw 9 minutes of practice and you ain't getting a refund. I mean, he's right. That is what it's saying. Just saying, tough luck. It's the way it goes. People were not happy with this. People said, we paid money. Where's our money back? Someone responded, please reimburse those with Friday-only tickets who got a grand total of 8 laps of the cars on the track. Someone else wrote, update on the refund, please. Another person wrote, give the people who had tickets for today a refund. It's the least you can do. So many, like, where's our refund? A lot of those messages up there on Twitter in response. People did not like this cold statement that just overlooked the fact that people paid a lot of money to watch these practice races that did not end up happening that day on Thursday. So, off to a very, very bad start. The next day, the race went okay. The practice race, that is. No further water valve covers coming off, no catastrophes. People were still smarting for what had happened the previous night. The whole thing had become a disaster and an embarrassment. It's bad enough that the seats were left empty. Bad enough that the hotel rooms were left empty. It's bad enough the prices plummeted. But here, they actually canceled it after 9 minutes because of a water valve coming off and didn't let people watch it after hours of waiting after they got the whole thing up and running again. So then came race day. Now, there's already a problem with this race, and that is it is late enough in the season to where one driver named Max Verstappen already has it clinched. He already has the title clinched because he's been so dominant that no matter what happens going forward in the F1 season, he's going to end up as the champion. In fact, he's so dominant that he was actually a minus 170 favorite to win against the entire field. You could bet the entire field against Max Verstappen and he'd still be the favorite. I can tell you from attending the race myself that everybody sitting around me was against Verstappen winning. They just wanted to see somebody else win. People were rooting against him. So let's get back to my experience there. So I had some issue with getting the tickets. It was not very smooth, to say the least. But I ended up getting regular tickets, not VIP tickets. You know, I had a good view of the track. The seats were very cramped. Keep in mind, these were temporary stands that were erected on the strip. So this was not a permanent stadium or anything, of course. And I was wondering what the seats were going to be like. And unfortunately, number one, they were cramped. And I heard in the VIP section they weren't cramped. But where I was, they were cramped. And number two, they did this annoying thing where they would pop up the second you'd stand up. So if you stand up to leave, to go to the bathroom, to get food or whatever, you come back, the seat is actually now sitting up. So you can't just sit down on it. You have to press the seat down and then sit, which if you're holding a bunch of stuff is a pain in the ass. or if you even stand up to see something, or because everybody in front of you stands up to see something at the race, then you stand up, and then you try to sit back down, and you can't sit until you push that thing down. So it's a pain in the butt. These things weren't constructed very well, at least where I sat. And it was kind of cramped, as I said. As far as the view of the track, it was pretty good. The seats were high enough above the rows below you to where you had a pretty good view, even if you weren't tall like me. So that part was good. So I had a good view of the track where I sat. It is unfortunate that because it's around the Las Vegas Strip, there's buildings in the way. So you can only see your section of the track. You can look to the left, you can look to the right, but then once they go around the corner, you're not going to see anymore. And you can't see past the corner because there's buildings in the way. So on a traditional racetrack, you can see across the whole track. Here you're only seeing when they come back around where you're sitting. So you're missing a lot of the race by being there live. And that's a big flaw in my opinion. Now, we were right in front of a screen where they showed kind of different things of what was going on. Sometimes you'd see a view from the driver's car itself. Sometimes you'd see a view of other parts of the track. But they're kind of jumping around of what they're showing you. They're trying to show you what they think you're interested in seeing. And then sometimes they'll show highlights of things that just happened. I did find it hard to follow unless I'm looking up at that screen. So that was one big criticism I have, is that I wasn't able to just follow the race by just watching the race. I had to watch the screen. I was sitting in a straightaway section. So the straightaway section had its good and bad points. The good point is that the cars are at their top speed when they are zooming by you. And especially the first time you see them come by, it's pretty impressive to see cars zoom by at that speed, because it's way faster than what you see when you're standing on the street and cars are going by quickly. So I did get to see the cars going by at 200 miles per hour. So that was pretty cool. The part that wasn't as cool was that nothing all that interesting is going to happen on the straightaway. Usually the interesting stuff happens around the curves, around the corners. So usually the passing and the accidents or anything else that's out of the ordinary is not going to happen on the straightaways. So as a result, we didn't see anything particularly interesting happening right in front of us. So we saw 50 laps. It's a 50-lap race. It takes about 90 minutes. They go 190 miles. But every time they passed by, it was just watching cars zooming by really fast. So we didn't really get to see any passing. We didn't get to see any kind of bumping or any accidents. And there were some accidents and bumping in cars that were knocked out of the race by the end of it. But we didn't get to see any of this in front of us. We had to only see it on the screen. So that was a big downside to seeing it live. And, I tried to make the best of it. I tried to enjoy what I could of it, of seeing the cars zoom by and trying to follow along on the screen. I always like, at any kind of live event, to be able to see what's going on without the help of anything else. That's why I don't like attending baseball games in the nosebleed seats, where I have to follow on the screen what's happening. I always buy good seats, or I just stay home and watch it on TV. Because I want to be able to see all the action without needing to rely upon things showing me video, which I could see much better at home. That was one thing that I guess I hadn't thought of. I mean, I guess if I really had thought about the logistics of it, it would be impossible to see the entire track the way that the whole thing was laid out with all the buildings in between. But that was one thing that wasn't good about having it in a place like Vegas, zooming around buildings. They did their best on the screen to show the highlights, show it just happened when someone passes someone else, showing all the stats of people completing laps and the times of the laps, and showing who's passing each other and who's in what place right now, showing the moments when notable things occurred. There was one fiery crash that looked pretty scary. Again, I didn't see it because it was out of my view, but I saw it on the screen. And that driver left the race and the car was destroyed, and it really just blew up in a fireball. But right away afterwards, the guy said through whatever he communicates through, "I'm okay." So the driver got out okay. So he was not injured to my knowledge, but the car was completely destroyed. And it was a very scary looking crash on the screen. You saw a big fireball there. And I had kind of mixed feelings about the crashes. In one way, they make it more interesting to see contact between the cars. And there's more minor crashes where nobody got the car completely destroyed. But there was one where someone did have to leave the race towards the end who wasn't really in contention anyway. There was one where some parts fell off of a car that was hit. So, yeah, those were interesting. If just you see cars zooming around the track 50 times in a row without any kind of real action other than people passing each other occasionally, it's going to get boring. So stuff like crashes and contact between the cars, that actually is interesting, provided nobody gets hurt. But I didn't see any of that. Verstappen was behind for a lot of the race, and in kind of the middle to late stages, he was as far back as 7th place. But he started to catch up, and as I watched him gain on these other cars, it just seemed like a foregone conclusion that he was going to win. So, yeah, it was an interesting experience. I've never been to any kind of race before like this, F1 or otherwise, and Benjamin hadn't either. I had to tell him about the various racers. I had to tell him about this Max Verstappen guy who's just dominating, and about some of the other cars, and just I had to give him some background.
Let me ask you this Belgium guy, two things. A, did you read up until the race his kind of cocky attitude with some of the comments about Las Vegas?
Yes.
Like he basically said it's a shit show and it's all it's all no substance and all show, and all right. And B, had you ever heard of this gentleman before, the lead up to the race?
No, I paid no attention to F1 prior to this. The only reason I had a desire to go to this was just because it's a big event in Las Vegas.
He had won, I think 17 out of 20 races or whatever, something like that this year, and he had been crushing. Never heard the guy's name in my life.
Yeah, I hadn't either.
Nothing.
I hadn't either, and yeah, apparently he had it clinched, so this race was meaningless as far as the season title.
And he thought it was a bad idea to have. He didn't seem like he was happy partaking in it. And
yeah, he wasn't.
The whole circus around it, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. And it was reflected in the way the fans felt with him there. The fans sitting around me were all rooting against him and basically hoping anyone wins but him. And they didn't have a whole discussion with me why, but I have to imagine it was a combination of that and just wanting to see somebody else win since he's dominating so much. So
now, is that young Benjamin now of Max Verstappen? I don't even know his name. Is he a fan of the guy?
No, Benjamin came around to also feel that way. At first it seemed like he kind of did want him to win, then he kind of came around to want somebody else to win. But when I saw Verstappen starting to catch up, he was as far back as 7th at one point, kind of in the middle, late stages. But then I'm starting to catch up. He gets to 6th, gets to 5th. Eventually, as I see him getting into the top 3, and he's just gaining the entire time, I knew it was just a matter of time. And by the end, the only drama was who was going to finish second, because he was far enough ahead in the final few laps that he wasn't going to give that up, barring some kind of accident, which was unlikely. So,
do you know why he got off to a bad start, or why he was 7th at that point? Because he kind of got held up. Caesars charged him a toll to cross Tropicana. And they're just trying to get money as much as they can from everyone.
Yeah, well, it made for a better race.
Yeah.
And he actually was involved in a little collision there, but it wasn't major enough to either hold him back or get him any kind of penalty. They investigated it during the race, but it was they basically let it go.
Now, the one thing I didn't see, and I didn't look, I didn't Google it, but it definitely wasn't in the news and the stories. Do you know what he got paid to win that race? What was the purse?
No, I didn't pay attention to that. No.
What would you get? I'm going to look it up. I have no idea. What would you guess it was? The winner of something. I don't know. You win the Masters, you get $2.3 million. You win the Australian Open, you get 1.8. What do you think that kind of a race paid? Your best guess.
Maybe
$100 billion.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I think probably closer to $1 million.
Let's see. I'm going to say over.
Probably over, but
you keep going. I'm going to look it up.
Anyway, it was one of these things where I was glad I did it. I was glad I took Benjamin. He enjoyed it. I was glad I did not pay the type of money that they were charging for it, because if I did pay a shitload of money to see it, I would have said, well, this wasn't really worth it. But getting it for free, it was worth going there and seeing it. I had a free hotel room. I had a free 2 tickets to the race. I didn't get the VIP like I was supposed to, but whatever. And with that in mind, I was glad I did it, and Benjamin enjoyed that he got to see it. And, it was a unique experience to see the cars zooming by you and see the strip converted into a racetrack and seeing the whole thing take place and being the first one. People are going to talk about this for a long time, and I was actually there. So it's just one of those things. There's no chance I would have paid for it unless it was very, very cheap. But since I got it for free, it was just too hard to turn down. And they gave free food there, which I didn't even realize. So we actually had a big dinner before going to the race. And then we get there and we see all the free food. And I'm like, I didn't know about that. I just had no idea. There are 2 things I didn't know. I didn't know they're giving free food, and I didn't know there's going to be a fireworks show afterwards. So we missed the fireworks show. We saw it from the hotel, but only like the side of it. And the food, we weren't that hungry for it, at least during the first half, because we had just eaten a big meal. Benjamin really liked the popcorn there. They gave popcorn there among the free food, and I guess the popcorn was one of the few good things. The food was not very impressive. None of the food was good.
What kind of food?
So it was all kind of fast food-ish. They have sliders, they have chicken strips, they have hot dogs.
This was a hotel that was serving this? That gave you
No, it was just, I assume it was just in this particular stands I was in, everybody there got it. It wasn't. I don't believe the hotel had anything to do with it. It was near a hotel, but I don't think the hotel had anything to do with it. I think it was just. I think it just came with the tickets. I never looked into it. I didn't even know about this until I got there. But where we sat, which was not a VIP section, I was supposed to get the VIP section, but I didn't. It was a regular section, and there was free food. So that was good. The alcohol wasn't free. I think it was free in the VIP section, but I wasn't going to drink anyway. I'm not a drinker. The food was free, but 1, I wasn't hungry, and 2, when I did try some of it, it just wasn't very good, and Benjamin agreed. But he did love the popcorn. He ate a ton of popcorn. But aside from the popcorn, everything I got him, he just took a bite or 2 and said, this isn't very good, and I had to agree. So they did have free food and drink, though. So, they gave away soft drinks for free. They gave away waters for free. They gave away this fast food free. There's a lot of variety. It just none of it was that good. And then there's a pet peeve I have about sandwiches. Let me see if you can guess this. What do you think my pet peeve is about pre-made sandwiches that I think is very stupid to do, but that like tons of places do? Airplanes do it. This place did it. Just wherever you're getting a pre-made sandwich. The Commerce Casino that gives away free sandwiches sometimes during the day.
Is everything on the side like it's dry? And you have to put everything on it yourself? Like
no, I wish that were the case. You've got it backwards. It's that...
Okay, it's all like soggy because there's too much on there?
Close. It's that they just put stuff on there that you may not want. So there's mayo on these always. And I hate mayo. So why force me to have mayo? Why not just give me mayo on the side and I can put it on if I want and not if I don't want? So often these have mayo. They had one type of sandwich that didn't have mayo, and it was a type I didn't really like. I forgot what.
The problem with that is you don't know how long the mayo's been sitting there or where, you know what I mean?
No, but there's packets. There's mayo packets.
Like mayo pack, yeah.
Yeah.
And the other interesting thing, I'm looking now, and I know nothing about this sport. It seems to me that there isn't like a purse for this. It's not like a normal sport because there's nothing about how much he won. So he gets paid $55 million a year. That's his contract with Red Bull Racing. And I guess they have like different things that like the whole team splits and maybe bonuses, but it's not a prize pool per se.
Oh, interesting. I never even thought about this.
I'm looking at it now, and he has a contract, and all the drivers have contracts. So like this guy Hamilton that drives for Mercedes, he gets $35 million a year. So they all get guaranteed money. As it is. So it doesn't, and I'm sure the way it works is depending on how you do in the races, how many you win, you get bonuses, so on and so forth. But that's kind of weird to think about that. It's just, you know what I mean? It's
that is weird.
Cumulative and like, you win this and you get that. So anyhow.
Yeah. So
I would be annoyed too. I like it when a sandwich is dry and I can apply my own mayo. So I'm like you, I like light mayo if I have mayo at all. And so when I do have it, I like to put it on. That's why I can never order like Uber Eats or any of those places from a restaurant or, like Jimmy John's or, everything's on an app now. I always have to be there because if not, they'll apply way too much, whether it's mustard, you know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
I have to see it because it's always too like, soggy or too much. That's the worst thing. Or if you bite into a sandwich, it just leaks of mayo and mustard and it's everywhere. It disgusts me. So, yeah.
Yeah, so that was the case with the sandwiches. So for both me and Benjamin, that was a no-go. And so fortunately, we had eaten beforehand. At first, I'm like, oh, man, why did we eat beforehand? Then when the food wasn't very good, I was like, okay, I'm glad we ate beforehand. And he liked the popcorn. He consumed a lot of popcorn, a lot more than I expected he would. But he ate a lot of popcorn. I was very full, so I barely ate anything. And you had to get your own food. Apparently, in the VIP section, they bring it to you, which would have been nice. But I was in the regular section with the plebes, and
was there a lot of empty seats or space or whatever, or was it just as packed as they thought it would be?
No, where I was sitting, there was not empty space. There started out empty space, but then eventually these people came. They just showed up late. We were there at the very beginning. We didn't miss any of the race, but some people came late. Around me, it was filled up, though I don't know about all the other sections. There's sections all around the track, as you know, so I only got to see where we were sitting. And it was full there, but this was the race itself. The empty seats were during the practice races. So when you see all the pictures of the stands with a few people in them, that was during the practice races. It made sense that the last day was the most crowded. But
speaking of which, I wonder what's going to happen with that lawsuit.
Right. Well, we haven't gotten to that yet. So it's the next topic.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just giving my impression when I was there. When we left, we just left. We went back to the hotel, and then I start hearing boom, 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 boom. I'm like, oh, shit, there's fireworks. I didn't know about this. So I opened the curtains, and I called Benjamin over, and we watched what we could from the window, but we could only kind of see the side of it. It wasn't the same as being out there. So on one hand, it sucks I didn't know about this because it seemed like a pretty good fireworks show. On the other hand, it's just fireworks, and we see fireworks all the time. We see it on 4th of July. We see it on New Year's sometimes. So it's not like, oh, my God, we missed a fireworks show. How are we going to ever see this again? So that was, I guess, the least important part of it anyway. But, it was there. It would have been nice to see the fireworks. I just didn't know they were there. So I guess this is my fault for not looking into the entire schedule here and what they were doing. So anyway, the takeaway I have here is that, first of all, the food should have been better. If you're going to do free food, it's got to be decent. And the food was not good. They could have done better. I don't mean gourmet food.
Again, was that F1 bringing the food? Or
I don't know who brought it. I don't know who brought it, if it was the F1 or if that particular section got it. And maybe the hotel it was in front of gave it. But I'm guessing it came with your ticket. Because, again, I was not in the VIP section. So I'm guessing it just comes with a ticket.
Right.
So
I read stories about people that were eating caviar and shrimp. I saw pictures of these shellfish platters. So I guess it all just depends on what you paid. I mean, you know what I mean? That wasn't the standard food for everyone.
Yeah. I'm saying that the free...
You're not there to eat. So
yeah.
It's not... I mean, you know what I mean? It's more of a just...
No, I know. And it would have been nicer if the seats were a little wider. I really felt cramped there. And the fact that they pop back up when you stand up was tilting, why they can't just stay down. That was annoying. Even if you stand up to see something, you try to sit back down and the seat's already sitting up and you got to push it down. Just kind of an annoyance. For all this money, they should have had better quality and all that type of stuff. I did say before you came on that I liked the fact that at least people's heads weren't in the way. Where even if you're not tall and the person in front of you is tall, that there was enough vertical distance between rows that you could see over the people in front of you, which is good. So thumbs up to that one. Right. So I had a good view of the track. So did Benjamin, who of course is a lot shorter than me. And so yeah, I'm happy I went, to the race alone, ignoring what happened later. That was also good that I went on the trip, which we'll get to as our next topic. But yeah, I'm glad I went, and I do believe this was a failure, though, compared to what they believed it was going to be. Even ignoring what happened on Thursday night with that valve cover coming off and ending 9 minutes into the race, even ignoring that, even if that hadn't happened.
You mean?
Yeah. Even
Not
if that
the race,
I meant the practice race, yeah. Even if that hadn't happened, this was a disappointment in what it ended up doing for the hotels and how it just did not bring the revenue that was believed it would bring, and all the inconvenience everybody had to go through leading up to it. So
we won't know probably until February in regards to the gaming what it did, because at the end of the day, that's all they care about. That's what they're going to determine as a success or not. If the gaming revenue far exceeds what it was year over year, then that's what the determination is going to be. It's not going to be on anything else.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's what they care about.
I don't think that's what we're going to see, though. I'm hearing rumors that the gaming revenue was not that exciting. But we'll see. We will see what they end up reporting. And they're already selling tickets for next year. So you can,
I saw that.
You can buy tickets already for 2024. As I already advised everybody, do not do that. Wait until later. It'll be cheaper. I guarantee you. When I say I guarantee you, I'm not going to cover it if I'm wrong, but I think it's highly likely. It's going to be much cheaper if you wait till the very last minute next year, as it would have been the proper thing to do this year to save a lot of money. Okay, so let's get to the lawsuit, though, that Brandon made mention of. So let's go back to Thursday, November 16th. Only 9 minutes of the race went, and they booted everybody out, citing various concerns, which I read you guys the statement. I was not impressed by these concerns. I think it was all bullshit, or at least mostly bullshit. But the bottom line is people paid to see the race that night and saw 9 minutes of the race and then were booted out after being there for hours waiting for it to restart, and then they ended up restarting it with nobody in the stands, nobody allowed to be in the stands. So there is a class action lawsuit that has been filed, and I feel stupid. I should have done a segment with Eric Benzamokin, who actually offered to come on for this, and maybe we can have him on next time to record a segment about this so I can get his impression about this. But there is a class action lawsuit that has already been filed by it was filed by an attorney that you see advertising a lot around Vegas on billboards.
So that guy with the pink building?
I'm not sure what his building is. It's called a Demopolis Law Firm. And you see Demopolis all over the billboards of Las Vegas, and you see the guy's picture. So I've seen him before. So when I recognized the name when I saw that they are filing this lawsuit, but it's a class action lawsuit, and it was very quickly done. Already on November 18th, this lawsuit was filed. So 2 days after it happened. Less than 2 days, because it happened at night. But Demopolis Law Firm and co-counsel JK Legal and Consulting filed this lawsuit against Las Vegas Grand Prix and its owner Liberty Media in Nevada State Court. And this is over the fact that people did not get their money's worth, that they basically only saw 9 minutes of a race and got no compensation except $200 credit to spend on F1 merchandise. So that's what they ended up giving those who had tickets for Thursday. But only those who had single night tickets. So if you had a 3-day pass, as I did, even though I only utilized one of the 3 days, you did not get anything. It was only if you bought just Thursday night, they gave you a whopping $200 voucher for the official gift shop. So people were very unhappy with that. I had wondered as soon as this happened if there was going to be a lawsuit over this, because it just seemed wrong to me that they could just say, well, tough luck, this is the nature of live sporting events, sometimes they don't happen. Because the difference here and normal sporting events is that when there's some kind of cancellation or delay, then there's some kind of makeup. So you go to a baseball game and it gets rained out. Well, they don't just say, well, too bad, we can't control the weather, you lose out. Then you basically get another game that is the makeup game. And if the makeup game, for whatever reason, doesn't play, then you can either get a refund in some cases, or you get...
But again, it is practice. It wasn't the actual race. So I don't know. I'm sure, listen, what it's going to come down to at the end of the day is the terms and services and, whatever people agree on when they purchase these things, a small print that no one reads.
Well, I don't know about that. Sometimes yes, but sometimes they can stuff things in there that don't necessarily hold up in court. So this is where I would have loved to have had Eric Benzamokin on, and maybe next show we will have him on to discuss this aspect of it. Obviously, this lawsuit isn't going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be taking a long time to go through the court system, so there will be plenty of time to discuss this. But sometimes they can put a lot of crap in their terms of service that people click through and don't ever read that would not ever hold up if they actually screw the people over. So the fact that it's a practice race, I'm sure they will raise that in court in their defense, especially about why they did not give anything to those holding 3-day tickets, because they'll claim, hey, look, this is only the practice. The big event on Saturday went off without a hitch, and they got to see that, so what's the issue? The single-day tickets, obviously they got screwed the most, but the bottom line is that in both cases, they were selling a service which ended up, for the most part, not being performed. The service is you get to watch a race, and you got to watch 9 minutes of it when you were supposed to be watching like 90 minutes of it. So the fact that this never took place at all, and you did not get a chance then to see an equivalent event for free, is the problem. And this is different than like baseball. Game gets rained out, you get to go to a different game, or you'll get a refund if they can't give you a different game. Or something else happens at some kind of event, they will always give you some kind of makeup event or a refund. They don't have to say tough luck, shit happens, which basically is what F1 has been saying to people. So they did not even attempt to give anything as far as discounts to see the next day's practice race, which I don't know how many seats were available at that point. They probably couldn't give it to everybody. But they could have said something like, well, while supplies last, we'll give you vouchers to see tomorrow's practice race. And you can see that instead until we run out of seats, and then for the remainder, we'll do such and such for you. To just say, hey, you get $200 in merchandise you may not want, that's not sufficient, especially when people paid...
Wait, so are they people that just bought that one night only, and that's all they bought?
Yes. Especially Nevada locals. They had a special where Nevada locals...
They literally just bought Thursday night and no other duration of the race.
Yes, some people did, especially Nevada locals. They had some special deal where for cheap, I think it was, not that cheap. I think it may have been like $200, but something that was much less than the rest of the race for those with Nevada IDs could buy Thursday night only. Because this was in response to people claiming, hey, we're locals, but we're priced out of seeing this, but we have to go through all the inconvenience of the traffic for months preparing for this. So they said, okay, well, here's these cheap tickets for Thursday night. And then people saw 9 minutes of it. So that's why they're so furious.
Do you have any idea what it would cost? Like what the average ticket cost just for the Thursday practice? Like if I would have gone up whenever things were on sale when they first, started selling, and I just bought a Thursday night practice session for 2, which LOL started at like midnight or whatever. So that was kind of crazy in itself. But what would that cost roughly?
See, I don't know. As I was saying, I think they gave them to Nevada locals, of course, which you would qualify as, for $200.
No, but I came from whatever. I came from New York, and I was just here for that one night, or I didn't want to see the whole race. What would it have cost on average? Like, is it way more than $200?
I don't know. I did not look at those prices. It
like
was.
If someone paid like $800 to see the practice, and they're only getting a $200 merchandise credit. Yeah, that's pretty fucked. That's what I'm getting.
Well, yeah, I'm sure people pay way more than $200. Yeah,
just for the practice.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
well, because they were charging a ton of money for everything here, and it eventually came down because people weren't buying it.
Right.
But yeah, it was. It was. I'm sure people spent way more than $200 on this, and
you got 9 more years of this.
Yeah, we have 9 more years.
I went there yesterday, and everything is still blocked. You can't see the strip. It's awful still. And they're not even in a rush to take it all down.
Well, and there were massive closures on the roads around there. They reopened the strip pretty quickly, but a lot of the roads around the strip had a lot of closures in the days following, because I was still in Vegas, so I had to deal with a lot of that shit when I was trying to drive around in the following days. But anyway, there is this class action suit that's already been filed, and I think it may have a chance. I haven't seen the filing, and I don't know the law around it, nor do I know the terms that came with the tickets, nor do I know the Nevada law regarding these matters. But just from thinking about it, and as soon as this happened, I thought about this. Like, how do you not compensate the people who basically didn't get to see this practice race they paid for? You can't just say we're selling you a practice race, barely deliver it, deliver a tiny percentage of it, kick everybody out, and say, well, tough luck. Even if they didn't intentionally do this, even if they didn't want this to happen, and it was due to this water valve coming loose on the road, they have to find some way either to make it up to the people or to refund the people. Not just say,
that's kind of
too bad.
Shocking, because they're known for their goodwill from what I've read. Like, you know what I mean? They don't, like, customer appreciation and loyalty, they're big on that. So it's kind of strange that they would alienate people.
Yeah, and their statement, we've all been to events like concerts, games, and even other Formula One races that have been canceled because of factors like weather or technical issues. It happens, and we hope people will understand. No, I've never seen something which gets canceled and they just say, too bad, no refunds. I've never seen that. I've never seen where they don't give you some way to either see it on a later date.
Well, you know what? I'll have to look this up, because there's not really a lot in sporting events that there's a precedent for, because, obviously there's not a lot of sporting events where people pay for things outside the main event. But something, for instance, like Augusta, where they have the par 3 contest the day before. I'm wondering, I would bet, I don't know this, but, the day before the Masters starts, they have this par 3 contest. And people pay thousands just for that. I'm sure there's been times when that's been rained out. And when it has been, it's not rescheduled because, 4 rounds, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'm wondering what they would do in a similar situation. That might be a precedent. But I'd be 99% sure, even more sure than the Giada with you going there, that they would just refund. But there's not, think about it. What other sporting events do people pay for something other than the main event? So there's not a lot of comparisons, right? Would you agree?
Well, people pay for sporting events all the time. I don't think this is much.
I'm saying that the non-main event, though. What other?
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter about the practice. See, the thing is here, if you put that out of it,
I'm not saying it matters. I'm just saying there's not precedent.
I don't think there has to be, though. That's the point. I think that if you just drill it down to.
That's not what I'm saying.
If you just drill it down to people paid for something and they didn't get it, it doesn't matter what they're going to be seeing or not seeing. It matters that did they get what they paid for, and the answer is no. I think they're due a refund.
Think about a baseball game. If, baseball game gets called after 5.5 innings, the game's over. Whether, you only are getting a little over half a game, I'm just using that as an example, I guess in other cases where a game is totally canceled, they would just refund them. But again, we're talking about practice, so it's not like there's a lot to compare this to. So,
let's say you paid to get in to just see batting practice for baseball players, and then 9 minutes into it, the rain comes down heavy, and they say, "Oh, you know what? We're kicking everybody out, and nobody gets refunds, and we're not holding these batting practices again. Just too bad." I don't think they can get away with that.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get away with this. If people paid hundreds of dollars to go to this one, see, I always thought it was a part of the package where it was all 3 days. If there is a possibility where you're able to just pay for Thursday night and Thursday night alone, then of course they have to pay them back. That's insane not to. I thought it was you have a 3-day package and that in part of the package you didn't get. That's what I thought. I didn't know there was an option just to only.
Yeah.
I know. You sure there is?
Yes.
You're sure there is?
100% sure. In fact, they said that the $200 credit for the store is only for people with the single-day tickets. Those that had 3-day tickets like me did not get the $200 credit, which I also have a problem with because just because you have a 3-day ticket, well, I agree you are less harmed by this than those who only had 1 day. You still are partially paying for that. You still are partially.
You got yours for free, so you're never going to get anything.
No, I won't. But those who paid, I could have bought this 3-day ticket. If I did buy this 3-day ticket, then I would not have gotten my money's worth by only getting 2 of the 3 days. So, still, even though it was not the most important of the 3 days, they can't just pretend it doesn't exist. In fact, this is going to sound weird, but many years ago, I had a dispute with someone on Craigslist who sold furniture to me, and the furniture was a good deal. It was something that was in good condition that I got for a lot cheaper than they bought new. But the bottom line was they sold me a certain number of pieces and 2 chairs were missing. And when asked why they didn't have these 2 chairs, they made up a lot of excuses. Oh, we don't, sorry about that. They must still be in the storage unit. We'll get them. I'll have them brought to you. Well, the person kept stalling. It eventually became clear. I don't know how this happens, but they actually lost the 2 chairs. So, they just didn't have them. So I said, well, I want some compensation for this. And I wasn't asking for much. I was asked for a very small percentage back for these 2 chairs not being there. And the person first was just ghosting me. They're stalling, then just ghosting and not answering me. And then finally I said what I want. I said I want the, so they never even said, hey, they're lost. They just were stalling. We're looking. And then they stopped answering me. And finally I tracked them down and I confronted them, not in person, on the phone. I could track them down. They stopped answering the phone number they gave to me. I tracked down a different phone number, called them on that number. They finally admitted they couldn't find the chairs, but told me I got such a good deal, they don't have to give me the chairs. I said, yes, you do. The agreement was you sold me such and such furniture, including these chairs. You can't just lose 2 chairs and tell me tough luck. This is what I bought. You didn't deliver it all to me. I'm asking for a very small amount back. And they just said, F you. So we got in a big dispute over it, and they finally backed down after a lot of pressure from me. But I was going to take them to court. But finally, after a lot of pressure from me, they backed down and gave me back this token amount I was asking for. But they really believed that they didn't have to give me anything back because they didn't deliver 2 of the chairs. And by the way, they handled it terribly. It's not like they were very apologetic and said, sorry, we lost the chairs. I don't know what happened. This person just tried to ghost me. They claimed they're looking for them and just stopped responding to me when I was asking about them. So... And I had tracked, and they actually were refusing to answer that phone anymore to try to not have to take my calls. And then I had to hit them on a different phone, which they didn't even know I could track down. So, this was a big pain in the ass, obviously. But I wasn't going to let them get away with it because I had paid for these chairs and didn't get them. So their argument was, hey, you've got so much stuff. Who cares if 2 chairs are missing? And I'm like, no, the 2 chairs were part of it. I don't care if it's 2 out of 8 chairs. I want the 2 chairs. I didn't buy 6 chairs. I bought 8 chairs. So it's the same thing here. I bought 2 practice races. Well, I didn't buy it, but
whatever happened with the chairs? What did they give you? What was the resolution?
They gave me a small amount of money that I'd asked for.
Okay.
They finally did it after a lot of pressure. I mean, I can't tell you how much pressure it took. So it wasn't like, oh, hey, give me money. Okay, no problem. It was like they were refusing. They were saying, okay, sue me, do what you want. Like they were really, really nasty and difficult and acting like I was the crazy one. And I wasn't asking for much. I was very, very reasonable. I was actually under asking what they were really worth. I just wanted something.
What do you think ever happened with those chairs?
That's a great question.
From the start?
No, I don't think they were trying to scam. I think that they probably...
Why not just list 6?
Right. I think what had happened was that they really lost them somewhere. I think they put them in storage somewhere and they just disappeared, as strange as that sounds. Because they... As you said, it wouldn't have made sense with all the stuff they were selling why they wouldn't just subtract 2 chairs. It's not like the 2 chairs were the big selling point. So I don't think they did it on purpose, but they agreed the 2 chairs were not delivered to me. They agreed that I was short 2 chairs. So the fact they wouldn't give me anything back and try to say, oh, you got such a great deal, you don't deserve anything back. I said, no way, that's not how it works. And then they thought I wasn't going to sue them because it wasn't worth enough money. And eventually I was a pain in the ass enough to where they gave them the money. But boy, it was tough. So this is like over 10 years ago, but this reminds me of it because it's kind of the same argument. Like this is a small part of the overall package you bought. So if you didn't get that, what's the big deal?
Well,
and I say it is a big deal.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the coming days and weeks.
Yeah. I'm a big you should get what you pay for guy. I've never been someone who believes that if you're shorted on something, that you bought a package of a bunch of stuff that if the minor stuff isn't delivered, just too bad on you.
The thing that's strange is this company has, literally billions upon billions of dollars. They're super flush with cash. You would think just for the goodwill, the first year of being here, they wouldn't want one person to walk away pissed off or with the port,
right
in their mouth. You think they would just, and you know what? At the end of the day, maybe they just settle and pay everyone something. That's probably what will happen.
Yeah, it's very strange that they would have done this. Like, it's bad enough they had this embarrassing thing having to call off the race, the practice race there 9 minutes into it, and all the other bad press they got prior to it. Like, why not get some good PR at that point? As you said, they have a lot of money, and it's only the fair thing to do. It's not like some money-grubbing lawyers trying to hit them on some technicality. I mean, people paid to see a practice race and didn't get it, so it's pretty straightforward to me. So
but at the end of the day, I from what I read, people were happy. I mean, it got off to a rocky start, but it seemed like it got good press at the end after.
At the end, yes, because the race day itself, the only one I saw, went off pretty well. There were no issues on that day. So it's kind of along the same lines of an old joke that they used to tell in the 70s, which when they used to have these, if you remember those razor commercials where they said, I think it was Gillette, like where your first shave is as good as your last, or your last shave as good as your first.
Yeah, I remember that.
So there was a joke.
Coffee, the first drop is as good as the last? I think it's coffee.
No, that was good to the last drop.
House.
That was good to the last drop. It was close. But a joke was being told around that time of, if your first shave is good and your last shave is good, then you forget everything else in between. Right. And that's actually kind of true here, except the first shave wasn't good. Here the beginning wasn't good. But because the last thing was good, which was the race itself, at least good in that it went off well enough.
Listen, most folk with common sense had to go into this thing knowing that there was likely to be growing pains. I mean, it was a massive undertaking to have this race in a new city, outdoors on Las Vegas Boulevard. I mean, anyone that, you know what I mean? Like, you had to know, like, it was not going to come off smooth the first time. So I'm sure they'll use this. Fuck, we got 9 more years of this. So they'll use it, they get better. They're going to be here a while.
Yeah, I was saying before that when I was reading their statement, that what was really surprising to me was that these water valves coming off, that's not the first time it's happened at an F1 race, and they have a way to prevent it. They can actually fill them with sand and asphalt.
And cement, yeah.
Yeah, and prevent it from occurring. So why don't they just do this? why not just do this in advance and prevent this from occurring if this is a chronic problem? That's a very weird thing to me. I mean, yeah, it's probably a pain in the ass and a pain in the ass to undo, but they ended up doing it anyway. So why not just always do it to prevent this from occurring during the race?
Most out of all that stuff was the trees they cut down. Like, how do you, in today's day and age, even justify cutting down trees? I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was some more bad press they got
about that.
Yeah, that got the locals really angry. Right? It was by Bellagio. They cut down some trees that had been there a long time, and this really got the locals mad, saying, "What are you doing? You're cutting down some of the few trees on the strip that people like, and they've been there for all these years. You're just cutting them down for a race that's going to be over one weekend. What are you doing here?" So, like these things, they didn't consider how the locals were going to feel about a lot of these things before just deciding to do them. And yeah, of course there's growing pains. Of course there's things they're going to learn. And it may not go all 10 years. The contract is 10 years, but they can basically mutually decide we're not going to do it anymore. Like there's something about this where it's not a sure thing it's going to happen for 10 years. It could be a thing like after a few years.
They spent so much money on that infrastructure. That paddock, that permanent paddock, F1 spent. I think I read it was like $400 million or $300 million. They're not gonna bail.
Not this year. No, it'll be next year for sure. I would have to imagine that.
I think the duration will go through. I think all 10 years will be here.
See, I don't know. It depends if there remains excitement about this, because there were people like me that were there because it was the first year and a novelty. Now, again, I wouldn't have paid for it, but I'm saying, like, let's say I get tickets again next year. Well, I don't know if I'll be as excited to go because I already got to see one. And I think
you're not the clientele that they're catering to anyhow. So they're catering to Europeans. That's why, by the way, the race was so late. I couldn't figure out why is this so late. They purposely planned the races when they're in the States at that hour because their biggest by far share of viewership is in Europe.
Yeah.
So it's daytime there.
Well, so sort of. It's not so much daytime. It's 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. in Europe. So it was not a good time for Europe either. It's kind of funny that the main race was at 10 p.m., and yet that's only 6 a.m. in Western Europe and 7 a.m. in Eastern Europe. So, yeah, that's not exactly an ideal time. It's better than the middle of the night. Now, you can say, well, they can't just have it at midnight or 1 in Vegas, but that doesn't do as much. I would have thought it would be better if they just held it kind of like in the morning. Like, why not just hold it at 11 a.m. and then it's 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. in Europe? That would make more sense to me. I didn't understand the 10 p.m. thing. I understand 10 p.m. over 6 p.m. 6 p.m. would be terrible for Europe. But 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. is not wonderful either. So, I think it's weird sometimes when they do these things regarding Europe and the U.S. with the time zones. It's like these football games that they've been having in Europe at 2:30 in the afternoon in London, and then at 6:30 a.m. here on the West Coast. And I'm thinking, okay, why do that? Why not just have it at 5:30 p.m. in London, and then it's good for everybody?
Yeah.
Why would they have a 6:30 a.m. game on the West Coast in London when they can easily make it 3 hours later? In fact, I would think it's probably a better time for those in London anyway to see an evening game rather than 2:30. Maybe because of the weather. Maybe because it's cold. I don't know. It's not super cold there. It's cool. It's not super cold. Anyway, let's move on to the topic that Brandon said should have been first. He saw the agenda and wasn't happy that I wasn't making this the first topic. And I know a lot of people have wanted to hear me talk about this one. I went to gamble very early on Monday morning, November 20th. This was
after the race.
This was, well, about a day and a half after the race, or a little more than a day after the race, because the race was on Saturday night. I didn't gamble that night. Then all of Sunday, I didn't gamble. But before I went to sleep Sunday night, and Benjamin was already asleep. Some people asked where was Benjamin as this was going on. He was asleep in the room. So I went
What
down.
do you think you're going to say when they ask you that? He was right next to me. He was
Yeah, it's a weird question. Yeah, that's.
Like, what would people ask? What do they think?
Yeah. I don't know why they're thinking this. Like, people do gamble when they have kids with them in Vegas. They just find times to do it when they can do it without the kids there. So that's what I did. So I did it after Benjamin was sleeping, and I went downstairs, and I was playing, as some people have seen in the picture I posted, video poker, Ultimate X, which I'll explain shortly what that is, and the double bonus variant. Not double bonus, but just double bonus. Ultimate X is a higher variance form of video poker that does make it more fun, but it also induces more variance. And basically what it does is, depending on what you got on your last hand, it may or may not give you a multiplier on the next hand. And it's always based upon what you had the previous hand. So the best hand you could have had previously for the next hand's multiplier would be a full house. So if you end up with a full house, doesn't matter if you dealt it or if you drew it, but if you end up with a full house, then the next hand is going to be 12 times on this particular variant. Now, the multipliers vary depending upon what form you're playing and how many hands you're playing at once. So I played the 10-hand version because the 10-hand version gives you the best multipliers. That's why I was playing 10 hands. I could have played 3 or 5, but I chose 10 because that gave you the best multipliers. So in this particular configuration, the hand following a full house is 12 times. The hand following a straight is 8 times. The hand following a flush is 4 times. The hand following a royal flush should actually be 4 times. It goes down from there. And then if you have any kind of paying hand, you'll get at least 2 times. But if you did not have a paying hand, then you won't get any multiplier the next time around. And this was a 9-6-5 double bonus game, meaning that a full house will pay 9 times what you bet, a flush will pay 6 times what you bet, and a straight will pay 5 times what you bet. However, unlike jacks or better in bonus poker, you only get even money on a 2 pair, whereas in jacks or better in bonus poker, you get 2 times on a 2 pair. So that's a big difference. So you only get 1 times here. So you get your money back on a 2 pair, you get your money back on a jacks or better, meaning a pair of jacks, queens, kings, or aces, and it goes up from there. And you get 3 from 3 of a kind. So anyway, that's double bonus poker. And Ultimate X, you'll get multipliers in the next hand depending on what you had the previous hand. Now, I mentioned I'm playing 10 hands at once. The way this works is you are dealt a hand, and that is your dealt hand for all 10 hands. So whatever you're dealt on the first hand is what you've dealt on all 10 hands. Then you hold the cards you want to hold, and then it draws separately for all 10 hands. So let's say I'm dealt 6, 7, 8, 9, and a queen. So I hold the 6, 7, 8, 9 trying to get a straight. It's an open-ended straight draw. So then all 10 hands would have 6, 7, 8, 9 held, but they will separately draw that last card. So, maybe 2 or 3 of them will hit the straight, and the rest of them won't. The rest of them will get nothing. So in this example, the ones that hit the straight, the hands that get the straight will be 8 times on the next hand I play, because they've made the multiplier. The ones that miss the straight will be just the regular payout. Now, what do I give up in exchange for having these multipliers? Because if you just get these multipliers every time you hit a paying hand, this game would be way, way, way over 100% payback. You could just sit there and print money. So what is the downside to playing Ultimate X? The downside is you have to pay double to have that feature turned on. So if you're playing the $1 denomination, $1 per credit, at video poker you should always play 5 credits for whatever you're playing at, because that's the only way to get paid properly for a royal flush. So a $1 video poker game is really like $5 per hand because you're playing 5 credits. So normally 10 hands of $1 per credit would be $50 total, because it would be 10 hands of $5 each. However, because of the Ultimate X feature, which doubles everything, it costs $100 every time I'm dealt a hand. So there's a lot of variance there. It's $100 a hand video poker, basically. And with these multi-handed games, the more hands you're playing at once, the more significant it becomes what you're dealt versus what you draw. So to take this to a further extreme, they don't have any Ultimate X games like this, but there are some variants of video poker where you can play 100 hands at once. So you're dealt 100 hands that are all the same, then you hold the cards, which are going to be all the same on all 100 hands, and then it draws separately for all 100 hands. So this is a 10-handed version of this, but it also has the Ultimate X feature, which you have to pay double for, and you got those multipliers. If you play this game perfectly, which is very, very hard to do because Ultimate X is kind of a complicated game. There's been papers written on Ultimate X because it introduces a lot of complications because of the multipliers.
What kind of papers?
There's actually been papers written by Michael Shackelford, the Wizard of Vegas. There's been like research papers on Ultimate X.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, for universities or just?
I don't think they've been submitted to universities, but they've been university-style papers, like actual research papers on Ultimate X. Yeah. So Ultimate X, it's a very complicated game. Now, you can look online for strategies of a lot of these games, including this one I just played, 965 Double Bonus Poker. And they'll give you a strategy which comes close to the perfect play, but still is a little worse than that, because there's a lot of little intricacies that are not easy to solve. But anyway, with perfect play, it's like 99.0-something% return on average. But there's a lot of variance to it. So it's a decent video poker game. But of course, the house still has the edge, and there's a ton of variance. The variance comes both from these multipliers and from the fact that you're playing 10 hands, and if you don't get good dealt hands, you're going to get killed. The very best multiplier situation you can have is if you're dealt a full house, because then you hold all 5 cards, you end up with 10 full houses, and not only does it pay pretty well, but then the next hand is going to have all 10 hands dealt to you, multiplying 12 times. So
it's a true random shuffle, meaning that just the machine doesn't know you have a multiplier, and it gives you a lesser hand, because you have 12x.
Yeah, that would be very illegal, right? So.
Well, right. I know. I'm just clarifying for people that it's not like a slot machine where there's a payback based on, the payback is just in the game itself, and the percentage, there's not a hold on it, in other words. The cards are all random, and obviously, as Todd said, with perfect play, it's 99 what?
Yeah, like 99.0-something%.
What would you say you play it at?
Probably around 99. So, Anyway, the best multiplier you can have is 12 on all the hands. The worst is just 1 times on all the hands if you've just bricked everything. The average multiplier is 2 times. I think slightly over 2, actually, but close to 2 times is the average one, if you add them all together and then divide by 10. And there's a reason I'm telling you all this. The ideal situation, the very, very ideal situation, which is 1 in several million to ever get, like a lot of millions, I'm not even sure how much, but you're never going to see it, is to have all 12 times multipliers on the screen, meaning that you were just dealt a full house and held it, and then the very next hand get dealt a royal flush, where you get 10 royal flushes at 12 times. I don't know how often that's ever happened. It's extremely rare, because getting dealt a full house is pretty rare, and then you'd have to follow it up with a dealt royal, which is almost 1 in 650,000 of hitting. So you can imagine.
What are the odds of getting dealt a roll? Or getting dealt a full house? That
I don't know, but it's not going to happen that often. So even if it were like 1 in 100, it would become 1 in like 65 million of getting those two together. So it's something you're not going to see in your lifetime unless you just play an insane amount of video poker or get insanely lucky. So that's not something you can realistically expect, even if you get really lucky. Regardless of the multiplier, which is going to jump all around as you're playing Ultimate X, still getting a very strong dealt hand is going to be very good for you, because it's going to be on all 10 of them. You'll hold it completely on all 10 of them, and you'll get paid basically 10 times. So I was not going well there. And I was losing and losing and losing. A lot of variance to this game, so it's not shocking it was happening. But I was playing for about 2.5, 3 hours, and I was down $8,300. And this wasn't really supposed to be a gambling trip. I was supposed to just go there and see F1 with Benjamin. I thought I might play a little bit, but I didn't.
It's 1 in 3,744.
Oh my God!
Just Googled it. So, no, to be Delta Full House.
Yes.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Oh wow!
So what would it be real fast then? You're the math guy. What would it be? The odds roughly of getting Delta Full House and then getting Delta Royal?
1 in 2.4 billion.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that's why you're never going to see it.
Once ever? Twice ever?
Probably, but you're not going to see it. So anyway, I wasn't planning on this being a gambling trip. So I didn't bring that much money. I only brought $9,500 with me. And I was down $8,300.
Right under that threshold.
I wasn't going to go to the ATM like I told the degenerate or anything. Like if I chunked off what I brought, that was going to be it. And I was not going to lose my bottom dollar there because I still wanted to have some cash on me for whatever, on the trip here. So I pay most things with credit cards. I always like to have some cash. So I figured I was probably going to get down to like losing $9,200 and quit. And that was going to be that. Or just at some point I was going to quit soon anyway because it was getting late. And in fact, we were supposed to be checking out that day and going to Death Valley. I wasn't planning on staying up that late. But now it was about 4:10 in the morning, much later than I expected to stay up. And I was just really not feeling good. I was down $8,300. I didn't mean to lose this much. I know I took the chance by playing $100.
Well, you're down how much?
$8,300.
Oh, $8,300. So you're right there. You're close to that.
Very close to being busto with my roll that I brought there. I really was regretting playing the $100 a hand Ultimate X. And I just was really feeling shitty. I felt like, wow, this trip was a waste. I came here to get my free F1 tickets and take Benjamin, and I could have bought these several times over for the money I just lost here. I felt like a fool. Because I didn't have to be there. If some people think that this was free play I was running, it was not free play. It was my own money. Some people think that I had to run this play that night. I didn't. I just went down to play. That's what I really did. I didn't have to do this. I just went down to play.
You just woke up or got a burst of energy and you had some gamble in you.
Basically, yes. I just went down to play. I didn't have to play. It was not free play. It was all my money. I didn't have to play to get the room comped or to get the tickets comped. Nothing. I didn't have to do this. I just went down to do it. I hadn't got to sleep yet. I just went down to do it.
Your own volition was pressing 100 to spin. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Some people were surprised by this. Even Mike Matisow was. He tweeted that he was surprised to see this. But anyway,
you have a certain reputation you've built up over the last 2 decades. So
I guess.
It's not surprising.
I guess. So I'm 8,300 down, and I'm dealt a pair of aces with some decent multipliers in the screen, like 3 times, 3 times, 4 times, 2 times, 3 times, 3 times. Like the whole screen is filled with multipliers, but nothing. There's 1 12 times, and the rest were like 3 times, 4 times, and 2 times. But everything had a multiplier. I got dealt a pair of aces. So, okay. At least I'm guaranteed now a 1 times payback for the aces, because its jacks are better. And then, maybe I'll pick up something better. So I hold the 2 aces, but not a very exciting hand, 2 aces. So I hold the 2 aces, throw the other 3 cards back, and most of the hands that start drawing are pretty typical. Most of them get nothing. I think one of them got trips. And then came one of the hands, a 3 times multiplier, gets quad aces, which is the second best hand in double bonus poker. So that gives you 800 times whatever the multiplier is. So that's $2,400 because it's a 3 times multiplier hand times 800 for the quad aces. A royal's 4,000. This is 800. So that gave me 2,400, and then the other 9 hands combined to be 225. So that was a 2625 payout, which erased close to a third of what I was down. So that was nice. That wasn't spectacular, but it was nice. So being more than 1,200, the machine locked up, and they had to do a hand pay. I had to wait for the hand pay to be processed. And they did. They gave me my 2625. So now I was down like 5,800. Still a crappy session. I was really close to just running off that final hand, which had some multipliers. Because what you do when you're done with playing Ultimate X is you run off the final hand without the Ultimate X feature turned on to run off the multipliers, and then that's it. So I was thinking of just playing my one last hand and leaving. But I don't know. I guess it was the degenerate in me. I just kept playing. I said, I'm going to quit soon, but maybe I'll hit a few other big ones and I'll get a little closer to even. I'm sure you've all had that feeling at some point when you've been gambling. So I played a few more hands, and I started feeling stupid because I was just doing awful. I bricked completely one of them. Right, none of the 10 hands paid. The next one, lost like $85. The next, I don't know, maybe 6 hands or so I played just went awful. I'm thinking, shit, I'm chunking off this 26-25 I just won at a pretty fast rate. And then, a few minutes after that, I hit the button, it deals a hand, but it doesn't give me a prompt to hold any of the hands. It just starts counting up money. And I think, what? What's going on here? And then I look at the screen. I hear it counting up. That sound of the slot machine or video poker machine running up credits. So I hear that sound. I look on the screen, I see a flush. It's not just any flush, though. It's a royal flush. It's a royal flush that auto-held, which I never knew that they do. But you didn't have to manually press hold. It figures that if you're dealt a royal flush, you can't do better than this, so it automatically holds it for you, and it starts counting up. So I go, oh, wow. And then it's hit me. Right then, I said, wait a minute. This isn't just one royal flush. This is 10 royal flushes, some with multipliers. Because remember, it was dealt. So if I'm dealt a royal flush, that means the other 9 hands are also royal flushes. And I look above it, and there's all these royal flushes. All these royal flushes on the screen. 10 of them. Some at 1 times multiplier, some at 2, and one of them at 3. Now, unfortunately, I only averaged 1.6 in multiplier, so I had a below average multiplier coming into that hand. That was the only unlucky thing about this. But I wouldn't even...
Sorry, say that again?
If you averaged all the multipliers, I had 1.6 worth, which is lower than the average of 2.
I wouldn't call that unlucky, but...
I said that's the only unlucky aspect of this.
Yeah, all right.
But
fair enough.
What I saw, the main dealt hand at the bottom had no multiplier, but then the next hand had 2, the next one had 1, the next one had 3, next one had 1, next one had 2, next one had 2, next one had 1, next one had 2, next one had 1. So anyway, I was trying to add this up in my head, but I was so excited. I'm like, oh my God, I've never had this before. I've never had a dealt royal before in my life. And imagine getting the dealt royal when I'm playing 10-handed. And I'm playing 10-handed at $1 per credit with Ultimate X. So I'm playing $100 every time I'm dealt something, and that's when I get the dealt royal. That's perfect timing. So it's good enough to get one dealt royal flush, but here I got 10 of them at once. Some with multipliers. So it's just counting up, and then I start to add it up in my head, and I realize that I have won $64,000 on that hand. And the slot attendant comes over, and he sees it, and you can tell he's surprised too. They don't see that many of these. Obviously, working there every day, all day, they see unusual things, but they don't see that many. You could tell the guy was legitimately surprised when he saw it. And other staff members walked by at this casino, and they saw it. Oh, wow, it was dealt. Oh, wow. So a lot of people were impressed seeing this. And it looks very impressive on the screen. I tweeted this out. I also posted it on Poker Fraud Alert, this picture. It's a very impressive-looking picture. The royal flush was Jack, 10, King, Queen, Ace. So almost sequential, too. Or actually, it wasn't quite sequential. If sequential would be 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace. This was Jack, 10, King, Queen, Ace. So I guess it wasn't that close to sequential. But you see 10 of these on the screen. You see royal flush 4,000, royal flush 8,000, royal flush 4,000, royal flush 8,000, royal flush 4,000, royal flush 8,000, royal flush 8,000, royal flush 4,000, royal flush 8,000, royal flush 12,000. So it's crazy having all this on the screen. And I just sat there letting it count up. I didn't even press the button to end it counting. I just let it count all the way to 64,000. And that slot attendant sitting there waiting. I said, you don't mind that I would just wait to see this, right? They said, that's fine. I just want to enjoy the moment.
Did you record it on your phone?
I did not record it counting up. I took a picture. I should have. It was just kind of a shocking moment. Like at first, I'm like, what the hell is happening? Why is it just counting up? I didn't hold anything.
Before that, what was the biggest amount you've ever won in a slot / video poker machine?
The most I've ever won on one hand was a little more than 8,000.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, we're in different territory.
Very different territory. And so when I realized this was happening, once I realized what had happened, I actually jumped out of my chair. And I was like talking to myself, like, oh, wow. Oh, my God, this is a big hand. Wow. Oh, my God. Like, I just kept saying this to myself when I've seen this count up. I'm almost like a disbelief seeing this on the screen. So it took some time to process all this, a lot longer than a usual hand pay. They had to have several employees do it. And
well, why do you think that is?
I think because it was, it's the dollar amount. I think they have to have a lot of verifications because of the dollar amount.
Oh, yeah, I guess. The verification part. That would make sense. Yeah.
So here's this weird part. I discussed this with, I guess we'll see if I've discussed this with a few people so far. But something weird happened after. So I still had multipliers because the royal flush gets you 4 times the next hand. Now, that's not all that exciting. It's good to have. It's definitely big-time positive expectation. But keep in mind, this is 4 times to the next hand, which could be anything. In fact, you could lose money on 4 times the next hand if you just end up bricking several of them.
Well, so, you're a favorite to lose money. You're not even a favorite, I don't think, with a 4 times.
No, you're definitely a favorite. No, you're favorite.
Coins are, huh?
You're a big-time favorite to make money.
Even betting 100 coins?
Yes.
Even with the extra vig?
Yes, because of the 4. Yes. No, because of the 4 times, you're definitely a favorite to come out ahead. So the 4 times.
Wait, 4? You're saying 4 times? Oh, on every single one?
Yes, every single hand.
Oh, then yes. I'm sorry. I thought you meant 1. Yes, of course. If you have, even if you're 2 times on every single one, then you're a favorite.
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, it's positive expectation to, even if you have a single multiplier out of 10, to play it off. I had 4 times on all of them. Now, I was not going to continue playing. I was done for the night, but I wasn't even thinking
about this, by the way.
Oh, I guess we didn't. I was not thinking about the fact that I had 1 more hand at 4 times. Now, the value of this is not a lot. It's less than $200, but it's still value. So I didn't even think about how the next hand was 4 times. But I'll tell you why I didn't think about it that much. One of the slot attendants kept asking other employees there, can I reset it? Can I reset it? She kept wanting to reset it. And I didn't know what that meant. And finally, after some time, they said, okay, you can reset it now. And then she did something to the machine. I didn't watch what she was doing. And then the royal disappeared from the screen. And I didn't look if it was still double bonus poker Ultimate X, because this is like a multi-game machine. But the screen was totally different, with totally different hands on there. Not any hand I had played. It was almost like the whole machine had just been turned off and back on. Now, I still had $262 credit in there. And they, in fact, warned me about that. Hey, make sure you don't walk away without your 262 credit. So I had hit the cash out and I got my 262. I remember doing that. But I forgot about the 4 times. But the main reason I forgot about the 4 times is because of whatever they did to, quote, reset it, it made the royal disappear from the screen and just a totally different hand was on the screen, which I've never seen before. Like my other hand pay just before that with the aces, that didn't disappear from the screen. I've never seen a hand pay make anything disappear from the screen. But this one disappeared from the screen. So I wondered what happened there. So the next day I realized it, and I went back over there just in case someone didn't see this, to see if maybe the 4 times is still on there, but it was not, which is not surprising. But I wondered at that point, did I really walk away from the 4 times? Or did this reset they do erase this somehow? Did the resetting, is that just something they do where they start the machine over? Doesn't erase your credit, but otherwise start the machine over in some way that they do on some kind of high jackpot for whatever reason. So I asked someone who knows about these things, and he said he'd never heard of this type of reset before. However, he does know 2 casinos where when a very big hand is hit, they will just clear it off, and they don't care if it's Ultimate X. And in fact, he told me that complaints to gaming had been made, not about this property I was at, but about another property, and that gaming didn't care. Even though this takes away value that the person earned, he told me that gaming didn't care and didn't do anything about it. So that gaming actually decided that casinos did have a right to completely reset the machine after a big jackpot hit. So it's possible that's what they did here. It's also possible that in the process of just turning it back on so it could play, maybe reset it just meant what they always do at the end of a hand page, just where they turn the key and you can play again. Maybe that's what she meant, and maybe she accidentally banged on a button that switched it to a different game. So maybe that's what happened, and some lucky guy came up and found my 4 times multipliers and got a nice free hand on me. So I'm a little annoyed that happened. Now, had I seen at the time that the 4 times disappeared, I would have said something. Even if they intentionally reset it, I would have said, hey, wait a minute, this is worth something. Can you give me $200 for this? Or at least $150. I don't know which one it was. Most people I've talked to have told me that the 4 times was probably still there, and I probably just stupidly walked away from it. Nobody can explain what happened on that reset, though, because no one's ever seen that before, where they say, I need to reset it, and then different cards appear on the screen. So that was a really weird postscript to this whole thing. So that was a little annoying. I tried not to be too annoyed about it because I just won $64,000 on a Delt Royal. So, how unlucky can I be, or how mad can I be about this? But, the bottom line is there was still some value I walked away from, and that was very painful to do for certain reasons. It's not like I don't care about money. But either way, I didn't get to play that last hand. Whether they took it away from me or I just stupidly walked away from it. Or both. So, what did I do then? Well, I know you guys have a question. The big question. The $64,000 question. What did I tip? Because I know that I've discussed tipping before. In fact, I had a whole debate with Vital Vegas about this on his podcast. Vital Vegas is very, very big on giving large tips in these situations. And I was against that. And I explained all the reasons gamblers should not be obligated to leave huge tips on jackpots. What did I tip? And I have to admit to you guys that this was a form of stress. This was a source of stress. This was
anxiety, right?
Well, it was more stress. It wasn't so much anxiety. It was like stress. And I was mad at myself for feeling this stress, because when you hit a hand like that, you should just be thrilled. You should be on cloud 9. And I was, but then there was this nagging part of me going, oh no, what do you tip now? What do you tip? What should you tip? What should you tip? It just kept eating at me. Because I'd never had one like this. As I told Brandon earlier, the highest one I had before that was like 8,000 something. This is in totally different territory, 64,000. So what do you tip for a $64,000 hit where they have to do a hand pay? And yeah, it's more complicated. They have to go through more verifications, and there's a little more to do than a typical like $2,000 hand pay, but still the amount of work isn't that much more. So what is the appropriate thing to tip here? And I've always had a problem with tipping these hand pay jackpots, because this is not really a service. This is something that is required by law. It's not like I'm having them do something for me for my own convenience. Here, I have no choice. If I hit $1,200 or more on any particular hand or spin on a slot machine, any kind of machine result of a button press that gives you more than $1,200, federal law requires the machine locks up and they do a hand pay. I know what you're going to say, except in certain modes where they can put it, certain machines they can put it in a mode where it just adds them all up, and at the end they do the hand pay. But this particular casino,
it's called fast pay.
Yeah, but this machine,
most of the newer resorts and the high end, all the MGM higher end properties, Wynn has at Resort Worlds.
Yeah,
where
but this one didn't have it. This one didn't have it.
You type in your PIN and then you just go on like nothing happened.
Yeah,
that's it.
So.
Yeah.
So the question here is that since this is involuntary and they're just basically processing paperwork, what is the appropriate tip? And it's a lot harder to decide here than when you hit something like $2,000 and you throw them a 20. What do you do here where a lot more than 20 is expected? A lot more than 20 is expected. So what's the appropriate amount? Let's take this even further. Let's say instead of winning $64,000, I hit something for
$1 million.
So I got $1 million jackpot. I've never had one, but let's say I did. What do you tip there? On one hand,
tip $10,000.
Well, on one hand, you can say you've just won $1 million. What's the big deal? The other hand is like, wait a minute, you're giving $10,000 to someone for processing paperwork?
That's what I would do. Well, I'd be so happy. I wouldn't want the backlash. $10,000.
So that's the problem. Is it's this whole thing about you've got to find the sweet spot between what is considered acceptable.
I don't want to be on that Vital Vegas Twitter feed.
Yeah, not being on the Vital Vegas Twitter feed, and also not giving too much. And yes, you can give too much because they're just processing paperwork. And if you say, well, why are you being so greedy? Well, there's a lot better things you can do with the money. If you really feel like you got to give away some money of the jackpot you hit, well, there's a lot of good charities to give the money away to.
Yeah, but the thing about that is, for me, 10,000 at least, it would affect them. Like my whole thing is like they split it so many ways, and anyhow, if you tip something in that instance, I'd feel good about it because I would know it, personally affected every employee there. And I'm sure there's some good employees that would really make them happy and, make their week, make their month, whatever the case may be. That would be my thinking, that I would just share some of the goodwill. I'm happy. I made a lot. The employees, just like a mitzvah, Okay,
well, look, I've always felt everybody has the right to tip what they want, whether it's too high, too low. It's a personal thing what you decide to do. And someone who wants to tip more than I typically would, that's fine. But it's more of what should be expected of you is the question, rather than what would each person do personally. Okay, so the what's expected of you part bothers me because I don't like that there's anything expected of you. I think it should be that there's nothing expected of you, but if you just feel like you're being in a generous mood and you want to share the wealth, so to speak, then you can and you do it. But if you don't want to, like for example, let's say you've been getting killed. Let's say even the $64,000 wouldn't get me unstuck, which it did many times over.
Because we're talking about $1 million. You said hypothetically.
I know.
$1 million is going to always get you unstuck.
Well, not some people. Depends what the base bet is, but they don't know. Yeah, like the 7-figure jackpots, they can assume the person's getting unstuck, but like 64,000, they can't. And sure enough, I was down 8,300 10 minutes prior to that. So who knows how much I could have been down before that.
One thing I'd say about that theory is the fact that if you're betting 100 a hand, you're probably not stuck more than 64,000.
Not in that session, but let's say you're just getting killed over a period of days. Then you could be down 64,000. Yeah. My point is here that I don't like how it's expected of you. I don't like how everybody is expected to tip here the same way you're expected to tip in a restaurant.
That's just a statement on societary normalities.
It is, yes, it is, right.
It's the way the world is.
So that's
our country is.
So that's why I didn't feel like in this case that I even had the option to tip 0.0 or to tip even $20 there.
Well,
right?
You did have an option, but there could always be possible repercussions.
Well,
an option.
No, I mean I didn't have an option the same way you don't have an option in a restaurant when the service is okay to just leave no tip. You technically can, but everybody really frowns on it, and you're seen as a complete asshole. So I'm talking like the same thing here. Is it's not like some people do, some don't. If you don't leave any tip or you leave them $20 when you've hit 64,000, there's going to be a lot of resentment.
No, you don't leave $20. You should just not tip at all.
Well, that's what I'm saying here. Like, but either way, there's going to be a lot of resentment. Either way, there's a lot of resentment. Okay, so I didn't want a lot of resentment here. I didn't like the fact that it's expected of you. But at the same time, I didn't feel like I owe them a lot of money because I happened to hit this jackpot. Because, again, they're just processing paperwork. And if you say, well, I do owe them, well, okay, well, then why don't I go tip every employee? Why don't I go tip the guy I see cleaning the bathroom? Why don't I tip the next server at a restaurant 1,000% of what I spend at the meal? Let's say I get a $25 meal at the coffee shop. Why don't I tip $250 to her? Like, where does this stop? So the point is here, just because that person happens to be processing the paperwork that's mandated by law, that shouldn't mean they expect a tip. If you want to leave a tip to them, that's fine, but they shouldn't expect a tip. And the problem with a big hit is that a small tip is never sufficient. And as Brandon said, if you're going to leave 20, you might as well leave 0 in a case where you hit something that's fairly large or very large. So I'm sitting here thinking to myself, what do I leave for this hit? Because it's not $1 million, but at the same time, it's not like $2,000. So what do I leave here? I'm trying to come up in my mind. A lot
of it is just the fact that you're making someone happy and doing something kind. It's not, that's some of the thinking in it. Like, no, you don't have to do anything. But a lot of it is it's not always going to be, I get the whole arrogant, entitledness part. And there are definitely employees like that, but they're also hardworking, caring, good employees that have children and single moms. You know what I mean? So you never know. It could go into the right hands.
Well, it could, but the thing is, I could definitely find people I know are 100% worthy of receiving that equivalent money more than likely the people who are the slot attendants that are getting tipped all day. So just because they're the ones...
That's a big assumption.
Well, no, it's not a big assumption, because I know people who 100% would need the money and are good people, and I could give it to...
The person that's doing the job that you're, at hand, you can't assume that they don't need the money.
No, I can't, but I also can't assume that they do. So I'm saying I know people.
They're not high. I mean, those aren't high. The slot attendant probably is making about $35,000 a year, maybe 40. They're not making a lot of money. They're not. Those aren't high-paying jobs.
I'm not saying necessarily they're high-paying jobs. I'm talking about people who desperately need the money and are good people. I know of people who I 100% feel would really need the money and are good people that I think would deserve the money.
But that's not a fair comparison.
No. But here's the point. Hold on. Here's the point, though.
Talking about saving the world. I mean, yeah, you can send the money to Africa.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm saying people I know personally that I could I could save the tip, give zero to the attendant, and give to someone that I know is a good person that needs the money. Where I'm going to give this money to someone. So that person I would know 100% chance that they need the money and are good and deserving of it. The slot attendant, who knows? It could be a good person, it could be a bad person, it could be someone in between, it could be someone who has money, someone who doesn't have money. You don't know. It could be anything. So I'd rather go for the sure thing. However, society says that this is the person you have to tip. They happen to be there, they happen to be processing the paperwork, it's going to be this person. Now, I know they share it with other employees there, but basically that's who you hand it to, and then they share it with certain coworkers. So it's very arbitrary. It's extremely arbitrary. And so I don't like it for this reason, because they didn't do anything for me here. They're just the ones tasked with processing my paperwork, and that's my problem.
You're getting upset now, like you were on the floor, but that's the whole point. Then okay. So this is the thing: when you go into something like this, you know what's expected, or what at least society considers normal. If you don't want to go along those lines, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's your choice. I mean, like you said, it's a personal choice.
Well, no, but I do have to. See, that's the thing, though. It's a system I don't agree with.
You don't have to. Like, what? So what would happen? You're never going to see him again. Like, what do you think they're going to do? Were you afraid that if you didn't, they would blast you on social media, your name would leak? Was that a concern, maybe?
Even if that didn't happen, that actually is a partial concern. But it's not even just that. It's also just if there's
you're in essence paying for the peace of mind, is what you're doing.
It's not just that. If there's the expectation, and if everybody else does it, and you're one of the few who doesn't do it, and everybody thinks you're an asshole, it's a shitty feeling. So when there is the societal expectation that you do it, even if you strongly disagree with it, sometimes you feel you have to do it anyway. Even if you're not required by law to do it, you start to feel a pressure to do it, even if you can do it and walk away. So I'm sitting here wavering in my mind, what do I leave here? So at first I think, am I expected to leave $1,000 here? I go, no, that doesn't make any sense, because that would be close to 2%. And yeah, some people would, but that wouldn't be expected of me, I wouldn't think, for $64K. So I quickly got away from $1,000. Not that I was considering it, but I was thinking, could they really be expecting $1,000 here? Because I really don't want to leave $1,000 here. And then I thought, no, that's not going to be expected, because that's almost 2%. So then, if it's 100,000, then I could see them expecting 1,000. But since it was 64, I didn't think.
I don't think they even have an expectation, Todd. I think you're just reading.
No, they do.
You do what you're going to do, and then anything you give them, they're going to accept. They're going to say the same, gratitude to you. They're not going in there with an opinion, thinking, okay, let's. Hopefully he gives us 800.
Oh, no. That's where you're wrong. Some of them do. Some of them do.
How many people do you know that work in casinos?
I know more than you think.
I disagree.
I'll tell you about one in particular. I know these days just one person, but one person I know, and I've known this person for a number of years, and they're not working in a casino now, but they worked for a number of years, and they dealt some kind of jackpot hand at a table game that was low 50s, thousands, so fairly close to my 64. And the person left 500. Then this dealer went on Facebook and complained and was mad and say, how can you do this? I need the money so much. You just won 50-something thousand. I tried to reason with him.
That's an entitled dealer. Not everyone's like that.
No, I know not everybody's like that, but I'm saying that there are expectations. And in fact, there's been a lot of complaints from gamblers I know that they'll hit a $2,000 hand pay and hand a $20, and the person who's processing the paperwork will snatch it from them and walk away pissed off. Even for $20 out of $200, which is
well, then if that happens, you contact their boss, you contact human resources. That's inappropriate.
Well, I'm just saying that there's a lot of this going on. There's some that do not act this way. There's some that have a very fair attitude about it. I've even known of some that are more than fair about the whole thing and say, I have no expectation for tips, and what people want to leave, they leave. But I'm just saying that there's this expectation that some have, and you never know who you're going to get as a slot attendant. So my biggest nightmare in this whole thing, beyond being shamed on social media or something, but my biggest nightmare in this whole thing would be leaving a tip, which is a substantial amount of money, and then the person being pissed off and resenting me. I'd rather leave zero then. I'd really rather leave zero.
When you say that, you mean like they make a comment to you?
They either make a comment or I can tell they're very unhappy and snatch it away.
No one's going to do that. I mean, that's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen because they'd be fired. No one's going to lose their job over that. You're just not, I mean, like I could see that maybe at like, the graveyard shift. I mean, this is even a big maybe at, a local prop or whatever casino, Caesars, Wynn, it's Aria, that's just not going to happen. Like, no one's going to outwardly say something or make it, you know what I mean? Because they'd lose their job. They'd lose their job. Unless someone just randomly snaps like that. Remember that World Series dealer that, threw the cards and left? Like, you're just not going to do that. Like,
I'm telling you, I've seen it more than you know. Like,
strip, you're saying?
Yes, and I've heard about it. Not just seen it, but heard about it from others that there's been attitudes given and people hate it.
An employee like that needs to be reported and either terminated or reprimanded.
There's reasons people don't report it, which I won't bother getting into.
That, but I'm saying that just shouldn't be accepted.
I agree. I'm just saying that
given, you should be grateful. And even if you have a negative thought on it, you keep it to yourself.
And even if they keep it to themselves, even if they graciously take it and smile and then think, what a cheapskate asshole, if they're going to think what a cheapskate asshole, I'd rather give them zero. Honestly, and I can't read people's minds, but that's the worst thing is to give someone a tip for something like processing paperwork for a jackpot and they resent you for it. If you're going to resent me, I'll give you zero.
I agree. No, you're totally right.
That's the absolute worst.
Like, physically stress you out. Like it should be one of the happiest gambling moments of your life.
It was until I thought about that, and then it was starting to put a damper on it. So then I started thinking, okay, what's an amount to leave that I think is perfectly fine? May not be like the top in generosity, but is perfectly fine to where I think they shouldn't resent it. Because, again, I don't want to give something they're going to resent. I'd rather give zero. And I wasn't going to give zero. I wasn't thinking I'm going to give zero here. I'm thinking I'm going to leave a tip. What is the amount I can leave? What's the sweet spot of an amount I can leave that isn't too high for what I think is fitting here, but at the same time they're not going to resent me for? How do I get to that point? So I was wavering, and finally just when the guy, right before he walked away, he didn't turn around and walk away. Really kind of like the slow turning around, hoping I'll tip him at that point. I whipped out $400 bills and tipped him $400.
And how did he respond?
So he said thank you and walked away. And it wasn't like he was thrilled, but
again, they're splitting that with every shift. So it's
right.
Not like, you know what I mean? He's not going to get, you know what I mean?
No, I didn't expect excitement. I'm just hoping he wasn't like secretly pissed. I don't care about being thanked. Like I don't need my ass kissed. Yeah. I'm never someone who needs my ass kissed. I don't care if people bow down to me that my tip's so wonderful. That does not matter to me at all. I don't even care in any business setting that people are overly friendly to me. I just want them to be friendly enough to where they're not rude. And
just be respectful and professional.
Yes, that's all I want. So if he was legitimately okay with this and said thank you, which he did, and he didn't.
You're never going to know if he was legitimately okay.
No, of course I won't know this.
When he left, I mean, who knows?
But that's what I was hoping with the 400 to accomplish. I was wavering a little bit less, a little bit more, but I landed on 400, and that's where I gave him. So, I know some people are going to say, oh, what a cheapskate, and, only gave 400 out of 64,000. I know some other people, I've actually had some people tell me I gave too much. Some people saying I had to only give 200 in this spot. But I said, yeah, you know what? I think 200 is, given what is expected here, not what I think is the right thing. Honestly, I think the right thing is just the casino should pay these people the proper amount for what their job is worth, and they shouldn't get tipped at all. Or unless people really want to do it. But just like there's no expectation. That's what I wish was the case. I wish that just everybody makes a fair salary and that there's no expectation of tipping. But since I can't control that, I don't dictate society. Since there is this expectation, I felt that along the current lines of expectation, maybe Vital Vegas wouldn't appreciate it, but I would think that this was probably a satisfactory amount. Not a great amount, but a satisfactory amount to where I gave something like semi-substantial for a decent-sized jackpot. And even if you extrapolate, if you take my $2,000, where I give 20, which is seen as a very reasonable tip. This isn't that far off of that. And I was even, you'll laugh at this, but while I was waiting for them to process all the paperwork, which took some time, I actually Googled on my phone, what is the appropriate tip for large jackpots at casinos?
That's funny.
So I read something that made me feel good about this 400, where it talked about how you should do a declining percentage as it gets bigger and bigger. The biggest percentage should be on the small hits, like the 1200s, the 2000s, and that you should do around 1% on those, but then start declining from there. So I thought, okay, well, that's what I did. I declined from 1%, but I wasn't that far from 1%. 1% is 640, and I gave 400. So it's like 2/3 of 1%. And it reasoned there that because the jackpots get bigger and bigger, because you're giving so much money here, that the percentage doesn't have to be as big. And I agreed with that. And this was just some site that's not trying to be an activist about tipping or anything. It's trying to legitimately give people advice on what to tip on these hand pays. So some people tip.
Yeah, but the worst part about everything you're saying is it detracted from the enjoyment.
It did.
You winning your biggest jackpot. Well, I know, that's sad.
It is sad, and I was thinking that. I actually thought that as it was detracting from it. I said,
it is sad.
I said, nothing should be detracting from this. I should just be...
You should just be thrilled.
Yes.
That's literally... You likely, when you're 52, I think. I'm sorry.
I'm very close to 52. Well, it's good enough. Close to 52.
Yeah. But the point is, you likely will go the rest of your life, and that might be the biggest. That likely will be the biggest, video poker / slot jackpot you ever get.
Yes,
most people don't ever. You know what I mean?
I agree. I agree, and in fact,
you don't. I'm not saying that in a negative way. You don't play enough.
I said to myself in this situation, very shortly after it happened, I said to myself, "This is going to be the biggest casino win I have in my life," and I'd be surprised if that ends up not being true. Even if I live to 90.
You're not in casinos every day, of course.
Yeah, even if I live to 90 or something, I don't think that I will ever have this again. I did enjoy it a lot. I was very excited by it. I was a little bit stressed about the tipping thing. And once I gave the tip, I felt better. But I was a little stressed about the tipping thing. It didn't detract from the stance that I was not happy. It was just I wasn't as happy as I should have been because that was a nagging thing in the background. But once that was out of the way, I was very happy again.
But in the future, if you ever play high stakes again, which you will at some point, then you should think about this before you go into it. And then,
well, I didn't expect this to hit.
Well, I know maybe not that amount, but anticipate. Okay, so I'm just asking here. When you hit the other jackpot you were down. When you hit the jackpot for 2,400, do you tip anything at all or not?
Yeah, I gave him 20.
Okay, all right. Did you tell them that you were down money too, or you just gave?
No, I just gave him 20, and I gave. And I had another hand pay earlier in the session for around 2,000, and I think it was exactly 2,000. I gave 20.
And you get okay. So you actually tipped $440 to their staff.
I may have done 3 hand pays. I may have done 460. So and it was the same guy actually. He'd been coming a few times. So, yeah, I'm not trying to totally cheap out on the tips here. I don't agree with the whole thing, but I'm willing to play ball with it. I just don't want to overdo it.
It's just the world we live in, though.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said. That's why I play ball with it. Because I know
Europe. That's your only option.
Yeah,
Europe,
right.
Well, that's
so. Anyway, this. If you want to know my history, though, since Brandon's talking about my likelihood of doing it again, and he's right about it, I'm not going to beat this. There's the biggest reason here is that I don't play much Ultimate X, so. This here, I'm not only playing 10 hands.
In Vegas in general, you're here for poker too.
Yeah, that I'm not there for casino gambling much. That I don't. When I do play, I'm not usually playing Ultimate X. I'm not usually playing 10-handed. If I am 10-handed, it's usually at a lower denomination, like a quarter or 50 cents, because it really adds up otherwise with 10 hands. So to play $1 10-handed with the multipliers of Ultimate X, where it's basically $100 every hand dealt, that's unusual for me. So this was the best time to get Delta Royal. So that's what was very nice. Now, have I ever been Delta Royal before? No, never. So how many Royals have I had in my lifetime? Now, keep in mind, I'm not playing video poker all day and all night. I play it sporadically. So I don't have the biggest sample size, but I don't have the smallest sample size either. I have played some pretty long sessions of video poker.
Well, when you've earned that 7 stars in years past, you play hours and hours for 5, 6, 7 days in a row.
Yes.
A few times.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
You get some large sample sizes in there.
Yes, that's what I'm saying here. So yeah. I actually ran very bad with Royals up until this. And some people are surprised to hear this. But aside from one trip that I had in early 2015 at Harrah's Rincon, which is now called Harrah's Resort Southern California, where somehow I got 6 Royals, I was playing a 5-hand machine. But 5-hand isn't a ton. It's not like you're playing 100 play. If 100 play, you're going to
5 play, you're saying?
Yeah, I was doing a 5 play, yeah. I was doing a 5 play, and I hit 6 Royals during that trip. I played a ton of hands on that trip, but
that's a lot. That's an incredible amount.
That was an incredible amount. But how can I say I run bad on Royals then? Because other than that one trip, the number of Royals I have hit besides those and the one I just hit now was
0.0.
Wait. So you're saying that you hit 6 royals in one trip and none before and then none after until the other night?
Correct.
The 6 royals, you're playing 5 play?
Yes.
And none of them were like 3 on 1 at the same time?
No, none were dealt. Never had a dealt one.
No, that's not what I mean. Right, okay. So you just got... You got literally royal on one trip, 6 different spins, and then none after or before that.
Correct. Correct.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That is some wild variance.
That is a very wild variance. So I was...
What were you playing? Do you remember? Like, what was the denomination at Rencon?
I was playing 50 cent double super times pay. So I got...
Each royal was 2,000.
Each royal was 2,000, but I got a 4 times on one of them to make it 8,000. That was my one big hit.
How many days were you there? Do you remember?
I was there, I believe, like 4 or 5 days, and I put a lot of hands in. But yes, the 6 was way above expectation.
What was the most you got in one day? Like, were they all like? Was it 1-1?
I don't remember how it distributed. I can go look. I made a post about it on Vegas Casino Talk back when it happened. I'm just
curious if you hit like 3 royals in one day, or
I might have. I don't remember that part, but I hit 6 royals on that trip.
That's wild.
That was wild, but then I've got 0 otherwise. So it got in my head. Wow. It got in my head that even on multi-hand machines, again, I'm not talking about 50 or 100, where it's inevitable you're gonna hit one. I'm talking about ones where it's like 10 hands or fewer. I'm dealt 4 to a royal. I just know I'm not going to hit it. I just know it's not going to happen. And I draw, and sure enough, it doesn't happen. So I just got so used to I just don't hit royals. And I just felt like, why am I never hitting them? Except for that one trip, why do I just never get them? I hear all these other people getting royals. I don't get them. And when I was playing the same casino on the last trip, there was a guy sitting next to me playing the machine that I ended up playing here to get the 64,000. But he was playing next to me. I was on a different machine. And it's someone I know, someone who posts on Vegas Casino Talk. And he hit a royal. He was also playing Ultimate X 10 hands. And he hit a royal holding 2 cards. Holding like a jack, an ace of whatever. And then it came, he got the other 3 on one of the hands. So I remember seeing that, and I was happy for him. He's a nice guy, I like him. But I'm thinking, how come this doesn't happen for me? How come I never just hold... I can hold 4, I don't get it. Like I just never get it. Other than that one trip back in early 2015, I just don't get it. And I've played a lot of hands before and after, I just don't ever get it. And so the only royals I've gotten, other than that trip and the one just now, were like when I'm playing like a 50 play or 100 play, which of course you're going to get one here and there, but it's not very exciting. And then also wild royals as part of Deuce's Wild, but that's not the same thing. That doesn't count. No, that doesn't count at all. You don't get paid very much, and it's not the same thing. No. So I'm saying, like, as far as a real natural royal, that's not more than 10 hands played at once. I'd never had any except for that one trip. After all those hands I played at video poker.
Well, I'll tell you, I've gotten not way more, but I probably have hit 15, 20 royals in my life. I don't play a lot now. I used to play a lot when I moved here, but I've never been dealt one. Never.
Yeah,
never.
So I was thinking...
Never been dealt.
When am I going to get the next one? I think about it. I hadn't seen one in almost 9 years. So that's when's the next one going to come? So not only did it come, but it didn't come like the way I saw that other guy get it.
Variance. That's weird. You get 6 in one trip, then you get nothing for 9 years, then you get dealt one on the biggest... Like, that's...
the biggest thing I play, yeah.
Yeah. That's incredible.
Yeah. So then this might bring up the question, thanks to this, am I now up lifetime in video poker, ignoring free play, just like on my own dime? Am I up or down lifetime on video poker?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say maybe up a little or maybe break even, down a little, but it's not... Because I know... Well, look, I don't want to say anything personal, but I have my reasons. I'm going to guess break even-ish, up a little, down a little.
I am actually up, not a whole lot, but I am up thanks to this. This did erase my lifetime real money video poker deficit that I had.
I don't know if you talked about it publicly. I think you did, but if not, you wouldn't care now. But I remember you had that one awful trip at Tahoe.
Yes.
I believe you talked about it on radio. Like the snowstorm. Was that the snowstorm?
Yes, that was a snowstorm trip. I lost 17,000 there. That was my worst one, yeah.
How much?
17,000.
Yeah, I knew about it. Well, you talked about it on radio.
But that was the worst one by far. So the other losses Yeah, they've added up some, but I've had some wins. Like in that trip where at the Rincon, I think I won like 11 or 12,000. So that somewhat negated.
The problem is, your swings are always going to be huge because, well, not many as much now. It's going to be hard for them to ever get that back because you just don't play a lot. So it's not like you can, you know what I mean? Like, you play for 3 days a year or 2 days. There's some years you don't even play, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet there's been years right? Has there been a year or more period where you haven't, where you've been in Vegas, of course, every year, where you haven't played a single-handed video poker?
There have been, yes. No? There have been.
Yeah, of course. That's it right there.
That's what I'm saying. It's sporadic. Sometimes I play a lot. Sometimes I play a little. Well, now this year I've played more. So, but yeah, I was definitely running bad in Royals overall. Even when you consider those 6, that was lucky for that trip. But if you average it out over all the video poker I played, I was running way below average on Royals. And something important to know is that on most of these video poker games, the Royal comprises about 2% of the return. So whatever they say the expected return is, if you don't hit a Royal and you have average luck otherwise, then you should subtract of what the expected return is, and that's what you're expected to lose. So when you're just never hitting Royals, you're just not going to do very well. And so that was pretty tough. So to get a dealt one here in this spot, that was very fortunate, and I was very thankful to have that happen, and it was very exciting. And
well, so let me ask you this, though. I mean, I know that, you're a responsible spender and I don't know, frugal is the right word or just, tight, whatever, not in a bad way. Is there anything with this money that I know it's not life-changing money for you, obviously. It goes without saying, but is there anything now that you're going to treat yourself to or, just something maybe you were thinking of, whether it's a family vacation, a new toy, a laptop, I don't know, anything. Is there something you'll use that you wouldn't have done otherwise? That you'd be like, all right, you know what, I deserve this. I'm going to spend $5,000 to do this, or I'm going to use $10,000 to do this. Is it going to change anything in the immediate to short-term future?
Not really. I just don't see it that way because this wasn't life-changing money. This isn't really
right. But just the kind of, all right, this makes me happy. I'm going to go to a game, or a concert, a sporting event, something where I wouldn't splurge. Not a large percentage of your 64K, but just something to remember it by.
Yeah, see, I just don't have that line of thinking. I just if there's something I want to do or get, then I just get it, and if there isn't, then I don't. But I am very happy thinking of it. I'm still thinking of it days later. It's now 5 days later, and I still think about it. It's like, oh wow, I won 64,000 in one hand. It's cool. I'll go back and look at the picture. So it feels good to think about and look at it.
What did your family say?
So
you told them.
So I couldn't tell anybody at that time of night, and so I texted it to people, and Benjamin woke up to see it on his phone, and he couldn't believe it. And Benjamin's mom, she said she had to look at it twice and add it all up to make sure it's what I was really showing her. She wasn't sure if this was what it appeared to be. And then my parents were very happy to see this. They were very surprised to see this, and they're very happy to get that message. And I also tweeted it out, so this wasn't a secret or anything. I tweeted it out, and the tweet got a very positive response. It has 250,000 views and around 1,000 likes. Let me go take a look at what it has. Yeah, it has 247,000 views and 933 likes at the moment, and 37 retweets and 133 responses. And I'll tell you, just about all the responses were positive. Even the usual haters on Twitter didn't say anything. So I didn't get negativity from anyone. I had a few people go, "Oh, what? You're playing $100 per hand? What are you doing there?" That was the worst I got. I didn't get any hatred there, and I got a lot of people giving positive remarks. And I even saw a few people liking it that had said some not so nice things about me earlier in the year.
David Baker liked it?
No, not someone who had never liked me, but just some people I thought didn't have an issue with me, but then made some pretty negative remarks about me earlier.
You've been in poker 55 years, I believe, and you're the top 5 in the top 5 most whatever. What an asshole.
He didn't remark on this, but some people who I didn't expect to react at all actually hit the like button, which surprised me. People who I thought believed negatively about me. Not long-time haters, but some people that based on what they wrote earlier in the year didn't like me, and they hit the like button. So that was interesting to see. So anyway,
nice.
it's a nice picture. Like, a lot of people like the picture just because it has the 10 royals around the screen. It's like, it's more impressive looking than had I just been playing at high stakes on one hand and won a big jackpot. To see the 10 royals there with the multipliers kind of jumps out. So I think that's why people liked it so much.
Oh, it's beautiful looking. What do you mean?
Yeah, it is. So anyway,
a lot of people, I'm sure, have never seen that.
Well, that's what some people said. They said that this is the video poker player's dream. Oh, I can't wait till I get this. Like, there were some people that were being nice about it, but they were kind of like envious, like, oh, when's my turn? Which that's how I'd feel if I saw this. Like, if I saw some other poker player post this, I go, fuck, how come this doesn't happen for me? I haven't had one since 2015. That's what I would think. Even if it was someone I liked, I'd be happy for them. And I go, crap, why won't this happen for me? So I think probably some people saw that but just anyone listening to me who's like, oh, Druff's so lucky. I went 9 years without a freaking royal. 9 years. So this is like very early 2015 when I got those royals at Rincon. And I did play a lot of hands since then. Yeah, there were some periods of time I didn't play for a while, but I should have had several royals and I didn't. But this made up for it.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I need to leave where I'm at for a second. So I'm disconnecting, but I'm connecting right back. Okay, so just give me 1 second.
Yeah. Okay. So not much more to say here. This is a big moment here. This is a big gambling moment for me. If you're wondering how this compares to any single day scores I've had, I will tell you. So, as already mentioned, this was by far the biggest score I ever had in a casino game. I've never had a casino game with a bigger score than this, and we already discussed that. But how does this compare to the poker scores I've had? Well, the number one poker score I had was when I won my bracelet in 2005. I got 347,000 and change. Second biggest one was just a few weeks earlier when I finished third in that same World Series in a different event for about 116,000. The third biggest single day score I've had was at the 2010 main event.
Wait, hold on. Start over. I missed part of that.
It was the bracelet of 347 and the third place for 116 same year.
Oh, obviously.
Then the third,
especially
the third biggest was the 2010 main event when I finished 88th, got almost 80,000. The fourth is actually this.
Well, I was going to ask you another question. I know you don't really talk about it much because it's so long ago, but when you used to play table games, card counting, whatever, what was the most you ever made in a single session? Not like a trip or whatever, but one sit down and then get up. What's the most you ever made?
Yeah, it wasn't that much. I don't think it ever exceeded like 5,000.
Oh wow, okay. So this is by far then. Yeah,
I didn't play that big. Then. Yeah. No, I won 6,000. I think it was 6,000. I think I remember 6,000.
So did two questions that might be interesting for the audience. I assume because he's very intelligent, but your son realizes like the value of money. I mean, in the sense that like he knows 64,000, like what it means. Like he knows what the cost of milk is, what the cost of car insurance. You know what I mean? He knows what that is, right? Like he knows the. Okay. And secondly, did you do anything special with the family the next day? Did you take them? Did you guys go to dinner? Did you do anything? Like are you planning to do anything? A nice dinner or just some kind of trip or anything for them.
Well, so what I skipped the last part of this, and it doesn't really involve money, but I skipped the last part of this. So I didn't get much sleep, partially because this whole thing took a while to get paid to me, and then. Well,
how long? You said that a couple of times. How long did it actually?
It probably took like over half an hour to pay me.
Oh wow!
So anyway, then I got back to the room, and it was hard to sleep after this. Just I was too excited from the whole thing, so I didn't get to sleep.
Adrenaline's rushing
till after 6 a.m. and we were supposed to check out and then drive to Death Valley, which is like over 2 hours away. So, and then the sun goes down early too because it's late November. So I just said, you know what, let's not even go today. So we just stayed in Vegas another day. I extended the room. We actually had to move to a different room, but it was nice. We had another suite, a 2-bedroom suite, so that was nice. So we extended the stay, moved to a different room.
Wait, so they bumped you out of the 2-bedroom? Is that what you're saying?
No. I went from one 2-bedroom to another. I just couldn't stay in that same 2-bedroom.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice of them.
Yeah.
And there was no argument. I mean, not argument, but no issue getting the room? No,
there was no issue getting the room. So I got this other comp room here. It was very nice. And we stayed another day. And but we didn't do anything expensive that day. And we then went to Death Valley the next day, which wasn't going to cost money. I stayed in a hotel nearby, not even in Death Valley, but on the way back to LA, I stopped somewhere and got. I did splurge for 2 rooms though. I did get 2 rooms at the hotel instead of 1, but give us a little more room there. But anyway, we didn't do anything special money wise. I did take Benjamin to some new things. I'll mention this, and the trip doesn't have much to do with the 64,000. In fact, a lot of this happened before I won the money. But in addition to the F1 race, we went to the flyover Las Vegas. You ever been there before?
I have not, no.
It's pretty cool. It's a little bit expensive. Like expensive meaning it's over quickly and it's not cheap. But you do get 50% off if you're a Nevada local, by the way. So that's always a good deal if you have a Nevada ID. But it's still, even with that, it can get expensive if you have multiple people. But it's like the Soarin' ride at Disney's California Adventure. You ever been on that?
Yes, I have been back in the day.
Good, 'cause it's like that, except it's a better version of it. So it's very nice. It's doesn't last all that long, but it's really cool. It's a thing where you sit in this ride structure that it moves, and it's in front of a giant screen, and it's an immersive experience where you feel like you're flying over landscapes, and they even blow wind in your face, and if you're going through a cloud, you feel mist, and they'll put certain smells out to match what you'd be smelling wherever you are. And depending on what the theme is, like there's one for Iceland, there's one for the Western U.S., and there's one for the Canadian Rockies. So we had done the Iceland before. We did the Western U.S. and the Canadian Rockies.
What is it called again?
It's called Flyover Las Vegas.
Where is it at?
It's center strip in a weird location. So the best place to park, you can park there, and there's a fee to park, or you can park at the old Monte Carlo, which is called Park MGM now, if you have free parking at MGM properties. That's where I parked because I have free parking there. And then you can walk over. And it's this weird location, but it is actually on the strip there, right? Kind of directly across the street for Park MGM. And it's cool, though. It's very well done. And you really do feel like you're flying over these landscapes. And it's a very realistic feeling. It's very fun. Like I could just sit there for hours doing it. It's very relaxing. It's very fun. And Benjamin really enjoyed it when I did the first one with him a while back. So this is his first time in Vegas in a few years. So we did 2 of those there. So that was interesting. We went to go look at the Sphere. He's had a lot of interest in the Sphere, the MSG Sphere. And I had never gone to a place where you just have a good view of it. I've seen it in various spots, including from the Horseshoe Paris parking lot during the World Series. You can even see some of it. But that's not the best spot to view it. It's just a spot you can see part of it. But I was thinking, like, what is the best spot to go to? And I even Googled it. I couldn't even get a clear answer there. So I finally came up with that maybe the Harrah's lot at the top on the roof is the best as far as just free places to go and are easy to park. And I was somewhat right there. We went to the very top corner of it. It was a cool night. It was kind of cool and windy. So that was something you didn't want to be out too long, but you could see it from there. The only thing that was crappy was it was like all ads that night. It was all like F1 related ads, even though F1 was over. So it was all like ads related to companies that sponsored F1. Then we ended up getting a better view of it, though. And this is really a tip I'll give people, especially if you can ride it for free. And that is the high roller, that big observation wheel that Caesars runs. It's kind of gotten revitalized as far as people going to it, because it's been kind of a fail as far as the cost of it versus how many people have actually gone to it. But a lot of people are starting to go to it again because it has a good view of the Sphere. That has the best view of the Sphere. Because it takes you high up and you have an unobstructed view of the whole thing. And you're pretty close to it.
It's funny you mention that, because every time I swipe at a Caesars kiosk, I have free tickets, and I've never redeemed them once.
Yeah, I would recommend it.
One time, right when it opened, and I've never, 10 years ago, whenever it was, I haven't been on it one other time, and I get comps all the time.
Yeah, it takes about half an hour to go through the thing, and at first you're going to think, it sounds like torture being inside that thing for half an hour. But it really isn't. The half an hour goes pretty fast, and it's a big pod. It can actually hold 40 people, but it rarely has anywhere near that. We had just us and 6 others in there. You get a very good view of the Sphere. So even if you've done it before and you're kind of bored of it, the Sphere, now you get a great view of it. And we got a cool view at the very beginning. I posted a picture of this, in fact, on my Twitter, of the Sphere being turned into a baseball that says, "Welcome Las Vegas A's," which will be a topic later tonight. So That was pretty cool. And if you do want to see the sphere,
well, I think I'm just afraid I'm going to end up like that guy in Texas.
Yeah, I know he's dead now.
Remember the true story, right? Not only so he meets we talked about this on radio, but meets a random girl, supposedly in line, has sex with her on the thing, and then it comes out like he was married, had a kid, then goes back home, and then within a week later, apparently not related to this, it was like a drug thing. He ends up getting shot.
Yes,
at a strip club. Jesus. I still don't understand how you do that. You have to be so drunk. Like, it's hard enough just to meet someone within 5 minutes in a line and have sex with them, but then to do it like that.
Well, I'm surprised the girl was willing. Like finding guys willing to do that shouldn't be that hard, but like a girl willing to do that with a guy she just meets it's pretty tough to find that, especially in a public place like that.
Well, no, but what I mean is I know it's not hard, but even if in my younger years, your younger years, you're not going to do something like that likely will result in your arrest. That's what I mean.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I know, but I'm saying that if you're going to find someone willing to...
Most of the guys that are horny and young like that aren't going to do something they think of the rat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but even fewer girls would, is my point. Like, you'll find a lot more willing guys to do it anyway, even though it's illegal, thinking, okay, no one's going to do anything about it. Like, girls, you're not going to find many willing to do this with a new guy they just met.
I'm sure those girls that store those Rolexes in their vagina would be more than willing to.
Yeah, well, I don't think...
Remember her?
I don't think many guys would want to be with them anyway, but... Anyway, so that was an interesting thing. I got it for free. If you have a diamond, any diamond, doesn't have to be Diamond Plus or Elite. It's just any diamond at Caesars is entitled to 2 high roller tickets per calendar month. So you. Oh,
interesting. Maybe that's why I keep getting them.
That's why you keep getting them. And here's another trick: if it's at the end of the month, you do not have to use them right when you get them printed. So what happens is it prints a voucher, and then you bring it to the box office. So let's say you are with 3 other people, you'd like to take 4, including yourself, to the high roller, and you only get 2 tickets. Don't say, okay, I'm going to buy the other 2 tickets. If it's at the end of the month, then go on the 30th or 31st, get your first voucher, then on the 1st, get your second voucher, then you can bring them both.
Interesting.
Because they're good for 7 days. So you can bring them both and get 4 people instead of 2.
Well, and it's not along the same lines, but somewhat similar. This past year, at least, every Monday, and I guess like back in September and August, it was Thursday, but once a week, for locals that live in Las Vegas, Caesars has a promotion where you come in and you earn like 25 points, which is nothing, and you get a $25 dining coupon at the kiosk. So I used to do it when I'd happen to be eating there around there anyhow, because it expired, I can't remember, it's either 48 or 72 hours. Anyhow, I just noticed this month that they've changed it now, and it says on there in clear language, there's no expiration date. So, people used to not get them. I'm not going to eat in the next 3 days, or I don't, whatever. So you literally can print them up and just hold on to them, which is kind of what I did for Thanksgiving. I started getting some, last month. And so anyhow, I wonder if that's something new, or it is something new, because it used to be 72 hours, I think, now that I'm thinking about it. But that's another interesting thing there. Always, when you go there anyhow, always swipe, because sometimes you'll get something anyhow, and, you never know. Especially like you said, that's a new thing for me. I didn't know you get them every month, and that's why I always see them there. It's funny. I had no idea.
Yeah, interesting.
So, did you know if I printed them out and gave them to somebody, do they ID at the link or at the Ferris wheel, whatever?
They did. They asked me to show ID, yeah.
Okay, so then you can't even give them away.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Okay.
But
I went on it once, and I went with a guy, a buddy of mine, Steve, actually, the bodyguard, you know who he is. And it was fine, but it's not something that I'd ever, you know what I mean? Like, you do it once and you did the experience, maybe I guess I could do it again now because it's been 12 years, but
I would do it for the Sphere. That's the reason to do it now. And I did it a lot back when it first opened, because Benjamin was young then and he really liked it. So I got a lot of free tickets for it. So I just, every time I was there with him in Vegas, I would just go get the free tickets. I never paid for it once, but we went on it for free a ton of times when he was younger. And
nice.
Now it had been a while, and of course now he's a lot older, but I told him we'll get a very good view of the Sphere. He was excited about doing it, and so he enjoyed it, and price is right again.
So let me just say, it's getting kind of late for me, but I want to do a couple more subjects. I did just heat up as quietly as I could, being muted, a small snack. So I'm going to mute. I'm just being honest. So
was it a Hot Pocket?
No, if I told you, I can give you a million guesses. I can give you literally $100,000 free roll and give you 100 guesses. You never guess what I just heated up. That's how strange it would be to you.
Really, I just kind of pictured a hot pocket. Honestly, when you said that, I pictured a hot pocket.
I'm going to tell you, or I'm going to tell the audience because it's so bizarre. But I'm heating up asparagus and pea risotto.
I would not have guessed that.
No, you never would have. I was in an Italian restaurant 2 nights ago. So anyhow, I'm still here. I'm listening. Headphones are in. But so if you ask me something, it might take a minute, to unmute myself or finish. But I don't want to obviously talk while I'm eating. So go on, and is that all right? I mean, I'm just hungry. I gotta eat. Okay, go on.
Okay. So we're going to move on to talk about the last subject related to the F1. The one we just talked about is only related because I was there for F1 and I won $64,000. I want to say thank you to Sandelmar for suggesting that I take Benjamin because otherwise I wouldn't have gone. And I am happy with myself for deciding to go at the last minute, or else none of this would have ever happened. I'm also happy with myself for not quitting when I hit that $2,600, because then I wouldn't have gotten the $64,000. So you never know. You never know how little decisions can sometimes have big results. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. In fact, it was almost bad. I was down $8,300 and thinking the other way before, but ended up all good. So moving on to the last thing. This one has nothing to do with me, but it does have to do with Formula One. That is that Clark County is considering a pretty obnoxious law, which I'm not even sure if it will stand up to court challenges, which would make it illegal to stand on pedestrian bridges to watch anything on the Strip. So pedestrian bridges are a public place, and they were built in order to allow easier crossing of the street in Las Vegas on the Strip, and also to make it safer so people were not hit by passing cars. That this just completely takes away the pedestrian element. And also, it allows traffic to flow better, as there's no need for crosswalks on the Strip where cars have to wait for people to cross in most spots. So these pedestrian bridges were erected over the last 20 years or so. And if you've been to Vegas in the last 2 decades, I'm sure you've walked on one and you've seen them. But these are public places. The pedestrian bridges have had issues with homelessness, where homeless people hang out there, usually to panhandle. And I've seen that, and the city tries to get rid of them, tries to move them along, but it's complicated because these are public places.
Well, according to what I've read, and I've witnessed some of this too, it's not as much that. I mean, it is partially that, of course, but there's also been an uptick in police that have been called to these for violence, for fights. In fact, there was a homeless gentleman that I don't know if he killed someone, but he's definitely stabbed another person. This was in the news on one of these bridges. Obviously, you remember the sad thing with the girls, with the dancing girls, the performers that were stabbed by the man in the Venetian on one of these bridges. Remember that? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So the article I read is because it's taking a lot of resources for police to go to these. And they had the statistics in the Review Journal about police calls are up, 80%, 120% since 2018 on these various pedestrian bridges. So,
well, it's actually worse than that. So I have the stat in front of me here.
Okay. I'm just making it up. I just know the stats are there.
Yeah, it's actually a huge increase. So the analysis showed that there's a 1,700% increase over the last 4 years. I'd say because they don't have 2023.
1,700?
Yes, they went from 56 calls about disorderly conduct on bridges in 2018 to 1,031 in 2022, and they don't have 2023 yet.
They almost are forced to act with those numbers.
So that is a big concern. However, there is a belief that the sudden desire to act on it has to do with F1, which of course is not a one-time thing. It's going to be coming back every year for the foreseeable future. And there was an incident that occurred that was filmed on someone's phone that has been getting some bad press. And that was that private security officers that were hired by F1 were filmed yelling at a man who was trying to watch the race from one of the pedestrian bridges. And he was refusing to move. And they were screaming at him and making all kinds of threats about what was going to happen if he refused to move on. So they were doing this to everybody. Now, in this particular video, the guy was just not wanting to move at first, but everybody else, they were just yelled at and they would hurry away, not wanting to get in a confrontation with security. And the question came up, how does security have a right to do this? How do they have a right to chase people away from a public place? They may want people to leave. F1 may not be happy that people are getting a free view of the race from these bridges, but did the security staff have a right to chase them off? And that was discussed on Twitter. So the whole thing about the pedestrian bridges has...
By the way, I'm sorry, I just didn't mean to interrupt, but I don't know if you saw, because you were probably in more of a spectator place, but when I was there for Thanksgiving the other night, we walked across the street from Caesars where we parked, and on those pedestrian bridges, did you know they put some sort of shade covering?
Yes, I know about that too. Yes.
Okay, I didn't know if you saw that. And people started ripping them down during the race.
I saw that too. That people were people were ripping.
So when I went up yesterday, I walked across the bridge from Caesars to the Cromwell, and they were all just shredded on both sides. I mean, shredded. You can tell people just were ripping them off, and they had no care in the world. And I think, to me, I get it. There's a fine line between, keeping people off there, but that's so ticky-tack to me. Come on. Really? You know what? That F1 insisted on putting that there. Really?
Yeah, so the thing is here, there's some skepticism about the sudden desire to do something about these pedestrian bridges when F1 made such a big deal that people don't stand on these bridges and watch. So what Clark County is considering is making it actually illegal to be stopping, standing, or engaging in any activity that causes a person to stop or stand within 20 feet of adjoining escalators, stairs, or anything else like that on one of these pedestrian bridges. So basically, you have to move along. There has to be a pedestrian flow zone, as they say, meaning people just have to keep moving, and that you cannot engage in any kind of activity there that would be a viewing activity, where you can't just stop or stand for any reason. So this is kind of killing two birds with one stone. That, number one, this will chase off the homeless that just park themselves there. And number two, it will make it easy for F1 to justify telling people to move on and not stand there and look at the race. There's also been issues, by the way, with people standing at the one that's by Sands Avenue, which is by the Venetian, and using that to look at the Sphere from there. That's another ongoing issue, but not as bad. So the timing really makes it seem like this has to do with F1, especially with the controversy that came with the security guards, that the county just wants to make it illegal to stand there and look at anything. So it's not just during F1, that they just want it illegal for you to stop on one of these pedestrian bridges and then look down at the strip. There's also been complaints that some people have been using these pedestrian bridges to take pictures of just the strip in general, whether for social media, whatever it might be, that they're blocking the bridges, which are pretty wide, but just people are holding up the flow of the bridges by standing there taking pictures. They don't want any of that stuff. You just have to keep walking. So is this legal? Can Clark County do this? Well, the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, which I used to respect decades ago, but they're a shell of their former self. They've gotten away from their core principles. See, the ACLU, back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, when I followed them, they were a mostly left-leaning organization politically, but they were very committed to free speech. They were very committed to making sure that all jurisdictions uphold people's First Amendment rights. Even if they hated the speech, even if it was Nazi speaking, they would defend it. And I respected that. I respected the nonpartisan commitment to free speech, even though I could tell and I knew that most of them were to the left, and even though some of the speech that they were defending I didn't like either, like the Nazi speaking, that they were very consistent, that they wanted to make sure that everybody had a right to free speech at all times as allowed by law. And they also took on other cases where they felt that people's civil liberties were being violated. And in general, I do support defense of people's civil liberties. That's why I like the Institute of Justice that does a lot of fighting against civil forfeiture, which is awful and basically legalized stealing by the government. And that's, again, a nonpartisan thing. Unfortunately, over the years, the ACLU has changed, and they've started to take the position that censorship is okay as long as it's against so-called hate speech. And that's a very, very slippery slope. You either are for free speech or you're against it. You can't start saying, well, I'm a big free speech advocate, except this type of speech I don't like. You can't get to that because then it doesn't work.
You're saying they wouldn't have been a fan of 2004, 5 circa NWP?
No, they would not have liked Neverwin Poker back then. They would not have defended its right to exist. Well, maybe then they would, because they hadn't quite yet degraded, but today's version of them definitely wouldn't like that. So I've seen a lot of things out of the ACLU in recent years that is directly opposing what they stood for in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And it's not just me, the Republican, feeling this way. The very left-leaning leader of the ACLU in the 70s and 80s has spoken out against them. And he hasn't changed his politics. Other than that, he's still very left-leaning, but he's ashamed of what they've become. So I don't like the ACLU anymore. But they do have an interest in this. And they said to the Las Vegas Review-Journal that this ordinance that the Clark County wants to pass violates the First Amendment's right to assemble, which practically guarantees that this is going to be a legal case. So basically, if this law passes, that the Nevada ACLU is going to challenge it in court. Athar Hasibullah, who's the executive director of the Nevada ACLU, said to the Las Vegas Review-Journal, there's a right to engage in First Amendment activity, whether that's protests, whether that's street performances or street art, whether or not it ends up being someone who's attempting to administer religious services. Under this specific proposal, none of those activities would be permitted. So he's basically saying people have a right to stand in a public place and look. It's part of the First Amendment because it involves freedom to assemble. It's not speech, but it's freedom to assemble, where basically you could show up to a public place, and as long as you're not breaking the law, you can just be there. So the county is going to respond to this by saying that there is still ample space for free speech and for assembly on the sidewalks of the Las Vegas Strip, because there are still sidewalks. You just can't cross the street using these sidewalks. So they're saying anybody who wants to stand on the Strip and observe, well, they can. They just can't be on one of these bridges. Anybody who wants to protest or speak about something on the Strip can do so on the sidewalks. They just can't use the bridges. And their argument is going to be these bridges get congested, and they have a lot of problems when people stop, and it ruins the whole point of these bridges existing in the first place, so it's creating a danger. And in addition, they have people that just plant themselves there and cause issues, like these homeless people. By the way, the article I'm seeing about this, it's not Las Vegas Review-Journal, though it does link to them. It refers to the homeless people causing problems as unhoused. I don't like that term. I don't like the term unhoused. It's stupid. Just say homeless. It's not offensive to say homeless. In fact, it means the same thing. Why would we change that? Homeless and unhoused, like, why would you... What's even offensive about homeless? I mean, if someone doesn't have a home, they're homeless. Why is unhoused less offensive? It's just so stupid to change terms like that. I can understand not using offensive terms that are used as a slur, but homeless is just a description. When you say that's a homeless guy over there, what you're saying is this is someone who lives on the streets. That's what everyone understands it to mean. And it's true. So I don't know how unhoused is any better. It's just today's society being overly sensitive to things. So I'm not a big fan of that term. Otherwise, this is a good article. And otherwise, the person who wrote this article, I like his work. I just don't like the term unhoused. So we'll see if this holds up. It looks like Clark County is serious about putting this through. And if that is something that ends up becoming law and the ACLU's challenge fails, then maybe by 2024's F1, security really will have the legal right to move people off of those bridges. And in fact, get people arrested who won't. So moving on, I want to talk about Justin Bonomo. Justin Bonomo, first of all, on a personal note, blocked me on Twitter after many, many years. I mean, I've been on Twitter since 2009, so we're getting close to 15 years here. and he's been on there the whole time too. He hasn't blocked me in all this time, despite the fact that we haven't gotten along, despite the fact that we have totally different politics, just polar opposites, and despite the fact that I've written a lot of critical things about him. He had not blocked me until sometime shortly after the Hamas attacks on October 7th. And I noticed he was doing a lot of Hamas apologism. And he kept citing that he was Jewish as a reason that he had a right to talk this way, which is BS. First of all, he's only half Jewish. And second, from previous blogs he had written from when he was much younger, it appears that Judaism really wasn't much of a part of his life. So he's just kind of Jewish by birth and only half Jewish. I don't remember which side he was, but he's just someone who likes to claim I'm Jewish just so he can say things about Jews that are anti-Semitic or supporting anti-Semitic people, and then say, well, I'm Jewish, I can say that, which is not very honest. But anyway, I responded to something he had written saying that he's a self-hating Jew who distributes Hamas propaganda, and apparently that was enough to get me banned, to get me blocked. Which, wasn't a sweet thing I said to him, but I've written worse, and I've been unblocked all this time. I don't know why that triggered him, but I got blocked. But that's not why I'm doing this segment. I got blocked prior to the previous show. I didn't even mention it. He's been really angering the poker community, including a lot of other pros, and including a lot of poker pros who have never once voted Republican in their life. There are some liberal poker pros who are also mad at him over his statements because they're pretty offensive. And in fact, the one statement he made that got the most attention was mocked and then retweeted. And that's what really got a lot of people riled up. And the one who mocked it and brought it to everyone's attention was none other than a former radio host that we used to have on a different site. A gentleman who lived in a certain Caribbean island, I believe still lives there. A gentleman who ran a Bitcoin poker site.
Was it a felon? Convicted felon?
Something along those lines, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's he actually is a part of the story, which I will tell you. So here's what's going on with Bonomo, and I have to agree with his critics here. This is pretty obnoxious stuff he's writing, and I'm someone who believes that you should have the right to express controversial opinions and not have everyone jump all over you. That everybody should have a right to have their own political opinions, and even if you have controversial opinions, people can disagree and write nasty things to you, but yeah, it shouldn't reflect on you as a person. But at the same time, when people take certain lines, especially ones who masquerade as a compassionate individual, and then write things that are the very opposite, it just comes off as very hypocritical and just really makes the person look pretty bad. So here's the two tweets that Justin Bonomo wrote on November 8th and November 3rd that were then screenshot by a gentleman named Brian Micon that I think I'm a little bit familiar with. I think I know a little bit about him, but I don't know too much. But anyway, Brian Micon screenshotted these two and circled certain parts of them and then mocked them. So this is what he wrote. The first tweet from November 3rd had Bonomo saying, there are 1.8 billion Muslims in the world, and the vast majority are normal people. There are radical Christians who wish me dead as well. More atrocities have been committed in the name of Christianity than Islam. I denounce anyone who uses religion for hate. And then Micon put this second tweet 5 days later alongside of it. This is the really bad tweet. Bonomo wrote, to this day, I have not heard a suggestion of what Hamas should have done instead that would have given them any chance of receiving basic human rights for the 2.2 million people in Gaza. Now, before I read the rest of the tweets, that's a really lousy thing to say. So basically, he's saying, well, nobody has come up with anything better how they get the world's attention to their plight. So yeah, if they have to go over the fence and just murder 1,400 Jewish civilians, Yeah. I can't think of a better way to do it. No one's telling me a better way that Hamas could have gotten the world's attention to their plight. So if this is what they had to do, that's what they had to do. That's what he's saying here. Listen again. To this day, I have not heard a suggestion of what Hamas should have done instead that would have given him any chance of receiving basic human rights for the 2.2 million people in Gaza. See, he's actually defending this. He's defending the murder of 1,400 Jews on the other side of that fence. Civilians, not soldiers, not police officers, not government officials, but just regular Jews, some people being kids at concerts, that they sent over these terrorists, and their mission was to kill as many Jewish civilians as possible until you get killed yourself. 1,500 terrorists came over to do this and murdered 1,400 Jewish people. And Bonomo is saying, hey, I haven't heard of any better suggestion than this. Sounds like they did the right thing. Because now they have a chance of getting basic human rights. I haven't heard a suggestion of what they could have done otherwise. He's actually making this point that this was okay. This is what they had to do. Then he went on to write, until I hear that suggestion, I will not use my platform to condemn their resistance. So he won't even condemn the attack. Just in case you think I was reading too much into the first sentence, he actually said he won't use his Twitter account, his platform, to condemn what they've done. He's calling it resistance. Going over the fence and murdering and raping and kidnapping all these people, thousands of people. That he's not going to condemn that. He's not even going to do what a lot of other people do who post Hamas propaganda by both sidesing it, by saying, well, yeah, Hamas, this wasn't exactly right what they did, but look at all that Israel's been doing. Look at all the people Israel's killed since then. Look at how Israel's been treating the Palestinians. So, both sides are wrong. He's not even saying that. He's saying that this was right. This is what they had to do. That he won't even dare condemn them for what they did, for this, quote, resistance. Because this is the only way they'd have a chance at getting basic human rights. That's the point he's making here. That this is actually okay. And then, remember, Bonomo has claimed for years that he's a feminist. In fact, the pink hair that he sports is supposed to be some kind of weird statement through his hair that he's a feminist. I'm not even kidding. He was asked about his pink hair many years ago. And it had something to do with representing his feminism and sensitivity toward women. So this guy is one who masquerades as a male feminist who cares so much about women that every little possible thing he thinks could offend women, he's going to speak out. So here's an example. Last year at the World Series of Poker, Daniel Negreanu, who was having a very tough World Series, got frustrated that he took a pretty bad beat late in the tournament, and he took his tripod that he uses for his vlog, and he threw it against the wall and broke it. He didn't hurt anybody. He didn't try to hurt anybody. He took his tripod, he walked away and threw it against the wall and broke it. It made a loud noise, but that was it. So he didn't put anyone in danger. And Bonomo actually had the nerve to put out that this is the reason that more women don't play poker, because they're scared of people like Daniel Negreanu. So this is Bonomo the feminist talking, the one who's supposedly defending these weak, scared women who don't want to play poker because Daniel Negreanu is breaking his tripod in frustration of taking a beat. It's not like he lost to a woman either. He lost to another dude. So Negreanu loses the hand to another dude, breaks his own tripod, doesn't say anything bad to anybody else at the table or anybody else around there, and somehow Bonomo the feminist shows up and says, this is why women don't play. He's always saying women this, women that. He's always speaking for all women, even though he's a dude. And he has no idea, and very few women agreed with him. Women looked at this and said, what are you talking about? We're not afraid to play poker because of Negreanu. What the hell are you talking about? How do you speak for us? So he's such a phony. He's just someone who loves to virtue signal. He's someone who loves to posture that he cares. But listen to this next sentence. I'll tell you why I'm going on about this whole thing about the feminism. Because listen to this last sentence in that same tweet on November 8th. Aside, I haven't seen any credible evidence that there is more than one instance of rape from Hamas. What? What? First of all, that's totally incorrect. There's way more than one instance of rape from Hamas. There's a lot of rape by Hamas. They bragged about it. There's a lot of rape by Hamas. In fact, a lot of the women who were murdered were first raped and then murdered. It was very, very barbaric. It was more than just brutal, cold murders. But can you imagine writing this, that he hasn't seen any credible evidence that there's been more than one rape? So I guess for Justin, the feminist, they don't rape too much, it's okay. A little rape is okay for Justin. A little bit of stranger rape is fine. You know, Hamas goes over the fence, they rape some women. As long as it's not too many women, it's cool. It's cool. Can you believe he writes this? Someone who calls himself a feminist, that he has the incredible evidence that there's more than one instance of rape? This is him defending why what Hamas did was just an act of resistance. It wasn't cold-blooded murder. It wasn't murder motivated by religious hatred, which is what it actually was. Wasn't that? And that as far as the rape goes, no, he only sees credible evidence of one rape. So that's okay. Just one rape, he says. Wasn't actually one rape, but he's only seen credible evidence of one, in his opinion. So let's just look past that. And the reason he's saying that, by the way, is because then people could come back to him without that last sentence and say, okay, if this is resistance, then why are they raping people? Is that resistance too? So he's like, well, yeah, but there's only been one rape from what I've seen. So as you can imagine, people did not like these tweets. So what Micon wrote, he was mocking Bonomo, and he wrote, acting as if he was Bonomo, I ran the sim. Palestine is only freed by mass murder at a festival, raping, taking hostages, and parading dead ravers around in the bed of a Hilux screaming, God is great. I denounce anyone who uses religion for hate, but somehow the above doesn't apply. So he was kind of connecting these two tweets 5 days apart, saying that Bonomo claimed he denounces anyone who uses religion for hate, but then all this doesn't apply to what Hamas did. So Micon tweeted it, and then Doug Polk jumped in. Doug Polk, I don't know if he follows Micon or if he just happened to see this, but Doug Polk, who, by the way, has history with Bonomo, so he hasn't liked Bonomo in a long time. Bonomo doesn't like him. They've both sniped at each other over the years. So Doug Polk took this opportunity to pile on here, and deservedly so, and wrote, this is one of the worst things I've ever seen someone in poker post online. Absolutely unbelievable that we have high-stakes poker players out here explaining why murdering 1,400 people was the only option. And then to end it was there was only one rape? Disgusting. So then we got a response back from Bonomo, though. He wrote, God damn it, you ignorant, slandering piece of shit. So Bonomo's getting pretty angry. He usually tries to act like he's all even-tempered here, but he lost it here. He wrote to Doug, God damn it, you ignorant, slandering piece of shit. I have condemned Hamas many times. Screenshot of a few included below. I've not said anything they did on October 7th was right, which, I mean, you see that tweet I just read you. It definitely was him defending what they did. What I'm saying is focusing my criticism on Israel for quite a few reasons. One, they intentionally created the conditions that they knew inevitably would lead to violence. Two, for 75 years, they've illegally subjugated and oppressed millions of people based on their religion and ethnicity. By the way, neither of these are true, but let's go on. Number three, they are the side that is currently committing a long list of war crimes as opposed to ones in the past. This is such nonsense. They're trying all they can not to hurt civilians. They're trying all they can to have civilians move south, move out of the way. The only reason that civilians are getting killed is because Hamas is intentionally hiding among them. Hamas murders people and then hides on the other side and says, oh, you can't get us. We're by civilians. We're in the safe zone. Haha. So how is this Israel's fault? So then he says, 3A, Israel's war crimes include Trail of Tears-esque forced evacuation of 1.1 million. Yeah, I mean, why are they forcing people to evacuate in these circumstances? It's obvious. Denying Egypt, Doctor Without Borders, etc., their humanitarian right to supply water, food, and medicine to Gaza civilians. By the way, plenty of humanitarian aid has come through, and Hamas keeps stealing it. And then he writes, yes, this is mandated in the Geneva Conventions, as is everything else on the list. Bombing civilian targets such as ambulances, hospitals, mosques, schools, refugee centers, and clean water supplies. Okay, so why are they doing that? You think Israel's trying to cut off all this stuff from the civilians, or is it that Hamas hides among all of these places so Israel can't do anything to them? Which one is it, Justin? Cutting off communications to obfuscate further war crimes, using white phosphorus apartheid allowing Israel settlers to violently take homes from innocent civilians in the West Bank, murdering journalists, murdering UN aid workers, and more. I know who's murdering journalists and UN aid workers, but it's not Israel. Number 4, my elected officials, Biden, have the power to stop Israel from committing genocide, and that's where my voice matters. 5, Israel has the power to stop this. Okay, again, yeah, Israel can stop this. They can just say, oh yeah, you killed 1,400 of our people. No problem. It's cool. Let's just call it even. Let's just move on. No, they're not going to do that, obviously. Biden does not have the power to stop this. He's not the president of Israel. He has some influence, but he can't just tell them what to do. Israel can say, no, Biden, we're not listening. We're going to defend ourselves, and we don't care what you say. In fact, that is exactly what they would do if Biden said, don't do it. He went on to write, it happens to be factually true that there is nothing peaceful Hamas could have done that would have given basic human rights to the 2.2 million Gazans who deserve them. Did they have peaceful options? Obviously, yes. Well, wait a minute. He just said that they didn't have options. He said there's nothing peaceful they could have done. And then he's like, well, did they have peaceful options? Well, yes. Then he writes, would any of those peaceful options have restored basic human rights to the millions of illegally oppressed Palestinian people? Absolutely not. Okay, what human rights have been restored as a result of what's been done here? What has happened is a war has been created, and then Hamas is hiding among the civilians, and lots of them are getting killed as a result. So this is not going to help the situation there at all. This is making it worse. What Hamas did is they declared war, and now they're hiding among the civilians. That's never going to improve the situation there in Gaza. So to say that this was the way to peace doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter if people like Justin want to protest about the way the Palestinians have been treated. That's not going to matter here. What's going to matter right now is that Israel needs to go in and fix this very messy situation involving Hamas, and the Palestinian people are suffering for it. I don't know why he's not seeing that. It's not like by coming over and killing 1,400 people, somehow that's going to magically improve life for everybody else there. That's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is a war starts, and a lot of innocents are going to get hurt, especially if you hide among them. I don't know what he's talking about here. The conclusion I'm drawing is that the violence was inevitable, and the responsibility for the violence falls primarily on those who had the power to stop the oppression of 2.2 million innocent people, namely Benjamin Netanyahu, but many others as well. We know that Bibi chose to fund Hamas with the intention of creating chaos in Gaza. Yet Netanyahu made the choice to keep Palestinians from peace, installing a violent terrorist group that would enable him to pursue his end goal of complete ethnic cleansing of all historical Palestine. This is just such conspiracy theory bullshit. Send them all to the International Criminal Court for a fair trial, Netanyahu. Herzog, Biden, any Hamas members who violated the Geneva Conventions. He wants Biden to the International Criminal Court over this. I hope every last one of them sees their day in court. This is just such nonsense. So basically, Bonomo is okay with violence, with murder, with rape, as long as the people are sufficiently oppressed in his opinion, as long as he can string together a conspiracy theory as to why they're so oppressed and why they're more oppressed than we think, then it's okay if they just murder innocent people and rape innocent people. Then it's okay. Then, well, what other choice do they have, he says. It's crazy stuff. So even a lot of liberal poker players were disgusted by this, especially the Jewish ones. They were just absolutely disgusted. Because it's very clear he's defending this. He's not even trying to act like Hamas is a group of evil people who do evil things in the name of their religion, which is what's really going on. That's really the whole thing here. The whole point of this was to kill Jews. And they did. That was the whole point. The whole point was not to make Gaza a better place, make life better for the people in Gaza. This was not a war with political motivation. This was not a war of resistance. This was just kill Jews because we found out a way to get over the wall and do it. And that the terrorists who do so and get killed while doing so are promised they're going to end up in heaven with 72 virgins for their dedication to the cause. Because even if you try to follow like how this could have helped in the long run, you're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to put together a narrative where this attack was going to make any sense to make things better there. Bonomo's trying, but it still doesn't make any sense. It only makes sense if Israel does exactly what people like Bonomo are telling them to do, but not what Israel or any other country that is attacked like that would actually do. Because when you attack a country on their homeland and murder and rape and kidnap their citizens, they will retaliate. That's what every country would do, especially one with a strong military, especially one with a much stronger military force than the attackers. That is what every single country on earth will do if you attack them like this, including the United States. So to say that this is the path to peace is incredibly naive. To say this was an act of resistance is naive. To say this was a way to get attention to their plight, that's naive. This was done to kill Jews. In fact, some of these terrorists were caught on camera calling their parents or other people back there in Gaza and bragging about how many Jews they murdered. And they were bragging in, hey, we killed Jews, it's a great thing. Not like, hey, we killed Jews, now we're going to get some attention to our plight. That was not what they were doing. And that's why they did it with such brutality, because it was a religious attack. But this did not sit well with people. There were very few who agreed with Bonomo. There were many fellow liberals who were ashamed of him. And in fact, some of them have been ashamed of him for quite some time, because he puts out these ridiculous, provocative posts that make all liberals look like fools. It's one thing to be left of center politically and still hold common sense opinions that conservatives just happen to not agree with or see differently. But it's another to put out these super extreme posts all while posturing that you're a feeling, caring individual. You can't be a male feminist if you're going to post things like, well, I only saw one confirmed rape. What? This is where there's all kinds of reports of rampant rapes going on, both during the attack and also of the hostages that were taken back to Gaza. And he's only seen one confirmed report of a rape, so we'll just look past that. How could someone who calls himself a feminist write that? How can someone who thinks they're a decent person write that? Feminist or not? So he's just a big hypocrite. He's just someone who has very extreme political opinions and will adjust his morality to fit his extreme views. And people like that should not be taken seriously. And that's why people on his own side see it and say, we don't want any part of this. We don't want you to see other liberals like him, because we're not like him. We don't think this way. So there's been a lot of people bashing him pretty hard in response to this. Even Mycon's post, which was directly addressing Bonomo, had a lot of people bashing Bonomo in response. Matt Glantz, who's a listener to this show, has been mocking Bonomo for a long time. Matt Glantz is very much a centrist. Some people think Matt Glantz is a conservative. Some people think he's a liberal. He's neither one, actually. He really is a centrist. He doesn't like Trump. He doesn't care for the Republicans too much, but he's also very anti-woke and anti the extreme left, especially the modern extreme left. A lot of the modern concepts coming out of the left he really does not like. So he's very centrist, Matt Glantz. But he's really been after Bonomo for a long time. But Matt Glantz wrote, "What a cuck to the woke mind virus, justifying terror, rape, murder, and torture." Ryan Doubt, another poker pro, wrote, "I'm glad he blocked me before he posted this. Disgusting." Another person wrote, "Team Hamas can have Bonomo, super fitting." Another person wrote, "Disgusting, always has been." Another person wrote, "Bonomo is absolutely disgusting, a terrible human being, bar none, full stop." Another person wrote, "Didn't this guy get caught cheating?" That's true. He was caught cheating back in 2006. "Didn't realize being high on the Hendon mob meant you became a politician." Someone else wrote, "He's the worst type of person." Someone else wrote, "Bonomo has totally derailed on this one. End of story. And I don't care what he thinks he's heard. To watch the very videos Hamas put out of what they did live on social media, it's out there. If you think that's okay, I don't know what to tell you." Someone else wrote, "I wonder if he'd have the same reaction if someone murdered or kidnapped his own family members. I can imagine plenty of better ways Palestinians could have improved their situation. Virtually any other course of action would get a better result than kidnapping infants." Yeah, exactly. This was never going to lead to a better life for the average citizen in Gaza. It's so stupid to try to make that point. And this person also raised a good point by saying that he wouldn't have the same reaction if it was someone that he knew and he loved that was murdered or kidnapped or raped. And unfortunately, that's the big problem that a lot of these people who are on the left and very soft on any kind of crime, that they overlook. All they want to do is think about why we need to understand the criminal, why we need to be lenient on the criminal, why we need to reform the criminal, and they don't think of the victims. They see the victims as just like an abstract concept, not real human beings who not only have been raped or had something else horrible happen to them, but also how it affects the people around them, their family members, all their loved ones. It's just amazing that those who claim to be compassionate just see the victims like they're a statistic or an abstract concept. And then, of course, if something happens to someone they care about, then it's a different story. Oh, you need to throw the book at him. Oh, you need to do something about this. Oh, this is terrible. If you can devalue the lives of strangers for your own political extremism and say, let's think more about the perpetrator and how we can find good in him, then you're not a very compassionate person. The compassionate person should first think about the victim. The compassionate person should first think about the one who had to suffer, who didn't do anything to bring on what happened to them. You shouldn't think of reasons to make excuses for or give a second chance to the ones who perpetrated it. But unfortunately, that's what a lot of people on the extreme left do. And this is happening very much involving Hamas. They're trying to find any reason to demonstrate to people why Hamas, they're not bad people. They're not evil people. They're just resisting, that's all. This was not a religious attack. This wasn't done out of hatred of Jews. There was a good reason for all this. It was done with a noble end goal, they want you to believe. So they're really just putting out Hamas propaganda. That's exactly what Hamas hopes you'll think. So Bonomo's getting a pretty harsh reaction to all of this. There's very little defense of him, and a lot of people who already didn't like him too much are just really disliking him now. I don't know if anyone is going to confront him anywhere. What's interesting is Matt Glantz claimed that he confronted him at the last World Series, which I heard nothing about. And then Matt Glantz would not elaborate. I should ask him privately about this. I'm very curious about his confrontation of Bonomo privately. That's before this whole Hamas thing. This is back in the summer. I wonder if he's going to get any kind of confrontations over this, because a lot of people are very emotional about this, and rightfully so. I mean, can you imagine if you had relatives murdered or kidnapped or raped in Israel by these animals, and you have someone like Bonomo telling you that, well, he hasn't heard of a better option they had, and there was only one rape that he's heard about, so what's the problem? Like, can you imagine reading that? Like, I can only imagine how some people might react when they see him next. I'm not encouraging anyone does anything to him. I'm just saying that, like, as far as telling him off, telling him he's a jerk. Now, people's memories are short, and they tend to lose their outrage quickly, so maybe by the time the next World Series comes around, people won't want to start up. But definitely a lot of very angry people at him, and this definitely damaged his reputation, which already isn't great, but it definitely damaged his reputation further. It went from like this pink-haired, polyamorous, wacky, extreme leftist guy to like a guy writing pretty disgusting things about this attack and justifying it. And I've seen a number of poker players speak up and say, hey, you know what, I didn't agree with him about a lot of things, but there were some things I kind of agreed with, so I thought he was okay, but after this, boy, I think he's disgusting. Like, I've seen a lot of tweets like that from people who are definitely not Republicans, people who have bashed Trump all over the place, people who would never vote for a Republican in their life are coming after him pretty hard. I don't know why he does this, though. I don't know what he thinks he's accomplishing here. And I don't see how he can see himself as a compassionate person writing things like this. So, Brandon, I know you're busy eating the Hot Pocket there, but do you have any further comments about this?
Yeah, no, I'm just listening, and I agree with you 100%. And I don't know. He's lost his mind. I mean, I've never liked the guy anyhow. I think he's just a I don't even want to say it, but it's despicable. I guess that's the only word that you can use. Talking about Bonomo, of course, that to categorize the comments, the tweets, and it's despicable. It's just despicable, terrible.
I mean, that's why I wrote what I did, saying that he's a self-hating Jew who's putting out Hamas propaganda. And that was before these most recent tweets that I was just reading you. But just the other stuff he was putting out, it was bothering me to see. I just had to say something, and then he blocked me. But whatever. I didn't cry about that. I actually put it was a badge of honor. People say, oh, welcome to the club. I'm blocked too. So people kind of had a laugh about that. I knew I'd be blocked by him one day, but whatever. It's strange how somebody can logically think at the poker table to win so much money in these high-stakes tournaments and be so successful in poker, and then just be completely out of their mind and stuff like this. Like, this just violates common sense, most of what he wrote there. It's just such wacky conspiratorial stuff that's just massaged into fitting in with his worldview. It's crazy. So, moving on to another topic here. The Las Vegas A's are now a reality. This has been on the way for quite some time, so it's not a surprise, but it's finally official because Major League Baseball has approved it. So the Oakland A's, who at the moment are a terrible franchise, they have a horrible team. The fan support is very low. They were unable to get a new stadium built, so their stadium sucks too, and it's in a lousy area. So there has been a desire to move the team to Las Vegas, and this has been discussed for a while, and it's kind of dragged, but it seemed to be getting closer to becoming reality in the past year or so, to the point where most people believed it would eventually happen. The final big hurdle that had to be overcome was the approval of the other Major League Baseball teams. So 3/4 of Major League Baseball teams had to approve this move or it would not happen. So at the Major League Baseball quarterly meetings in Arlington, Texas, that they just had last week, this was approved. And now that hurdle has been jumped, so to speak, and the A's are going to be coming to Vegas. A's owner John Fisher, who's very controversial for a number of reasons related to this team, said, "Today is an incredibly difficult day for Oakland A's fans. It's a great day for Las Vegas." So where is the A's stadium going to be? It's going to be at the Tropicana. They're going to wreck the Tropicana, and they're going to build a 35,000-seat stadium with a retractable roof. The retractable roof is going to be so they can close it during the summer and keep the place cool and air condition it, and then open it up on the nicer days in the fall and in the spring when Vegas is not too hot. The 35,000-seat capacity will make it the smallest stadium in Major League Baseball, but that makes sense because Las Vegas is not a big market. In fact, they are going to be counting on a lot of the tourists to be filling the seats, hoping that people who are visiting Vegas will go watch the A's play when they're playing their favorite team, or maybe just for the novelty of going to a Las Vegas A's game. Interestingly, they are not buying the land of the Tropicana. So Bally's, which has nothing to do with the property that just became the Horseshoe, but the Bally Corporation, they own the Tropicana, but they don't own the land. They are actually leasing the land as part of a 50-year lease. I'm not sure when that 50-year lease started, but it wasn't that long ago. So they're leasing the land for $10.5 million a year. So basically, the A's have made a deal with Bally's to take over that land. They're basically taking over the lease. And this allows the A's not to have to buy any land to build their stadium. So they're not going to own the land of their stadium. It's going to be the same leased land that Bally's is leasing at the moment. Also, Bally's is going to be allowed to construct a casino and hotel on the same property that has the stadium. So this is not going to be an A's casino. It's going to be a Bally's casino. I don't know what it's going to be branded as. It probably is going to be Bally's something. But Bally's can and probably will put up a hotel casino on the same property as the stadium and hope that encourages people to stay there, at least for the 81 days that they have the home games there, plus the adjacent days. The stadium is expected to cost $1.5 billion and is going to use $380 million of public funds. But that isn't final yet, and the teachers union, for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, but they're opposing this, maybe because they feel like the funds should be going to them. Do you know why, Brandon? Why is the teachers union after them for this?
It's not a done deal. It's a done deal in terms of Major League Baseball approved it, but for some reason the money gets shut off, then it's not going to be done. So anyhow, Las Vegas, Nevada, more specifically, is literally dead last in almost every metric for education. Elementary, junior high, high school, everything from like SAT and standardized testing scores to number of teachers per student, terms of salaries, all these various reasons. So we really need money. You would think with all the casino tax that comes here and the fact that the whole goddamn city's under construction, that some of this money would be going to teachers, but apparently not. So they filed a lawsuit about a year ago now. And in essence, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get the A's stadium vote or the A's stadium initiative to have to put to a vote.
So they want to put it to a referendum and have literally every registered voter in Nevada determine the fate, whether we want to put that money, I guess, what was it, $350 million, I think, towards the stadium or not. If you remember, Lombardo in a special session got it approved, and they had like one day where there was like public debate, but I can't remember. It was like a holiday that day. It was really underhanded how they did it. They had one day where people were going to speak, and they had a meeting, but it was like I think it was like 4th of July or just something where there was a holiday. People weren't even around. So anyway, long story short, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get this initiative on the ballot in early 2024, where the voters can literally determine whether we want the money to go towards the A's or not. And then I don't know what would happen if they succeed in getting it on a ballot, and the voters, I think if it went to a vote, they would vote no. I think the majority would vote no. I don't think it would pass. I don't think they'd get the majority. And if that happened, I don't know. Who would come up with the money? Would the casinos do it? Would some other, special interest group come up with the money? I don't know. But I'll tell you, the feeling around town from, people in casinos and people I know, and just in general, the community, it seems like it's kind of apathy. I mean, just lack of interest. No one's really enthusiastic, about it. I mean, when I first moved here, even though they hadn't been good and they were definitely living off their glory of 15 years prior, now it's like, 35 years prior, the town was a UNLV town. The big season was college basketball. And when we finally got the Golden Knights, everyone rallied behind it, even in the years coming up to it. And, they were excited. And I remember when the NFL came, even though it was like a Raiders team that really didn't have a connection to Vegas, season tickets sold like crazy. Everyone I talked to had put deposits down and people were excited. You're not hearing or seeing that same thing in Vegas. The general consensus, I think, is that people, if we were going to have baseball here, people wanted an expansion team, their own team to kind of, love from the beginning and just kind of, root as it, kind of like Vegas did or the Golden Knights did, although that's a little different because we were unexpectedly so good so fast. As you recall, we were in the Stanley Cup Finals the first year, but they wanted their own team, not some team that's been in 3 or 4 different cities now. Oakland isn't even the original city. I know they're there for like 50 years, but they were like in 2 other cities before Oakland. I think I'm predicting it's going to be a big fail. I think their model, where at least right now they're not even like pandering and trying to cozy up to locals, that they're just anticipating making the majority of their season ticket sales and other, profits from people that are visiting to see their other team. I mean, what kind of model is that without a home crowd?
It is a weird model, and I don't think it's going to work. For 81 games to try to fill the stadium, even a 35,000-seat stadium, with visiting people that are there for their visiting team, that's not going to work. That's just not going to be enough people, especially for 81 games. So I don't quite understand that. Rob Manfred said, and he's the MLB commissioner, he said, I know this is a terrible day for fans in Oakland. I understand that, and that's why we had a policy doing everything humanly possible to avoid relocation, and I truly believe we did that in this case. I think it's beyond debate that those of you that have been in the building understand what I'm talking about, and I'm absolutely convinced that there is not a viable path forward in Oakland. Now,
you also have to remember that John Fisher is his boss, technically. So he's going to have his back.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm not seeing anything in the news about this, but last I heard, since the stadium's not going to be done until either 27 or 28.
I was just going to address what you're about to say.
And since Oakland's lease only goes through
next year,
2024,
they're not going to renew it. No chance.
That you're going to have these middle years of 2025 and 26, where it looks like, last I heard, this is still the plan, that the A's are going to play in a minor league stadium.
It's not going to happen. The union's not going to allow it, so it's undetermined what they're going to do. It's not going to happen. They're likely going to play, they talked about, in Reno, and they've talked about other cities in Arizona, in Tempe. It's not going to happen in Summerlin. It's not going to happen. They just won't allow it. I mean, the players can't play like it literally would be a risk, like a health. You can't play in 115, 110 degree weather. You just can't. You just can't. I mean, it's just impossible. Other teams are going to be miserable. The union's not going to allow it. It's just not going to happen. The only reason why it was debated was A, that's the only stadium that we have here that's suitable for baseball, and B, it's a nice stadium. It's probably considered the nicest. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to make sure it's all around, like the consensus is it's the nicest minor league baseball stadium in all of minor league baseball. And I've been there. I've seen a game there from both a box suite, which was great, and from a regular seat, and it's a gorgeous facility for minor leagues. But it's not covered at all, and think about that. 81 games, and the majority of it you're talking over 100 degrees. Like, someone's going to collapse. I just don't even see how that's and I get it. I get why the union wouldn't allow it.
Now, I was thinking, though, what about like Atlanta? Atlanta is extremely hot in the summer. The temperature is not as hot, but the humidity is horrendous. So I would think for the heat index, it's pretty similar to Vegas in the summer, and they don't have a covered stadium.
Well, Miami was the same thing before they moved in to where they play now. You have to remember they played at Joe Robbie Stadium or whatever you want to call it. It's had 100 different names over the years. Before that owner on his way out got his new stadium, and they played there too, and it's hot. So, but I don't know. It's a different kind of heat, man. I mean, 110, 112 degrees. I know. I mean, they would have to have every game at night, but even at night, it's over 100.
Yeah, I was going to say it had to be at night because in the day, the problem would be that the ground would get so hot and then make the effect even worse. So at least at night, you wouldn't have the sun beating down on the ground. So that's what I think they just have.
The community doesn't want it there because of the traffic and noise and everything it's going to bring to that nice little, suburb and western Las Vegas. I don't know. But no one's talking about it. You're right. And in regards to the stadium, I think they're really waiting to see what this lawsuit, happened, what happens with this lawsuit, because there hasn't even been any work. There's no groundbreaking. I mean, there's not even like a talk of a date for a groundbreaking ceremony, nothing. So I think it's still kind of I don't think it's going to be ready by 2027. I think we're talking 4 full seasons until it's ready, at minimum. So
yeah, I've seen where they're saying 2027 or 28. So yeah, if it goes 28, then they will have to find something in the interim for 3 years, for 25, 26, 27.
So the problem was that even if they wanted to, I don't think the city of Oakland is going to renew that lease. And as you saw last year, things were so bad with the fans, with the reverse boycott. It got so bad, LOL, that when the Major League Baseball Network was showing recaps of games, they would literally Photoshop out the unhappy fans with signs and I don't know if you knew this. It made news that they actually Photoshopped it out.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember that. Yeah.
The malcontent, from the fans. So are they going to have they're going to have one more year of it for sure next year, but 4 years, and then they'd have to sign some sort of, short-term lease. I don't think the city of Oakland would even allow it. They'd rather just say, go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, that's going to be very weird.
Feel bad. You got to feel bad for that city. I mean, I'm just saying the people that live there, they've lost 3 major sports teams in the last 5 years.
Right.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that is unbelievable.
I mean,
at least with the Warriors, they can go across the bridge. At least with the Warriors, they can go across the bridge and see them. But these other two, they can't.
Yeah. I don't even know how. I mean, I know it's not like close, but it's not far either. How far is where I guess it's the Chase Center? How far is where the Golden State Warriors play now from where Oakland is?
I haven't looked it up, but it's more of a traffic thing. If you can get across without terrible traffic, it won't take super long. The whole area isn't that large. The Oakland and San Francisco physically are pretty close, but it can be a traffic issue, though, getting between them.
I'll just say this. I mean, I get the anger from the teachers, the teachers union. They don't have enough money to pay teachers a livable rate in this city. The margin of teachers to pupils is among the worst in the entire country. The public schools here are awful. I'm so glad that, I didn't grow up here and have to go to a public school. I don't have any children that would, be in a public school. And they're spending you see all this money come in for the roads that the city put in. They put in, I don't know, do you remember the number? I mean, what Las Vegas contributed, for the infrastructure for this F1 race? It was in the tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I saw that. They did contribute a lot.
I mean, that, the Allegiant Stadium, the taxpayer money that went towards that, the, baseball stadium now. I mean, it's just none of it's going to education. Yeah. Like I can see the kind of these, the citizens here overall feel like that we live here and we're not taken care of.
I don't want to get into too much of a tangent with the education thing, but I do want to comment that I have heard this.
I'm done with it. You can say what you want to say. You can move on.
I've heard the same thing about the school system in Clark County being bad, and the surprising stat that I believe it's the 3rd largest school district in the country, even though Las Vegas's metro area is one of the smaller ones.
It's L.A., New York, or New York first, L.A. second, and then Vegas.
Yeah,
that's correct.
that's
shocked too. It's 100% correct.
That's pretty surprising, and unfortunately, they suffer from a lot of the same problems that these other big districts do, in that they just get too big and bloated, and they're very hard to manage. There's a lot of bureaucracy. There's a lot of waste. And there's been talk for years, for example, of breaking up the L.A. school district, which is also a terrible school district. And it just isn't happening. But with Clark County, I know that there's been discussion of this as well, to break it up and do something about this, because it's just, once these districts get too big, it's not even that they're not funded enough. It's just too much money gets wasted, and it's spent inefficiently. And they can do a lot more with what they're getting if there's just better management of the whole thing. And I can tell you that public school systems everywhere are very mismanaged in a lot of different ways, including monetarily. So it's always tricky when there's more money being asked for by a school district, because the knee-jerk reaction is to say, well, yes, we have to do this for the children. It's not fair to them to not give them a good education. It's not fair to teachers to not pay them enough, blah, blah, blah. You can come up with all these reasons that tug at your heartstrings that you want to help, but if the money's just going to be squandered and wasted, you say, well, wait a minute, maybe they need to get the house in order there, or maybe split up the district, or whatever the case might be.
At the same time, if you're going to see in 3-4 years, literally Clark County throwing $500 million, $750 million towards these tourist projects, yet there are things that are lacking severely in the schools. Some of them are just old and dilapidated. That's not mismanagement. I mean, that's not mismanagement of money. That just, what I mean? It's not like there's fraud and just shooting off of money. But you see $750 million combined for football stadiums and, car races and now a baseball stadium. And then yet you see the people that live here that are really struggling. And, teachers are making $28,000, $29,000 a year, first-year teachers. Why would you even want to be a teacher in this state? I mean, that's another big problem they're having, and deservedly so. They've been having for years a big problem in attracting teachers, top talent, like, just really good educators, because for the amount of money they offer, no one wants to take the job. I mean, because who could live off that? Like, you have a family, even if you're, a young first year teacher, 28, 29, 30,000 isn't enough to live on. I mean, not comfortably, not even somewhat comfortably. That's like basically poverty level. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just not a lot. So, they're having trouble just retaining teachers, and it's just really bad. Hence why the ratio of students to teachers are so high. So, yeah, you're right. I don't want to go on a big tangent about it, but I get it. And there's a lot of discontent in the city. They just feel like, all these tourists and all these projects to bring in tourists are catered to, and the people that live here are just kind of used.
And I do see that to some extent. I do see that the locals in Vegas are often a second thought. And that's
how they feel. That's a great way to say it. Great point. And I can see their point. I mean, fortunately, I don't really fall into that category, but I can get where the, discontent is coming from. Absolutely.
In fact,
if I had a child that went, in fact, most of the people I know that have children, their kids go to, for the most part, they go to Bishop Gorman, which is a private school.
Yeah, that's the same way in L.A. That same thing happens in L.A.
Because, and that's, anyhow. It's, I see both points. I mean, I get it. Like, you have to invest in the infrastructure here for, like, the tourist stuff. And, the sporting events, I don't know. They're saying the Oakland A's is like an investment, that it's going to bring this and this. But then, another study says the majority of jobs, which are true, the majority of the jobs that citizens would even get because of the Oakland A's coming here are all going to be low-paying menial jobs anyhow. So it's not going to do shit. Like, when they were trying to get the funding from the state, they had the Oakland A's owner, John Fisher, hired a media firm to argue on his behalf. And, they argued in front of the city council about all the, good things that the Oakland A's would bring. And it's, jobs and opportunities and things like that. And then obviously the people that were against it countered with the fact that, ticket takers, parking lot attendants, working in the snack bars, whatever, things of that nature. None of those are good jobs. Those are jobs for teenagers. Like, what I'm saying? Like, you're going to argue it brings so much to the economy. How does it help the average everyday person? Like here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't. And that's why all these public.
It's not like you're Amazon and you're bringing even some middle level jobs. It's not like that. No, they're all low paying jobs. Yeah, there's going to be 30 people that are, executives that are likely going to come from other parts. Not likely. They're all going to come from other parts of Nevada or of the U.S., not from Nevada, that are going to work as, general manager and marketing this and what I mean, executives. And, they're going to be the ones making 6+ figures a year, not the citizens of Nevada. So.
Yeah, and that's why the whole public stadium funding thing is controversial. And I can understand the skepticism here that if the business can stand on its own 2 feet and survive and make money, then they should foot the bill. And at the very least, this should be a loan, and where they pay it back, but not just where they're just funding it and giving them this money because it's supposed public good. Because I really don't see much public good from these other than just the public enjoying the fact that they have a sports team. That's the only real public good I see out of it, not the jobs part of it. It really is just the public having the sports team. But if the sports team is going to be profitable, if they're going to make money, if they are coming because they supposedly have the ability to make money, then that's what the focus should be on. The money shouldn't come from the public.
They're gonna make money anyhow, because two things that you should know, which I'm sure you do know. The first thing being that for the first time ever, Major League Baseball waived the relocation fee for the Oakland A's. I want to say it's like $300 million, but you can Google it. I could be wrong. I just read it a couple times and it's just not locked in my brain. But that's never happened before. When any other team is moved, it's not always been $300 million, for instance, like, when the Senators moved, but that's what it's been for a number of years. But either way, just regarding the money, it's never been waived. But Manfred feels so strongly that John Fisher got screwed in this deal and did, explored every avenue he could with Oakland, negotiated in good faith, et cetera, that they're waiving the fee. The second thing you have to realize, and this just came up recently with the New York Yankees at the owners' meetings where Brian Cashman, he's the Yankees GM, went off about this. Baseball has a revenue sharing policy, whereas the big market teams like the Mets, your Dodgers, of course, and the Yankees have to share their profits with the smaller market teams like the Marlins, Tampa Bay, and, Oakland. So it's not as much of an incentive. Like, they don't have to have a winning team. So in other words, even with the amount of people that you saw in Oakland this year, like, the 5,000 a game, 3,000 a game, feeling, a very, very, obviously the lowest payroll in all baseball, he still made, I mean, I don't know the numbers because they're not released, but he still made a boatload of money. I'm talking about Fisher. Not even just because of the TV contracts, but because the teams that – oh, are you still there?
Yeah, go on.
Hello? Oh, Skype is making weird noise. I'm sorry. So, even with all that lack of revenue, lack of people and whatever, he's still getting his TV money, the TV contract money with mainly ESPN, and he's getting a share of the big market teams. He's getting a share of the Dodgers, the Yankees, Anaheim. So that's a big problem in baseball where they don't feel as if the smaller market teams are necessarily motivated enough to try harder, field competitive teams, etc., because they're still guaranteed to make their money. That's why, even though the Marlins, made the playoffs this year, they aren't going to sign free agents and spend money. Tampa Bay is kind of the exception because they do, they compete, but they have a very, very low payroll. But teams like Oakland you saw some good teams like Cleveland that was 4 games back. They were trading off some of their best players, right before the All-Star break. Cleveland literally gave up. They traded their closer and, dumped a bunch of high salary players because it just doesn't matter. They're making their money. So anyhow, that's the point. When they come here, it can likely be the same thing, where he doesn't have to. But I'll tell you something. I could already tell from the way people are viewing the Raiders. The Raiders now are what here? Is this the third year that they're here? Third year?
Yeah.
And the first year, they made the playoffs, and it was a weird year because it's combining the pandemic and John Gruden, that scandal. But people are already apathetic now towards the Raiders. Just because they're struggling. And, I do believe that Mark Davis, the owner of the Raiders, is trying to field a winning team here. But you could already tell the excitement is gone. It's not what it was. People aren't talking about the Raiders. They have a home game tomorrow or Sunday. They have a home game. No one, it's not there. You can see in the stadium, it's not being sold out. So the point I'm making is the locals definitely aren't going to tolerate the A's in their current shape. Maybe they'll get a 1 year out of curiosity kind of grace period. But after that, if they're not putting out a winner that's really beloved by the city, people just aren't going to show. At least the locals aren't. And that's going to be a weird dynamic.
Yeah, I agree.
Have all these games in front of fans that aren't even rooting for the home team. Think about how weird that is.
Yeah, it will be weird. And yes, if the team is continually terrible, like it is now, and they're losing more than 100 games every year, and just at the beginning they have no chance, the locals are not going to enjoy this. And I have been to stadiums where the visitors have a stronger crowd there than the home team. In fact, I was surprised to see this in Colorado in July of 2021. I was in Denver, and I took Benjamin to a Dodgers game there, and there were more LA fans than Colorado Rockies fans. And I think part of this was because it was in the middle of the summer, so a lot of people did what I did and combined a summer trip with a visit to see the Dodgers and Rockies play in Denver. But still, I was really surprised that far away from LA that there were actually more Dodgers fans there than Rockies fans.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and they're another team that's been bad, way more bad than good throughout their history. And I think they've had one decent year in the last 8 or 9. So that's part of it too. They just, people get sick of it.
Well, I know that's what I was going to say.
Cubs are probably the only franchise that just continually can lose, and obviously they won their World Series, 7 years ago. But most fan bases, enough becomes enough. You know what I mean? You have to at least start, And Oakland had some good grace built up because, even though their payroll has been probably the lowest on average for the last 20 years, they had a bunch of playoff appearances. They had 7 or 8 playoff appearances in the last 12 years because of, Billy Bean and just that Moneyball strategy. But I think that goodwill is basically worn off. And I'll tell you, I'm not excited about it. I'm kind of indifferent. If they come, I would probably go to a game or two the first season just to see the stadium and check it out. But I would never buy season tickets. And so, yeah, anyhow, that's how I feel. And I'm not excited. I think it's going to be a fail. And then, you talked about this years ago when you didn't think it would happen. There's also obviously the whole thing of just a city, growing too big for its britches. Just growing too big too fast. Are we really a town that's going to support now 3? I don't, no offense, I don't really count. People like to say we have 4 because of the WNBA, but that's only I don't even know, 17 home games, 20 home games. It's not a big schedule. So I don't know, do you think that this city is capable of supporting 3 teams and a university that's trying to get better, like in terms of sports? I don't think so.
No, I don't think they're going to have the type of crowd that they are expecting for 81 home games. It's just very hard to fill up the stadium for 81 home games or even partially fill it.
Yeah. Now, the other thing is, I don't know if you saw, the prototype for the stadium has it being the smallest stadium in all of Major League Baseball. I think it's somewhere around like 32,000 seats. Definitely in the low 30s, maybe 33, 31. So it's going to be the smallest stadium by far in all of baseball. So they're probably anticipating that, which also makes you wonder, like, that extra revenue. Like, that's, you're giving up a lot when you're, what's the biggest stadium in baseball?
It's actually
Dodgers?
Believe it or not, it's Oakland at the moment, even though they're not even close to filling it. But second biggest is the Dodgers with 56,000.
Right. Okay. So think about that, the stadium in Vegas is going to be, 40% smaller than what you guys have there. So that, in just terms of like the lost revenue. So I don't know.
Well, they know they're not going to get more than 35,000 typically. It's just not a big enough market.
Well, look, here's another way to look at it. UNLV is having their best. I bet you didn't even, did you know? I'll put it this way. This is how little attention it's getting. UNLV football is having its best football season in 45 years since Randall Cunningham went here.
I didn't know that.
Played here. You didn't know that. So they're 8-2 going into tomorrow, 9-2 going into tomorrow's game, and if they win that tomorrow, they will play. They're playing San Jose State at home in Vegas, and if they win that game, they will play for the Mountain West Championship the following week for the first time ever. They've never won a conference championship. But anyhow, the point is they're getting like 15,000, 13,000 fans. And this is their best season that they've had in most people's lifetime. I mean, you'd have to literally have been like, if you're in your 60s, you would have been a teenager the last time they had, a season like this. They've been one of the losingest programs, and they're having their best year. New coach, guy named Barry Odom, used to be the head coach at Missouri. He's turned them around, at least for this year. But the problem with that real fast is he's done such a great job. Now they're going to probably lose him. Now somebody will they'll say, "Oh my God, look what Barry Odom did at UNLV. It hasn't won," and they'll hire him away. Then they'll replace him with a no-name coach, and then the process starts over again of them just being bad. But anyhow, people aren't even talking or excited or even going, and they're having their best season in literally almost half a decade or half a century. So anyhow,
okay. So moving on, we're going to talk about the Rampart Casino and arrests that have been made there, including one recently over cheating that occurred in May of 2022. And the most recent arrests actually took place this month.
I just want to say, I'm going to let you go over the whole topic. I'm totally familiar with it, but I'm getting cut off. But I'll just say before I let you explain it all, most people that don't live in Vegas or never lived here probably have never heard of that casino. And I just want to say, I was there as recently as about like a week ago, 10 days ago, and it's one of my favorite casinos. It's a locals casino that's attached to a JW Marriott, meaning the JW Marriott runs the hotel part of it, which is a very nice hotel, by the way. In fact, our mutual friend that we had dinner with, remember, I'm talking about, loves staying there.
Yes.
Remember, yeah. But the casino part, up until recently, had really struggled. It had been turned over in and out of bankruptcy for literally about 25 years. It's in Summerlin, and its only two competitors are the Suncoast and Red Rock. But it's a really nice property. It's very small, but it's it's stylish. It's not like a shitty rooms are nice, restaurants are nice. The interior, everything. It's a nice casino. So anyhow, and they also have a golf course on the property.
There was a cheating scandal involving baccarat, and it involved a dealer who was helping out the players who were in cahoots with her. The dealer was only 28 years old. Her name is Yuxuan Leng. Yuxuan, the first name, and Leng is Leng. And I've seen a picture of her. She just looks like a young Chinese woman. And she was arrested on November 2nd, 2023 in regards to this cheating allegation, even though the offense was said to have been committed in May of 2022. And it's not really explained well here, but they weren't able to locate her for about 18 months. So they arrested 2 people who were involved in this initially, and then it took all the way until November 2nd, 2023 to arrest Leng, who was the dealer. She is alleged to have been showing the dealer's cards in baccarat before hands were dealt. So this way the players would know if the dealer was going to have a strong hand or a weak hand. The game of baccarat is very simple for those of you that don't know, and you actually don't make decisions once the bets are placed. It just basically plays out, and you just hope it turns out in your favor. And you can actually bet on either side on what's known as player or banker. And what happens is cards are dealt on each side for player and banker, and whichever one comes closest to 9 is the winner. And you can bet on either side. You don't have to be player. You can be betting on banker. So a 9 is the amount you want to end up on. So if you're dealt a natural 9, like a 4 and a 5, a 7 and a 2, a face card and a 9 means a face card is considered 0, then you'll automatically win. And an 8 is also considered very good. If you get an 8 or a 9 and the other side gets less than 8 or 9, they can't draw either to beat you. Otherwise, there's various drawing rules. I won't explain the whole game. But it's a popular game, especially with the Asian clientele that comes to Vegas. And apparently, before the bets were placed, it's alleged that Leng was showing the cards, so the players knew which side to bet on. Now, I don't know exactly how she did this, because they're usually taking him out of a shoe. And usually that doesn't come out until the bets are placed. So that's the part I'm missing here, is how exactly she was pulling this off. So this is different than like in blackjack, where there's still cards to come when you can place additional bets. Like, let's say you're dealt an 11 in blackjack, and you'd normally want to double there if the dealer's card is not an ace. Now, if you could know you're going to double and get a 2, well, then you wouldn't want to double. Then you just want to hit it and then hit again. But, of course, you can't see what's coming, so the correct play there is to double. So if a dealer were to show you the next card coming, then you could make a correct decision whether to double or not, and that would be a big edge. But there's no such thing like this exists in baccarat, where you're basically betting before the cards are dealt, and then it just plays out at that point. So that's what I'm not understanding, is how she was able to expose these cards to the players who were in cahoots with her, which then allowed them to place big bets when they knew they were going to win. Now, this wasn't a very high-dollar scandal. Apparently, the 2 players who were working with her won a combined total of $12,400 during 2 sessions when she was dealing. And after investigating it, then they ended up arresting those 2 players. But they claim they, quote, weren't able to contact Leng until November of 2023, at which point she was arrested. The Gaming Control Board stated, after knowing the possible outcome of the game, the 2 players were able to wager more in order to capitalize on the information provided to them by Leng. So it's very simple. If you know which side is going to be dealt the better hand, then you can bet on that side. You can bet on banker if the banker is going to be getting a good hand, if the player is going to get good hand. So, for example, if you see that the banker is going to get dealt a 7 and a 2, that's a 9. Okay, you're going to want to place a bet on banker. So, again, I don't know how she was able to expose these cards and allow them to see this, but somehow she did. Despite the fact that they couldn't locate her for 18 months, they released her on her own recognizance, which is also surprising to me, unless they just were having a hard time locating her and she wasn't actually on the run. You would think if she was on the run and then they finally caught her, that they wouldn't just kick her back on her own recognizance so she could just disappear, especially because this is not a violent offense, and the dollar amount here is not very high. It's only $12,000. So if she were to flee to another state, there'd be a good chance she wouldn't be extradited, especially if she wasn't arrested for anything else when she got elsewhere. So I'm surprised she was released on her own recognizance, unless it was their own fault for not being able to find her for those 18 months. Now, you may say, well, come on, how could that happen? How could they not find her if she wasn't hiding? Well, we know somebody that happened to. In fact, he's been on the show. Raymond Davis, if you remember, when he was wanted for more serious crimes than this, when he was wanted for sexual crimes involving minors, that he was just not located for years, even though he was right there in Las Vegas and, in fact, very public about exactly where he was, including sometimes at the World Series of Poker. So he was there for years in Vegas, and at the same time, the police were trying to find him. And this was blamed on the fact that at one point he had an address in California, and then it was erroneously handed off to a team at Las Vegas Metro to track down people who are wanted for crimes that have left the state, and that they didn't do a very good job in that department and didn't bother to look, which they could have seen with a simple Google search, that not only was he still in Vegas, but he actually had an office for his Real Grinders company that he regularly visited right there in Vegas and was very public about it. So he wasn't hiding at all, and yet it took them years to arrest him, which was very weird. So sometimes these incompetence sort of situations happen, and that may have been what happened with this woman who was the dealer at the Rampart. Maybe just for those 18 months they were not looking properly, and she was there the whole time. But whatever it is, she has been arrested, and she's been released.
It may just be as simple as it wasn't even a high priority enough investigation for them to serve warrants. And you know what I mean? Because of the amount of money that was taken. And you know what I mean? It might not have just been on their radar. And, you know, finally they're like, okay, well, you know what I mean? Enough to like conduct a warrant and go pick her up.
Yeah.
She might have been in Vegas the whole time.
She probably was.
And the fact, like you said, that the bond was, you know, there was no bond, that tells you right there she hadn't fled, that she was probably right here, and it just took them a while to get around to getting her. You know what I mean?
It's just weird to me that this happens. And, like, how do they not just find her and go get her when this is going on? Like, why is there such little effort?
I assume the article that you're reading off of, because that's what I saw, it's the Review Journal.
No, it's a different article, but it probably was referencing the Review Journal. Because
the thing is, they don't really do, and I've noticed this with our paper, they don't really do a great job in explaining things. They'll write things that are so vague that the writer has to know the customer or the reader is going to question, well, how did she get away with it? Well, why? You know what I mean? And they just don't fill in the blanks.
Yeah,
I would rather them say we don't know how she cheated or wasn't released. I'd rather them say, you know, Clark County or the Sheriff's Department or whatever, you know, would not comment when asked why it took 18 months, you know, to pick her up. But, you know, they just leave you hanging with these questions in your head. It's very bad journalism to me.
Yeah, I actually cleared up a story that was about this whole scam that occurred to the Clark County School District where $1.4 million was stolen, and it was stolen through a Nigerian romance scam. And it was very, very hard to understand and follow. It was in the Las Vegas Sun. And so finally I wrote up a clear version of it on Vegas Casino Talk and actually linked it on the Twitter page that was promoting this story, and people were thanking me, saying, okay, this is a good story. Now I can understand it. So people were complimenting my version of the story because their story was so fail and so hard to follow. So this one wasn't hard to follow. It's just missing a lot of details, as you said. And I've noticed that too, that a lot of times you're just not getting the details and answers to the obvious questions one would have. Anyway, the only thing we can see here is that she was arrested, released on her own recognizance, and she's accused of being part of this whole thing. I've always wondered what percentage of these schemes to defraud the casino where the dealer is involved, like what percentage of these are successful? Because it seems like a lot of these get caught. And this one wasn't even for a lot of money. This one didn't even seem to be a matter of like where they get away with it and just keep doing it until eventually they get caught.
I think it's safe to say that every day in every casino, for the most part, there's some sort of stealing going on. I think that, and I mean, I'm not saying this because I suggest it. In fact, obviously I don't, but you could work in a casino as a dealer and probably steal once and never get caught. You could probably steal twice. But I think, as with most, you know, kind of crimes, what happens is people get careless, they get greedy, and once you start doing it, you know, then you start counting on that money and you think, okay, I'll do it one more time, whatever it is, eventually you're going to get caught. I don't think that, I mean, I don't know, you know, I've never worked in surveillance, but I don't think surveillance is that great that they could watch every, you know, instance of every casino, of every table game, of just every drawer where there's money. If you're smart enough and you work there a while, you could probably figure out a way to do it. But eventually they're going to catch you. So I think that's what happens. I think most of the long-term, theft scams, whatever you want to call it, that go on, eventually they're going to get caught. But short-term, could you be a blackjack dealer and palm a chip? If you're, really good with your hands and never get caught, absolutely you could. When they count down their rack, what's there. And, I don't think in today's day and age you could take big chips anymore because all those are just tracked. When they do the count at various shifts, they know how many, $500 chips, how many $1,000 chips. Some of them even count black. But anyhow, yeah, it's possible, and I think it happens. And I think the ones that we hear about are ones that go on for a long time for the most part, or they're blatant. I did want to say as an aside, because I still think it's the funniest thing, when we talk about this baccarat cheating scandal, it doesn't even come close to the craziest one that we've ever talked about on radio. Do you remember, and this was a long time ago, but do you remember the pretense of probably, I'd say it's safe to say, the craziest baccarat story you've ever heard of? In terms of, players winning money that they shouldn't have won, that they didn't win honestly, I guess. Do you remember?
No, the highest profile one I've heard of in recent years is the Phil Ivey thing.
No, you're wrong. Kiddo, as much as I love you, you're not as young as you used to be. Your mind isn't. 10 years ago, you would have snapped it off with telling me the story about the bunch of Asian gamblers in Atlantic City that played baccarat when the dealer, and I should say the floor, forgot to shuffle, and they won 27 hands in a row.
Oh, yes. That was less than 10 years ago. That was more recent than 10 years ago, though. That was probably 5 years ago or fewer.
You know what? Go ahead and Google it, and I'll take the over on 5 years every day. It's longer than 5, buddy. Go Google it. I don't know. I'm not I'm sitting here looking, but I'm pretty confident I think it's definitely closer to 8 than it is to 5. But I don't know. Prove me wrong. I think it's 10 or 8.
Oh, yeah. I guess it...
What year?
I guess it was longer. It was 11 years ago.
Yep. All right, there you go.
I thought it was recent, or semi-recent.
So just to recap, not to hijack, but it's such a great story. They didn't shuffle the cards, the floor or the dealer, and it took these geniuses 27 hands of the winning, every hand, before they realized something was amiss. How does that happen? How do you go 27 hands of the whole table winning, every hand?
And amazingly, I remember the people were offered a settlement to get some of the money back that they had won, and they refused to cash out. And then they refused it, and they ended up getting nothing.
Right, in court, didn't they lose?
They lost, but they were actually offered before that they could get some of it, and they refused, and then they ended up getting nothing. Yeah.
What a bunch of dummies. Really? So anyhow, I always think about that because that's just such hilarious. That's so Atlantic City, isn't it? That's
yes,
so Atlantic City.
It definitely is.
It's not Vegas. It's really 27 hands. And then they're wait, something's wrong here. They keep winning, and they all just got up and left. They let them cash out their chips, which surprised me. I think it was that. I want to say it was that either the Tropicana or the Golden Nugget.
I think it was Golden Nugget.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow, so what happens next? Is there a court date set for this fine young woman?
I don't know what it is. That didn't say that either. So
It doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
They had to know, most people are going to wonder, how did she do it? The only thing I can think of is she either set the cards when she was shuffling, because you'd think the way the article says it, it's she's exposing them and telling people, showing them an 8, flashing them. But you're right. Obviously, I've been there. Like every other casino, they deal baccarat out of a shoe. So I don't know logistically. Let's try to think. What would be her
it would
options?
make sense in blackjack to show whole cards that way, but how do you do it when people have already placed the bets? You show them the cards at that point, it's pointless.
So maybe before she put the cards in the shoe, she would show the first 4 cards or something like that. You know what I mean? Somehow flash them. That's
I guess maybe that's something like that, where just the first card in the shoe.
She's doing it through the whole shoe.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe the first hand in the whole thing she would show them, and then the rest of they play normally.
Bet heavy the first hand.
Yes.
Sit out the rest. I don't know.
And bet small the other ones. Yeah, maybe something
Either way,
like that.
it's a real brilliant scheme. You're not going to get caught doing that. Unbelievable. And all this for $12,000.
Yeah, that's just so weird. Is that to take all this risk for $12,000?
On blacklists and all that for $12,000?
Well,
Christ, you make 5 times that much on a F1 night.
I was going to say all they had to do is go play Ultimate X Poker. They'll win more than 5 times that.
Yeah.
moving on, there's been some developments in a lawsuit involving the fixing of Las Vegas hotel prices, and it's not a good one for those that were hoping it would succeed. So a federal judge has dismissed a class action suit that claimed that Las Vegas hotel operators were inflating room prices through collusion. And attorneys say they're going to refile an amended complaint. But at the moment, the class action has been dismissed. And I have been a bit skeptical of this case the entire way. So we've covered this before on the show. And here's the problem. Several hotels were using a system of proprietary software that would analyze the prices charged by competitors and then suggest to the hotels what they should charge for their own rooms. So it wasn't fixing the prices, it was just basically sending suggestions to the hotels of what the market rates are going for at similar rooms at other properties. So 4 different companies were using this. Caesars Entertainment, so for all the Caesars properties, MGM Resorts, all the MGM properties, so that takes up a lot of them on the Strip. Then Treasure Island and then the Wynn Encore were doing it as well. So they were all using this same system that would monitor the rates at the competitors and then suggest prices for their rooms. So a class action lawsuit was filed to try to get these companies to actually pay back people that they felt had overpaid due to these allegedly inflated prices. So what they were basically saying is they're all using software to collude and artificially keep the prices up high at most of the major properties on the Strip, and therefore with nobody trying to compete with the other price-wise, that people were forced to pay it when they otherwise would have paid a lot lower prices if there was real competition. And that this software package was basically managing the room rates unfairly between these main competitors there on the Strip. However, number one, I was already skeptical as someone who is not an attorney, but just someone who's thinking about this logically. And when I hear about stuff like this, I don't just automatically take the side of the consumer. I don't automatically take the side against the casinos. It's easy to do that. It's easy to come off like the outraged consumer and bash the casinos and the hotels as being greedy, and a lot of times they are. But sometimes you got to think about it and ask, is this really illegal what they're doing, and is this even unethical what they're doing? There is no harm in monitoring the competitors' prices, because the competitors' prices are publicly shown on the web. This is not something that's hard to find. This doesn't require a software program for everybody to run to communicate them. I could write a program right now to scrape all the prices from all the major hotels on the Strip and display them to me. And it would be legal for me to run such a program because this data is publicly available. This would not be something that would be illegal to do. Now, if I were to do this, it would be different than hotels doing this and using it to their benefit, because if I were to do it, I'm just a consumer who's just doing it out of curiosity, whereas the hotel's doing it and then basing their prices on it. That's a different matter, because you can say, well, they might be allowed to scrape this data, but should all 4 of these hotel operators get together and artificially prop up their prices because they're just all scraping each other's prices? The problem is they can't show that there's any kind of collusion agreement. So just being aware of what others are charging is completely legal and, in fact, ethical. It is fine to do research as to what the competitors are charging. Otherwise, if you don't, you may charge too much money and everyone will go to the competitors. So you have to know what the competitors are charging. There's no such thing as prices that have nothing to do with competitors' prices. In fact, that's what the free market's all about. When competitors lower their prices, then you have to consider lowering your prices too. And when competitors raise their prices, then you can feel more comfortable about raising your own prices. So there's a thin line between just reacting to what competitors are doing, and collusion, where you're actually getting together and agreeing to artificially keep the prices high. And the problem here is, even though it's alleged they're all using the same software package, and basically this software is managing to keep them all high, there did not seem to be evidence in this lawsuit that there's any kind of actual collusion where these companies are communicating and agreeing to do this. So just because a software program analyzes it and saying, well, based on the current market, we suggest these prices, that's not the same thing as an agreement to do it. And they're not even handing off the management of their prices to this third party. They're just getting suggestions based upon market values of hotels. So based upon this, I didn't think that this lawsuit would be successful, nor was I even that bothered that this tool is being used. Now, if there's a tool that was actually setting the prices and just not letting any hotel offer a bargain because it's artificially propping them all up at a high level, I would have a big problem with that. And also, if there was evidence of this happening, then a lawsuit would win. But over here, it just didn't look like this was happening. It just looked like they were using a tool to monitor what the other operators were doing. So the judge in this case, whose name was Miranda Du, D-U, she handed down a 13-page order granting the defendants, meaning the hotel casinos, motion to dismiss. So it was dismissed without prejudice. It can be refiled. Du wrote that the lawsuit suffers from numerous pleading deficiencies and does not meet the standards for an antitrust complaint. And the biggest problem was, as I said, the plaintiffs did not include any factual allegations to allege that the companies entered any kind of agreement. So Du pointed that out. Like, where is the allegation even that these companies agreed with each other to keep the rates high? She said they also didn't explain which exact software products were even being used or how or when they were using them. And it also didn't show that the software allowed the companies to exchange non-public information, which again goes back to what I was saying, that anyone can scrape this data. If the data is out there for the public, then you can't allege collusion because someone has a software product that scrapes this data that anyone can see, including you or I. She wrote in her decision, consulting public sources that determine how to price a hotel room by visiting your competitor's website does not violate the Sherman Act. And that has to do with antitrust violations. So they had 30 days from her order dismissing it to refile an amended complaint. And the attorneys of the law firm that filed it, Hagens, Berman, Sobol, Shapiro, said that they will be filing it by the deadline. And they said, we are confident we can amend it to address the court's concerns. So I'm not very confident. And this was back on October 27th, so the 30 days are just about up. I have not seen that an amended complaint has been filed. If they say they will, they probably will, but it may be just a shot in the dark. This never looked right to me. It just didn't look like something that was going to win, because you can't allege collusion with no evidence of collusion. You can't allege collusion because they're using a tool to look at public data that anyone can see with no agreements to keep prices high. It just didn't make any sense to me. So as much as I'd like to vilify the casinos for this, I can't. And while I'm on this topic, just one tip: if you're booking hotel rooms in Vegas, you should be aware that there's something called adaptive pricing. I know Caesars uses it, where if you look at something as far as like a room to stay in on certain dates, and then you come back like 10 minutes later and see the price has gone up, don't say, oh man, if only it was a little bit faster, I would have gotten a cheaper price. No, what it's doing is it's raising the price based upon your apparent interest. It's pretty nasty. So if you look at something and then you take a little time and come right back, it's going to assume, well, you're returning because you probably want to buy something at this point. It's one thing to look and say, oh, the prices are too high. It's another thing to look and then come back in a short time later, like 10 minutes later, with the intent to purchase. So they have determined that when people come back like this within a short period of time, that usually what this means is they're coming back to actually book. And at that point, they'll raise the prices and figure people will not be that turned off if the prices have gone up a little bit. They may be a little frustrated, but they'll book anyway because they've already made the decision to do it. if you have this experience where like maybe 10 minutes later the price hops up, don't kick yourself and say, oh, if only I did this 10 minutes earlier, if I did this the first time I looked. Just close it out, start up an incognito browser. Even if you're logged in, sometimes you have to log in to get the better rates, if it's attached to your Players Club card. But log back in on an incognito browser, wait about 2 hours before doing so, and try again, and it'll probably come back down. I'm not guaranteeing that. Sometimes the price really does go up, but a lot of times it's that adaptive pricing bullshit. And this is not just me guessing at it. I've actually had Caesars employees confirm to me that this is done. And
what did you say the browser to use was?
It's just the incognito mode of any browser.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And then I've actually had employees at Caesars confirm to me that this is being done, and it was actually confirmed to me when I was booking something, and this happened to me, and they admitted it, and I said, well, can you go back to the old prices? This isn't fair to me. And they consulted a supervisor and said yes, and priced it back down. They don't always see if that's what happened, but they will sometimes take your word for it, and I happen to have taken a screenshot of when it was lower for a different reason, so I was able to get them to honor that, and they admitted that it jumped up because of the adaptive pricing. So that's a dirty thing they do there. So I'm not saying the hotels are angels, but in this case, if they just want to monitor what the other properties are doing, that's no problem. And the lawsuit seems stupid to me. Moving on, I want to talk about a sentence that was given to a pretty notorious casino scammer, and I'm surprised that he basically got a slap on the wrist. This is a crazy story. We talked about it before on this show. This is a 24-year-old man named Eric Gutierrez Martinez, and he scammed Circa, which is the nicest casino in downtown Vegas. It's a new casino that was built ground up. And what he was doing was calling up Circa and pretending to be the owner, Derek Stevens, and was claiming that he needed 6 figures in cash as an emergency payment to the fire department for safety devices. Shockingly, this trick worked multiple times.
This is another story where the Review Journal doesn't really go into too much detail. It doesn't explain it. I want to still understand how this guy is able to convince an employee he's the owner, how there's no checks and balances of that employee to get that much cash on their own and then leave the property with it. It just doesn't make sense. It's almost like they're leaving something out.
Yeah, it was very weird. And he was successful 3 times. $314,000 was paid to him, $350,000, and then $500,000.
Yeah, and I count cards at one place, and my photos on the wall at every casino in town. And you know what I mean? But this guy's done it to 3 casinos. No one's on the lookout for the scam.
Well,
in departmental memo or something warning people makes no sense.
I had covered this in the past, and there was a little more to this than just calling up and saying he was Derek Stevens. And I think he was also impersonating other
fire chief or something, or he needed to pay the fire chief.
Well, that was the story, but he was impersonating others there as well. So then when people would check with their manager, they'd really be checking with him. So it was a little more complicated than just saying, "Hey, I'm Derek Stevens," show up with hundreds of thousands in cash. So it was a little more than that. However, it wasn't as sophisticated as you might think. For example, this guy who did it, Eric Martinez, he actually showed up using the vehicle that was registered to his aunt who he was living with. So,
didn't he live with his mom? Or
yes, it was his aunt. He lived with his aunt, and
he's like a Todd would tell us of criminals. He steals, makes these $1 million heists, but he's staying with family to save money. You know what I mean? Got to be budget conscious. I mean, what?
Well, he probably had no money prior to this, but he actually used his aunt's car, which is crazy. Why not at least rent a car or something, or get a car in some way that doesn't trace to him? But he used his aunt's car.
Auntie, I'm going to go meet I'm impersonating the fire chief. I'm going to pick up $1 million. Can I use your Toyota?
Yeah.
All right, Eric, whatever you need, honey.
And
a good boy.
Apparently, when they searched his house, they found a lot of the money and still had the Circa branded currency straps around them. So it would say Circa $5,000 on one of the straps. So not that he could have explained where he had this money, but that left no doubt. They found $850,000 of the money when they searched his house, but over $300,000 remains unaccounted for. Derek Stevens admitted this wasn't the best publicity for Circa. He said, although I love a good PR story, this isn't one of them. So we covered this before at the time in June when he was arrested. But there is an update here. He pled in September to one count of theft of more than $100,000. And he was originally charged with 2 felonies, but he reached a plea deal with prosecutors and ended up only getting a suspended sentence for the whole thing. So after all that, after stealing more than $1 million, he actually doesn't spend any time in prison.
So the story is you can just basically do whatever the fuck you want in Nevada, and you're just gonna, walk away. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. How do you steal that much and it doesn't even make sense?
I don't know how you get a suspended sentence there.
There's got to be more underlining stuff. He was abused, he was molested, he's mentally ill. There's something. Why would they be that lenient on it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Just because there was no violence involved, where is it a deterrent and all that?
And not only that, he apparently did it before at the Eureka Casino in Mesquite and the Golden Nugget in Laughlin.
Of course he did.
So how are they giving?
What's the guy's name? Frank Abagnale. Remember,
Yeah.
If you can, he must be on that kind of level, of a con artist. But where is it a deterrent? This guy isn't going to go straight now.
Well, here I'll tell you what may have been the reason.
Mm-hmm.
They are claiming, who knows if this is true, but they're claiming that he is part of a much larger, sophisticated criminal organization.
Oh yeah,
and that he was just
he ratted on them.
The main, he was just the guy who was actually executing the plan.
He was the grunt. He was like a grunt.
Yeah, the Clark County Deputy District Attorney Austin Beaumont said he's a bagman for a highly sophisticated criminal organization. So maybe he did rat on them, and that's what happened. But they haven't arrested anybody else yet.
They called him a bagman. You don't hear that term that much. He was a bagman.
Now, it's possible he was just the one showing up to pick it up, and that maybe someone else was calling up impersonating Derek Stevens.
The point is, he is no Frank Abagnale then. He's no ringleader. He's for all we know, he's some autistic kid living with his aunt that didn't know any better and got conned into it. You know what I mean? Or, whatever.
Well, they're not saying that. He did describe his actions as stupid and said he was working for a larger criminal organization, and that it's unclear, though, was it really him that called up and said he was Derek Stevens, or was it somebody else and he really was just the bag man to show up and get it? Maybe that's what they're leaving out. Maybe that's what they're leaving out.
Let's start using that term bagman on the show, if you can, fit it in. I really feel like it's an underappreciated term.
It's true that did die out over the years.
It did. So let's see, whenever we can incorporate it, let's try using bagman.
Okay. Well, I want to thank Clark County District Attorney Austin Beaumont for bringing it back.
Yeah. And thank you, Eric Martinez, wherever you are. You're just a bagman in this cog of criminality, but thank you.
Maybe he was just some chump that some more sophisticated criminals talked into showing up to pick up the money.
Right, you see those movies, he's kind of fat, and he's a little slow, but he's got a heart of gold. He's like, are you sure, boy? And he's like, yeah, I don't want to be the bag man. You're not the bag man, Eric, Okay.
We're going to give this money to charity. Look at all the unethical things casinos do. You're just picking up the money. We're going to give this to kids in need. We're going to have it to kids in need here. So you're doing a good thing there, Eric.
It's basically free play, Eric, when you think about it.
Yeah. Well, I can't do it. I don't have a car. Well, does your aunt have a car? Well, yeah.
Can't do it. I don't have a car. Well, that's funny.
Take her car.
That's funny.
I guess. I hope she's not mad at me.
Eric, why would she be mad that $250 we're paying you for this? You can give her half. You can buy her, a nice purse. You could take her out to the Golden Corral. Right. I think that's how it went down, actually. Probation? Jesus.
Yeah.
Look at the two stories. The lady cheats in baccarat. They leave her alone. Oh, you know what? Give her 18 months. We'll worry about it next year. They leave her alone. Let her live her life. Oh, yeah, just go on your own recognizance. We'll contact you if we think goes to trial. Then they got the bag man. He steals millions of dollars. He goes home. What do you got to do here?
Yeah, I know. I think if you don't use a gun for any of this stuff, I think you just walk away free.
There was that homeless gentleman, I'm sorry, we don't want to use homeless. What is the term?
Unhoused. It's unhoused gentleman.
The unhoused gentleman blew up a bathroom stall with a pipe bomb at Paris, and he got released on his own recognizance with one condition. You know what it was?
He doesn't make pipe bombs.
No, it was really that he can't go to the Paris. And then, I don't know if it's, I would assume it would be like every Caesars property, but the article specifically said the one condition of his ROR was he can't go back to the Paris right now. And I'm thinking, well, A, he probably has to be trespassed from every Caesars property. And B, what is this? How can you even blow up now a stall in a public casino and you get it on your own recognizance?
It's really strange.
I don't get it.
And some of these people, I don't understand, because I would think a lot of them don't have a lot that is going to keep them in Nevada. That's going to keep them from running. That's what I don't get. Usually when the
on-house guy, he lives wherever he falls asleep that day.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If it's someone with a lot of assets that you think is not going to just go run off because they're just leaving a lot behind, then it would make more sense to release them on their own recognizance.
Or aunt, if Eric's aunt said, Eric, you want to move with me to Ridgecrest? Like they're moving to Ridgecrest. Eric's ain't going to say no to his auntie, especially after her letting him use the car. They moved to Ridgecrest. That's where the radio station is, right? That you like? Or Coolio was talking to? Wasn't it Ridgecrest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just in Ridgecrest.
Of course you were.
I was. It was because we went to Death Valley on the way back from Vegas, and Ridgecrest is the first real city that you can stop at. So we actually stayed there.
What did you do in Death Valley, real fast?
Well, Death Valley has that unusual thing going on right now where the salt flats in Badwater, the lowest point in the North America, is...
I don't even know what that is.
Okay, well, you should. It's only 2.5 hours from where you live.
Is it like a dead lake?
Yes, it's the very lowest point. It's minus 280 feet altitude, and it's the very lowest point in North America, and there's no water there. It's one of the driest places on Earth. They get about 1 inch a year on average in rain, and it's a giant salt flat. There's a lot of unusual things in Death Valley to see, like unusual geographic things to see there, but Badwater...
Is the actual city considered Death Valley? Like if I wrote a letter... or someone lived there or whatever, is that the actual name? Or
yes, but most of it's a national park, so it's not a real city, but yes.
What's the closest city where people live? Does anyone actually live in Death Valley?
There are a few who live there because they work there, but aside from that, no.
Is there restaurants in Death Valley or businesses?
There are 2 hotels with restaurants, and that's it. And there's more than 2 hotels. There's 2 hotels, and then there's some hotels in the northern part of the park too. But that's it. There's no regular houses there from what I know.
My back. I lost everything.
Yeah. You're back. Yeah.
Disconnected. Okay. All right. Well, whatever. You can tell me off air.
No, but I'll tell people that the Badwater is very interesting right now because it's a real lake right now. It went from a salt flats to a lake, and that hasn't happened in my lifetime.
Oh, is it because of the flooding that occurred?
Yeah, from the hurricane. Yeah.
How deep would you say it is?
I don't know how deep,
is it like a real lake?
Yes,
it's not like puddles.
No, it goes miles each way.
Wow, that is cool. What was the temperature like when you guys were outside walking around?
70, 68, something like that.
At night, or you were there during the day?
Late afternoon. It doesn't get hot in November and December.
No, I mean cold. I would think it'd still be cold because it's a desert.
No, it's kind of like L.A. weather in the winter and blazing hot in the summer.
Well, you picked the right time to leave here and take your 64K with you because we are getting our first cold spell tonight, tomorrow, and the next day. It's going to be the coldest day since I think February or March of earlier this year. Anyhow, it's going to be in the 30s. It's going to be in the mid to high 30s, depending on where you live, your elevation in Vegas. But right now, it is 40 degrees where I am right now, which is it's chilly. It is supposed to get so the next 4 nights, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, it will actually and Wednesday, it will be between 37 and 34 degrees in Vegas at night. That's the low, depending on Summerlin and other areas are higher elevation, so it's colder. But anyhow, yeah, it's cold. It's not even going to break 60 the next couple of days. Am I here?
Yeah, I don't know if you remember this, but in 2008, in December, there was a period of weeks where a lot of days the high was in the 30s.
Wait, what? Say it again. When was this?
In 2008, in December.
Oh yeah, I remember. I was in California. Funny enough, that's when it snowed here. I missed all that snow that December.
No, I was there for it. I was there the whole month, and I was freezing.
And ironically enough, I was in Vegas. Wait, why were you here that long in December?
Because I had my apartment there. I was there a lot back in those days.
Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, I was there the whole month.
Yeah, that's ironic, like I said, because I was in California.
Yeah, I had no kid then, so I didn't have to worry about that.
Let's see how your memory is. I mean, no offense, buddy. You used to have the best memory. You could tell me the first hand job you got that it was on a Tuesday. And why was I in? Okay, I was in California, as I mentioned, and I was with somebody that you know. That was the reason I was in California. And I was in California, ironically enough, the whole month of December. Who was I with in that month? Who was I shacking up with during that time frame in my life?
Was it Nicola's Knife?
There you go. Okay, all right. I mean, wasn't the hardest question in the world, but yeah, you got it. I was at her apartment, and I was really glad I was out of the cold weather. But yeah, I remember coming back, and my dad and friends, and there wasn't really much social media there then, but newspaper articles and tons of snow. Like my dad.
Yes, it was 6 inches. It was the biggest snowstorm since like 1960 something.
Yeah, very cool.
And by the way, I predicted it, and people didn't believe me. I was in the Bellagio, and I mentioned that I noticed I was watching the news at home in my apartment, and I saw that there was a storm coming. They didn't mention snow, but there was a storm coming that day, and the high was going to be in the 30s. And I said, I don't know why this news report is not mentioning the possibility of snow. So I was playing at the Bellagio, and I said, I think it's going to snow on this day. It was like 2 days from then. And they said, no, that's not going to happen. I said, no, I think it really is, because it's an actual sizable storm that's going to drop precipitation, like not just like a drizzle, like it's going to be real precipitation, and it's going to be cold enough to where we can get real measurable snow. And they said, no, we're just going to get flurries like we always do. And I go, no, it's not going to be flurries. I'm telling you, if this actually is cold enough to be snow, it's going to be real snow that's going to be like inches on the ground. And they told me I was crazy, that this never happens here, that it's just it's going to be rain. So we lost you a second. You're back here.
I'm back. This is really insufferable.
Well, Skype's terrible
never
today.
Seen it like this.
Yeah, it's really bad tonight.
Out.
Yeah. So they just didn't believe me and insisted I was wrong. And then I actually was doubting myself. But then I was out that day. I was actually at the DMV, of all places, and then heavy snow starts coming down. And then all the drivers were panicking because they weren't used to driving in snow. People were going like 10 miles per hour. They didn't know what to do. And I was having to like go around them on the medians and stuff to try to get past these drivers who were panicking. And I had driven in snow many times before in the mountains, so I wasn't freaked out by it. But they were. And yeah, 6 inches came down. In fact, some parts of L.A. got some snow then, too. Like the higher elevations in L.A. got some snow then, the same day.
Yeah.
A Brazilian poker pro named Rafael Caiaffa, Caiaffa, was disqualified from the BSOP, not the WSOP, the BSOP, which is the Brazilian series of poker, which I didn't know existed. I used to make jokes a long time ago. I used to make jokes in like 2005. I used to pretend to be a guy from the country of Chad, and I claimed I won the Chad series of poker. And you know what the prizes were? If you won the Chad series of poker, which I claimed took place in Le Méridien Hotel in Jamana, which is a real thing. Not the poker tournament, but the hotel. I claimed it took place in the rec room at the Jamana Le Méridien, and that the first place prize for the Chad series of poker was $1,000 and 5 goats, and that second place was just $1,000 and no goats.
Do you know who used to play the suit tournament a ton? Your boy.
Really? Which boy?
Would you know? That Vandersloot boy.
Oh.
He killed it down there. Get it?
I get it.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And you know, he was in the news recently. Did you know he was in the U.S.? He might still be here.
Yeah, I saw that.
They brought him here, and they charged him with extorting the mom, and they convicted him, and I don't know.
Yeah, that guy was.
He was a poker. He was like a South American poker. Like
yeah, that's true. That's true. He played a poker tournament when he murdered that girl right after, like the second girl he murdered. Like he was there for a poker tournament, and then
that's what. Right. That's my. I'm being serious. He actually played in the. You know what? I don't know if it was called the B suit or whatever. He played in all the South American, Central American tournaments. Like that's literally where he killed that girl.
Yeah, he killed her because she was like going through his laptop and like saw stuff about the previous case, and then he freaked out and killed her.
Yeah, amazing.
So anyway, this guy, Rafael Caiaffa, he didn't do anything violent. That's the one thing I could say in his favor. However, he did do something that wasn't good, and he was disqualified. So somehow he ended up with 2 starting chip stacks, not at the same time, but he got one and then they gave him the other. Now, it doesn't describe exactly what happened, as none of these articles ever seem to, but I think I figured it out. So you start with 100K in chips. This is, of course, tournament chips, not real money chips, at this particular tournament. So when he registered, they gave him 100K in chips, and then when he sat down, the dealer gave him another 100K. Now, of course, this seems absurd. Like, if he sits down with a stack of chips, why would the dealer push more chips to him? But as someone who's played the WSOP, not the BSOP, I can picture how this happened. So when I have late registered to events before, and I'm talking about very recently, not a long time ago, let's say the starting stack is 20,000. They don't give me the normal chips that you would start with if you were there right when the event begins. What they would give me is big chips, and it's kind of a pain in the ass because I sit down at the table and immediately I need to get change from people. So they'll give me like 4,000 or 5,000 denomination chips to sit down for my 20K starting stack. So even though I'm getting the same starting stack that others did, they would start with 2 5,000s and several 1,000s and several 100s and several 25s and things like that. So they'd have like a lot of physical chips in front of them equaling 20K, and I would just start with $4,000 or $5,000 chips because that's what they're giving to the late registrants, because it's a lot easier to just hand out to them without having a lot of physical chips in front of them at the late registration table. So, and when I say the late registration table, I mean the table you go to get your seat assignment. So I'm guessing this is probably what happened here. They didn't write this, but this is what I'm guessing happened, is that Rafael Caiaffa registered late, and they handed him like 4 chips that were 25K each. So it doesn't take up very much space. So he's probably carrying them in his hand, not trying to do anything shady, but just kind of carrying the 4 chips in his fist. And he sits down and as a new player and gives them the new player slip, and the dealer, who has chips in his rack to give out to new players, got confused and didn't know that they're giving out the chips to the players at the late registration table. And then they gave out the regular chips to him as well, not seeing that he was holding these 4 high denomination chips still in his hand. And at that point, he said nothing. Now, they didn't write that in the article, but that's what I actually think happened, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. If he shows up with a big rack of chips, the dealer's not going to say, oh, here's your chips now, even though you showed up with a big rack of chips. It had to be chips the dealer didn't see. What is confirmed is the dealer gave him a second set of chips after he already had chips, but it doesn't say how. But that had to be how it happened from my own experience in the World Series of Poker, even though they're not associated. But what I do know from beyond that was that he didn't immediately drop the additional chips in his stack. He just held them aside somewhere where they couldn't be seen. And then when he chunked off 90% of his 100K stack he got from the dealer and was down to 10, he then surreptitiously dropped the chips in to give him 110K by adding that 100 that he was given originally, and nobody saw. So again, it had to be big chips, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Well, unfortunately for Mr. Caiaffa, an eagle-eyed person at the table who'd been keeping track of who had what noticed that he just suddenly had above starting stack again, despite losing like every hand since he got there. So they're like, how is this guy constantly losing, and he's above what he came with? Where'd he get these 4 big chips? They didn't say the big chips, but I'm guessing that, that's what it had to be. So someone complained about it and said it didn't make sense how his stack suddenly grew like that when he was short-stacked, and they didn't see him doubling up or anything to get there. So then they looked into it, and they found out that he did this, especially because this mistake had apparently happened to other people at that same tournament, where they also gave them double chips, but everybody else was honest about it and said, whoa, you've already given me chips. So I got chips over there. I don't need your chips because I already got the 100K. So he was the only one to say nothing and take advantage of it and hide the chips he was originally given and then add them later. So knowing that this had already happened, where people were honest about it and came forward, they knew that's what he had to have done, and the whole thing unraveled. So not only was he disqualified from the BSOP of this particular event, he was banned from the entire BSOP, so he can't play the rest of the events. And I don't know if he is banned going forward, if he's not allowed to play it at all. But I know from this BSOP he can't play anymore. And he was also disqualified from this particular tournament. So that's what happened to Rafael Caiaffa at the BSOP.
Now let me ask you. I'm getting a couple questions about this, so I'm going to relay it. A couple listeners on the East Coast just waking up. They want to know what would happen hypothetically, or if you could give a hypothetical scenario in which you would ever play a BSOP event.
It would be if I was going there anyway for a vacation. But even there it would be tough, because if I'm taking my family on a vacation, I don't want to make them sit around the hotel while I'm doing poker stuff. So that's why I just don't take poker vacations, because I either want to take a vacation or play poker, and usually not both. And if I'm going to take the family on a vacation, I don't want them sitting around. So it would be hard to picture how that could happen for that reason. But it would have to be like part of a vacation. Or if I won a seat there somehow. Like if someone just dropped a free seat on me to the BSOP and it was worth going, I wouldn't go for like $1,000 seat. It wouldn't be worth the trouble. But let's say they gave me like a $5,000 BSOP main event seat. Yeah, I'd fly there for it.
What was this guy's name again?
Rafael Caiaffa.
So if it was 2010 and I'd say to you, let's get Rafael Caiaffa on the show, then we'd find out he was already on Quad Jacks the night before. So.
and by the way, he's not young. I see a picture of him on Poker News, and he's not a youngster. And he admitted he did this. This is what he said. The truth was this: I entered the mystery KO Max late. I was late. See, I got it right. I didn't see this until just now. See, I relayed my own experience to this, even though I did not ever cheat. They handed me 200,000 chips, 100,000 on the island, and another 100,000 on the table. I think the island is probably someplace where you pick up chips. Yeah. I realized right away that I received more, and even mentioned to my friend of mine. I told him I'd return it soon, but it happened that they broke my table at the time. We only played 3 hands. Then I thought, it won't change anything if I keep the chips. It's their mistake. How does he think it wouldn't change anything? It changes tons because he has chips he shouldn't have. But obviously I was the one who made the mistake. I don't take away my responsibility. A player at my table noticed and spoke up, and he's more than right. The floor came and saw everything that happened. I also told the truth, and he eliminated me. Well, you didn't have a choice at that point because it was obvious what happened.
Right.
And what is this, like he didn't think it would change anything? Of course, that wasn't what he thought. He thought, I'm getting a double stack here, or at least a backup
how old
stack.
Do you think this guy is? Have you had a guess?
I'm guessing like 43 or something.
Oh, okay. All right, not too old.
Yeah.
I wonder if other BSOP contestants behave in this manner.
Well, apparently not, because the others returned it. The others said, oh, no, we already got chips. The others didn't accept it. Now maybe the others thought they couldn't get away with it, so that's why they did it. But
maybe hopefully Caesars will build a casino down there, and then they will add to Diamond members a one-night stay at the Caesars Rio. I mean, that's something that what do they give us in United Arab Emirates? How many nights? 2 nights?
2 nights. Yes, they're doing away. I think they're doing away with that. By the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Who told you that?
I was hearing it discussed.
Probably the overwhelming demand. I mean,
yeah.
What a dumb. That's got to be out of. Listen, I've gotten some stupid things. I've gotten giveaways at casinos where they've offered batteries. I've seen all kinds of crazy shit. And that's got to be the dumbest promotion I've ever heard of. Like, the people they're marketing to, who's really going to use that? Especially because the people they're marketing to are degenerates and there's no casino there. I mean, that's the dumbest. So listen. I'm going to go. Skype is really annoying me, and I know we like to live, in the past, but maybe we can one day update our technology on this podcast and use some. What are other people using that do shows like this? Does anyone do a show like this?
They'll do video, and the thing is, I have an old-fashioned call-in show where people can actually call into a phone number, and that's what I've tried to explain to people, that it's hard to.
Does it have to be Skype? We couldn't use any of the other hundreds of apps that.
The problem is that to integrate it with a show like this and have actual call-ins with a phone number, the Skype is what it has to be. The other things all require people have to use that specific software to connect in. So it's not that you can't.
They switch with us. It doesn't mean it. Okay, all right.
I don't want to do away with the phone number.
Oh, you lose the phone number?
Yeah, I lose not just that phone number. I lose all phone numbers.
The phone, as you might know, I visited the other line, the rotary line.
Yeah, it's true. Brandon was in Mount Charleston, and he did check on the phone for me there, and he told me it was okay, which is fortunate. I almost came with him, but it just didn't work out. So
now they're suffering because obviously it's cold here, and it's always 20 degrees colder up there. It is going to be in the 20s this weekend at even like as low as like 18, 17 in Mount Charleston. So I don't know with the wiring. There's going to be some issues if something gets frozen. Do those lines, those telephone lines, do they freeze?
No, it was made well. They made these phones very well in the 1970s. They were like tanks, so then it's not going to break down. It'll be fine. The lines will be fine. The phone will be fine. I'm
going to it's not even a topic, but I'm just going to say one thing because it caught my interest. I read this earlier, and we've talked about this on the show. So your boy, Sam Bankman-Fried was in the news, and once I read this, you're going to laugh at it, but this is actually a story from the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal did a story. When was this story? The story was yesterday on Thanksgiving, and it said, Sam Bankman-Fried has figured out the currency of choice among inmates at New York's Metropolitan Detention Center. And the Wall Street Journal reports that he recently got another haircut, and he used what most federal inmates, apparently this is a trend all over the United States, since inmates, first of all, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
So since inmates are not allowed to, possess or even have on them currency, they use, or cash currency, they use some other form of product for currency. And this is like aligned in every federal prison. Like there was a story in here, like as far back as or as far away as a prison in California. I'll get to that in a second. But anyhow, what do you think the currency they use in exchange for goods and services is in prison? In federal prison?
Toilet paper?
No. Like what would they trade? Like it's not toilet paper. It's something that they can peg to the dollar. All right, it's packaged mackerel.
What?
So the Wall Street Journal reports that Sam Bankman-Fried is trading packaged mackerel for goods and services. It says packaged mackerel, which is a type of, I don't know this word, pelagic fish. It's Pelagic. Pelagic? What does that mean?
I actually don't even know, but I'm familiar with mackerel from my fishing days in the 1970s.
All right.
They're a lousy tasting fish, by the way. You catch a lot of them, but they taste terrible.
Well, for some reason, they love it in federal prisons. What do you think they call these packaged mackerels? What do the inmates refer to them in federal prisons as? What do they call it? They don't call it like packaged mackerel. There's like a cute little...
What is it, fish dollars?
No, they call it Max.
No, Max, okay.
Maybe that's where the term Mac Daddy came from. Anyhow, the Wall Street Journal reports it has been the currency of choice in all federal prisons since 2004, because what happened in 2004 that led to mackerel being the new currency?
They started distributing them in the prisons for as food?
2004 cigarettes were banned in all federal prisons.
Oh, okay.
So former incarcerated attorney Larry Levine famously accepted mackerel as a form of payment from fellow prisoners that he represented while serving his own sentence at the Lompoc Correctional Institute in California. He then used the mackerel to pay for personal upkeep services such as beard trims, shoe shines from other inmates, so on and so forth. Global Source Marketing, which is the supplier and maker of the canned mackerel, told the Review Journal that the trend has become so popular that it has felt the increase in demand. There's economic logic behind this trend. Products that have steady value, such as certain food items and stamps, are used as a steady means of exchange to substitute for currency, which inmates cannot access. Food items such as mackerel and tuna are stable commodities with a value that can be pegged to the dollar. And then it just goes on. But anyhow, that's what it says. This is a Review Journal. It's talking about the guy.
How do they get the mackerel in there? Do people just bring it for them? Like,
No, it's commissary. It's one of the items on the commissary.
Oh.
But I guess that's what they use as cash. Like, I don't know what it costs, but, it's a commissary.
It's funny that they actually package it and sell it because it is a lousy tasting fish. And
I've never had it in my life.
That's because they don't serve it.
I used to fish too, and I remember my grandfather telling me it tasted terrible. So when we catch it, we throw it back.
That's what I was going to say. You throw it back. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I wonder maybe if it's canned. I mean, listen, I've tried. I know you're going to laugh. I've tried a lot of that stuff over the years because I'm a really inquisitive eater. So I've tried canned mackerel. Like, at some point, disgusting. I've had canned sardines, awful. Anchovies, I've tried it a couple times, like every 7 to 10 years. I'll get it on a pizza just because I'm like, all right, I want to, people used to do this in the 70s and 80s, and maybe I'll develop a taste. Disgusting, the most disgusting thing in the world. And then I've tried, I know you'd never do this, I've tried, canned oysters. All of it, it's like the worst food I've ever had. I don't know, how people can even eat it.
I will say, I did eat the sardines.
Terrible.
No, but I didn't think they were terrible. In the 70s and early 80s, I would eat the canned sardines in some kind of oil.
Well, the thing is, back in that era, that was one of the most popular things, like canned foods, sardines.
Yeah, I know, but I liked it though. I actually ate them.
What did it? Do you remember what it tasted like? Yeah, it's in an oil, but is it fishy? Is it salty?
No, it's kind of salty. It didn't taste fishy. I thought it was good.
Uh-huh.
At least as a kid.
They still make them. They're still in the store.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want them now, but back then I ate them.
Interesting. You think you could stomach them now?
Possibly not.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, what a downfall this guy, huh? One of the richest guys in the world. What was he at one point? Was he top 5? Definitely top 10, right?
Yeah.
Net worth. And now he's in the place where Epstein committed suicide and he's trading mackerel. That's all canned mackerel. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, all right. Well, listen, sorry about the hijack. I just thought that was kind of interesting. Well, listen, thank you for your hospitality. I'm sorry Skype was giving us such an issue. I'll let you finish up, and don't keep Traderooski too long. You can't miss his post-Thanksgiving ends group.
Well, thank you for coming on and spending the longer than 90 minutes you said you spent here.
For real, congratulations. That try to relish it. I'm glad that, I know that feeling when you win such an amount that even days later you're still happy and you're thinking about it. It's a good thing. You deserve it. Good job. And, it probably will be the biggest win, non-poker win you'll ever have again in your life. So definitely, try to harness that feeling for as long as you can. And, try not to think about the tipping part since it stresses you out. And, it's over with, obviously. And anyhow. But congratulations, man. I'm very happy for you. And I know people on Twitter say it, and then they're, like you said, they're jealous or they're, I wish I had that. But really, good, good job. I mean, Jesus, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard of anyone hitting 6 Royals in 5 days and then not hitting one for 9 years?
9 years, yeah.
I mean, that's bizarre. I've never heard of anyone hitting 6 Royals in a trip. You hear that and you don't believe them. You're like, okay, you're full of shit. How can you hit 6? What is it? What is getting a Royal? What is the math? Not getting dealt, but just getting any Royal. What is roughly?
It's around 1 in 40,000.
So for you to have that happen 6 times, that's got to be astronomical. That's insane.
Yeah, I did play a lot of hands, but yes, it was very unusual. So,
a lot of hands. You played that many hands. You played more hands in Tahoe during the snowstorm.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and I got no one. Yeah, I lost all that money. Yeah.
Do you remember of any of those 6 that you got? Were any of them? Were most of them 3 or 4? Were any of them either 1 or or less? You
mean held cards?
Yeah. Yes.
I think one of them actually may have been 1 held card, but I had to look at it again. It's been so long, and I got 6 of them, so they kind of blended together. But yeah, I was shocked, just one after another, and then I thought, okay, well, this is the end of my Royals drought. Nope, then another 9 years. So first, I didn't have all the Royals before that. Then I don't have any Royals after that. So finally, this one showed up to make up for it.
It's unbelievable. Well, like I said, cherish it, man, because you're probably never going to anything like that again. Your expectations might be high now because nothing's going to live up to that.
Yeah, I know.
so anyhow, congratulations.
Brother. Okay, well, thank you
for having me on, and I look forward to. Well, when might radio be on again?
Probably 2 weeks or so.
Every 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's been a little longer on this one, but yeah, probably 2 weeks from now.
So I was going to say this before when we talked about tipping. So I go to Thanksgiving, and I'm with 8 people, but there's comps and whatever. So checks were split up. So in essence, my dad and I. Okay, I just want to tell you this and get your opinion, since we did talk about tipping tonight. My dad and I's portion, there's no tax because it was a comp. It was $130 a meal, so it was $260. Okay, or like $258, whatever. It was $129, and whatever, $258. Okay, so fine dining, everything was fine. Like it was a little slow, but they probably anticipate people wanting to talk, and it wasn't a big deal. But other than that, everything was fine. $258, 2 people. What would you tip?
This wasn't Thanksgiving, right?
It was Thanksgiving.
Okay, well, Thanksgiving, I don't hold against people for being slow on Thanksgiving because it's
I know, I get it, right. But that's what I'm saying. Everything was fine. Like you could say it was a little, like it took us 45 minutes to get our first course, which was a salad.
No, ours is slow too. It's always slow on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, but it was fine. So we'll just say $260, and everything's fine, no complaints. And again, fine dining restaurant, everyone's nice, but $260, no alcohol. What would you tip?
And this is before tax or after tax?
No, there's no tax because it was a comp. It was $260.
Oh, it was a comp. Okay, I missed that part.
Yeah, sorry I said that. Yep, comp. It was $129 a person, and we had it split up because there were comps and other people had to pay just to make it easier. So my portion was just my dad and I.
I'd probably go between $45 and $50.
Okay, yeah, okay, right. So I tipped $50. Okay, which I thought was fine. Like
that is fine.
20.
Yeah.
So the waiter was nice the whole time, and like you described, when I tipped him at the end and I gave him cash because there was a comp, I didn't owe anything, I wasn't going to charge. I gave him $50, and he took the money and just turned around and walked away. Didn't say thank you, didn't look me in the eye. You could tell from the body language he was expecting more. And I don't want to say I was revolted, but it bothered me. Like, so I get, like, not like bothered me that, like, I shouldn't have tipped him. It just bothered me that he was rude. Like you could tell, like, because he was chatty the whole time and, like, talking everything up and, get this, trust me, do this, do that. And he didn't even say thank you. He just turned his back and walked away. And I'm thinking, is this what we're coming to? Like, 50 isn't appropriate? Like, I know it's Thanksgiving, but, Christ almighty. And not everyone else tipped 20 to 20. Everyone else tipped about the same, I think. Like, no one tipped, incredibly more. No one tipped less. Like, and I remember leaving Thanksgiving, and I don't know if to say mortified, but I was, like, pissed off. I'm like, really? Is this, like, $50 isn't even decent for, like, two people? I mean, you made $400 off the party. Like, not 400. You would have made, like, 200. Because everyone tipped, every group of 2 tipped 50 or so. So, but still, we were there maybe 90 minutes, like we weren't there. I don't know. It just really bothered me. So I'm just thinking, and he was so blatant because he was so chatty. Like, you just know. So he must have been expecting, because it's Thanksgiving, like, should, like, people tip, like, preposterously more because it's a holiday and he had to work. And, well, like, it was obvious there was a problem at the end.
I think it was because it's a casino and he saw it like, you're getting a comp for this amount.
I thought that too. Right.
And so you're getting this free, and you're probably a high roller of some sort, and then you're like only giving him $50, and he's like, "What? This guy's getting a free meal, and he gambles all this, and he can only give me $50." So he doesn't think about, look, I'm a waiter, and I'm getting paid $50 for just these 2 people, and I'm getting a lot of other tips. I'm going to end up being paid pretty well because to be honest, at restaurants, the servers in higher end restaurants are overpaid for the job they're doing after the tips.
Well, I don't know how many tables he had at once, but I'm just calculating it while we're talking. He got like 200 and change from our party, from one table.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's got to tip out like the people, but still, like, what does he tip out? Maybe $30, 40 out of that. So he made 150, 160 off our table, and we were easy. Like, no one ran him around. Like, it was a course thing. They brought out a course. They brought out the next course, the next course, the next course, and the check. Like, there was no, bring salt, cook it this way. Like, everything was easy.
100% they're overpaid. They're overpaid at these higher end restaurants for the job they're doing. And then the people who are servers at lower end restaurants, like Denny's, for example, they're underpaid. They're underpaid because they get very small tips because the total cost of the meal is pretty low. So they're the ones who really get screwed here because of this dumb standard that you're giving a percentage of the bill when really the job is the exact same or almost the exact same.
So like, normally that stuff doesn't bother me. Like, whatever, I tip, and then it just, you go out to dinner, you're going to tip. Like, and as long as everything's fine, I'm usually like a flat 20%, like, for restaurants. Sometimes it screws you, like when you go, and like at fast food places or, like at Denny's, like you said, I'll tip more. Cause like, you get something like, I'll get something that's $12 or $13, like a breakfast, for instance. I just give it 20, like, what are you going to do? You're going to tip, 20% and give them $3. Like, no, I'll just give them 20, give them $7, and I just walk out. I don't have to wait. That's part of it too. It makes it easy. You don't have to wait for the change. You just give it. But yeah, like, it really bothered me. I'm like, wow. Like, he turned around and just walked away, like, with the money in his hand. Like, it was in the thing, but he opened it up because I had to sign, and he saw the cash, didn't even say Happy Thanksgiving, didn't thank me, just turned around and walked off. And it was obvious he was pissed. And I thought that too, like you said, that, it's a comp, and yeah, but that doesn't mean, it's wow.
No, of course it doesn't. And there was this problem at Commerce for a while when they were giving out the free food, that you had some of these players over tipping just because they were gamblers and they would just throw them a $20 chip for something. All these food runners would do was take your order, bring the food to you, and leave. They were not servers. They would just bring the food to you and leave. You couldn't, ask them later, hey, can you fill my water? Hey, can you bring me this? It's just, that's it. They bring it to you once and they're gone. So the tip expectation is much lower. And, of course, the food isn't very expensive anyway, even if you were buying it. So, like, I would give them a $4 tip, which for a long time they were fine with. And they do a ton of these at once. So they make decent money. They're not making big money, but they're making decent money because they're doing a ton of these at once.
But someone like pays them to go get a Starbucks or something. Like, they're constantly running around getting $5, $7, $10.
Yeah. So the thing is, they got used to so many big tips, and because the food was free, it evolved to the point where I'd give the $4, and some of them would just snatch it out of my hand and walk away angrily. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, they're just walking food over to me from the kitchen, and that's it. And then $4 isn't good enough. They're actually snatching it from me. So I started really not liking this, and more than one of them were doing it. Some of them were gracious about it, but some of them were just very nasty about it. And so I would either avoid using them, or I would even not tip those people if I couldn't avoid using them, because if they're going to snatch it, like one time I would forgive it because maybe they're in a bad mood, or maybe I just mistook it, that they just were in a hurry. But if I start seeing the same person just snatching it and turning and walking away angrily, I know what it is. So it was. Sometimes,
I'm sorry, go on.
So it was very bothersome to see this, and then when Commerce killed their whole free food thing, that was the end of that.
Sometime in, I don't know, do you know when, this is 2008, do you know when the Legends of Poker was, what month it used to be? I don't even know if it still goes on. But it was after the World Series.
Yeah, I think it's like October or something.
Yeah, okay. So if it was October, in 2008, I literally spent the entire month of October, it was 27 days at Commerce. Like, I stayed there. Got literally in the hotel for 27 straight days. And a couple times, or maybe more than a couple, but the majority of meals I ate were off that menu. I can remember every day they had a special, and I ate everything on that menu from A to B. Do you remember how they used to have specials?
Yes.
Right. And some of them were good. Like, I'm not gonna, for the prices, it wasn't bad. I remember, but the majority of the food, at least what I ordered, was the Asian food, and I think I had everything on there, like all the different Chinese variants, the noodles, and I got so sick of it. After a while, I just couldn't even look at it. But yeah, I remember that, and I don't remember what I would tip, but the food is free. I would give them $5, $4, $6, whatever it was. But as you said, they would just literally walk over a cart. They never checked on you. Like, you're literally just paying them to walk, especially because of where the kitchen was in regards to where the limit poker was. It was a very short walk.
Yes,
they weren't even. You know how there's that back room. I guess it's what is it? Maybe lower limits, or I don't know. But we're I used to play 40-80. So that was right there, and I know you'd play 80-160 or 60-120 or 100-200 or even crazier higher than that. But it was right by the kitchen, same area. So they'd walk literally a 20-second walk, maybe 30 seconds because of congestion, and they would just drop it off, and that's it. They would walk away. They didn't check on you, and they, as you said, they didn't check to refill your drink. So, yeah, $5 is more than appropriate. Really, they want $10 for walking 10 steps, and come on.
Yeah, so I compared that because I think maybe at some of these restaurants where people get a lot of comps to, that they start to expect overly generous tips because some people do it, and then if you just give a normal tip, they treat you like you're an asshole, which of course is wrong.
Even worse, because most people lose in general to get those cups.
Yes.
So it's not even like it's. But either way, it doesn't. If your meal's free or whatever, a restaurant's giving it to you, you have a discount, like so you should be tipped more. Like that influence. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. It's dumb.
Like, again, I don't really know, but that guy probably served, 20 tables, 30 tables. I mean, who knows? Like, over a full shift, and the restaurant was busy. He was sold out. In our one table, he got $200. Like, I just don't even understand that that's the world that we're living in, that someone could be disgruntled over that. And again, like, I know, like, and believe me, for anyone that's listening, that's a server, like, I know it's not easy work. Like, some days you get run around and you're on your feet, but we were like an easy table too. Like, literally, they just dropped off. Another thing that's amazing to me is literally over half the courses. I think there was 5 courses. Over like 3 of the 5 that our table got, they weren't even dropped off by him. They were dropped off by food runners.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, he wasn't even the one bringing it. He would just come and like say, and we all drank, water, like, we had bottled water or whatever, like, wasn't refilling, alcohol. Like, but he brought, I think, now that I'm thinking about it, 2 out of the 5 courses. And then, like, yeah, you check on us, like, just, is everything good? Yeah, everything's fine. It wasn't even a difficult table. So I don't know how anyone could be annoyed, but it was so obvious, like, that he was disgruntled, like he expected more. And again, you're probably right, because the fact it was a comp, he didn't know that till the end, and he probably thought I don't know. It just, really, it's so annoying. And he probably thinks I'm just some dumb schmuck rich tourist, and I'm not, I'm just a local and just, wanted to eat on the strip, and that's.
Yeah, he probably thought you shoot off all this money gambling, you can't give him more than 50. That was his attitude.
And the funny thing is, it wasn't even like, I had like $100 voucher, and then remember I told you about these food comps? I had like saved them all month. I had like a bunch of these like scrawled up $25 like papers like I gave him. It wasn't like, what I mean? Like, a rich guy isn't going to have a bunch of...
Right. You're not going to have all that crap. Yeah.
It's like when you and I went, to dinner when you had the World Series coupons. Like, it's a bunch of them I had.
Yeah.
So, and you know what I mean? It's like a rich guy's just going to have like a $500 comp. I don't know. Or you know what I mean? Like a high roller, a whale, whatever. Like, I don't know. It's annoying. It's like really, really annoying. It makes... I'll tell you, I mean, truthfully, the way it's all turning out, I mean, I know I keep saying this, but I just feel as if at some point, people are just really going to be done with Vegas and realize we could just stay at home. We can, go to this Indian casino or this nearby resort. Who needs all the, aggravation and the milking and the, just nickel and diming every place you go. It's exhausting and it never ends. And I mean, everything, everything. $50 to sit by a window. Like, really? Like, oh my God, $50 to sit by a window. $50. Like, that's just, it's a window of a bridge. So $50 to sit by a window of a bridge where it's going to be made a misdemeanor to even stand on the bridge.
Yeah. Maybe a misdemeanor to look at the bridge too.
Right. It's going to be $50 to watch. Right. Yeah. 50 misdemeanor to sit there. Unbelievable. So, all right, go take your break. I'm really going now. And as always, I do appreciate you letting me on the show, and you cater to me when I'm on, like with the topics and everything. So I do appreciate it. Hope you know that, and I enjoy it. Hope the audience enjoys it, and I'll be back soon, hopefully. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you later, and thank you for coming on tonight.
All right. Absolutely. Good night, buddy.
Good night. So now I want to talk about Nemo. I'm not talking about the Nemo you find in the ocean. This is not Finding Nemo. This is Nemo the chess player, and we've talked about her before. In fact, the last time we talked about her was almost exactly a year ago. It seems like late November, early December, she gets herself into controversy. Now, to be fair, the controversy right now is related to the controversy a year ago. But I'll have to explain the whole thing again because I bet a lot of you forgot. Nemo's real name is Qiyu. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Qiyu. It's her first name. Zhou, Z-H-O-U. That's her last name. She is a female chess player and also a social media influencer who basically markets herself as a hot young female chess player. Because she's young, she's female, she's attractive, she plays chess, she's pretty good at it, so this seems to work on social media for her, and she's built up somewhat of a following. I did not know who she was until late last year when a scandal occurred involving her, not involving chess, but involving poker. And it was pretty much universally agreed among those who were observing this that she was in the wrong. This was not one of these scandals where people are on both sides. This was pretty clear most of the way what people thought, and most people were of a single mind. You had some simps there that were defending her because she's an attractive female, but for the most part, people pretty much agreed that this whole thing was shady. So here's what happened. She had a WPT seat, World Poker Tour seat, that she wanted to give away. Now, at the same time, a bunch of WPT seats were given away to various influencers to then re-gift to other people via some form of contest. That's why you probably saw a whole lot of these in November and December of 2022. All these people are holding various contests to win WPT seats. You saw Rampage doing it, Ethan Yao, you saw Joey Ingram, you saw Amanda Botfeld. In fact, Amanda Botfeld had 8 of them. Basically, they were allowed to play free rolls on the new WPT Global platform to win these seats, and there were very small fields, so it wasn't that hard to win them. That's how Amanda Botfeld won 8 and almost 9, and a lot of others won at least 1. However, when they won these WPT seats, if they won more than one of them they could use for themselves, they were not allowed to sell these seats, and they were not allowed to just give them away to their friends or relatives or significant others. They had to hold some kind of public-facing contest to give these away. So there was nothing further mandated than that. And that was actually a problem because people didn't exactly know what to do for these contests. And some of these contests were either stupid or just too subjective, where people were afraid that maybe they were rigged or semi-rigged. And I think there were just too much that was left to interpretation for these influencers as far as how to give them away. Now, WPT was just trying to do something to promote their new WPT Global platform. And they were trying to get good publicity that way, and that's why they were inviting these influencers to these free rolls. And they figured the influencers would find the best way to give away these seats. But the problem was, of course, this would bring a lot of bad publicity potentially if the giveaways weren't totally fair. So they should have put some more structure and some more rules as to which ways were acceptable to give these away and which were not. Now, all this time, for the past year, I thought that Nemo was one of the people who won one of these packages through these free rolls. I just learned a few days ago that that's not true, or at least according to her boyfriend, which we'll get to shortly. At the time, I thought that she had just won one of them and then rigged it for her boyfriend to win. But it's a little more complicated if what her boyfriend's claiming is true, which it might be. And what he's claiming now is that she didn't win one of these WPT Global seats to give away to a WPT event, and these were worth over $12,000 each. That she didn't win one of these through an influencer free roll, that she actually entered for real money to a satellite and won it. And she just wanted to give it to him and wanted to transfer it to him, but for whatever reason, WPT was refusing to let her do it and made her run a contest as well. And she thought that was unfair. Which, if that's really what happened, I actually agree with her up till this point. Like, before she did some things she shouldn't have done, here I would agree that if this is the way it happened, that they should have let her just transfer it to whomever she wanted, because she paid real money to enter the satellite to win it. It's different than if they're just handing it to you as part of a free roll. Then they can make more restrictive terms. Now, they can do whatever they want as far as transferability of these seats, but I'm just talking about what's fair. that somebody who wins it and wants to transfer it to somebody else should be able to if they paid real money to win it in the first place. That's my opinion. But anyway, that doesn't change that much here, because the rest of it is fairly clear what occurred, and it was pretty shady. So she has a boyfriend whose name is Alex Epstein. He's a poker player. He's won a bracelet before. Fairly young guy, but of course she's young too. It's two young people together. And it was not known, at least not very well known, that they were a couple. She referred to him sometimes as her poker coach, but she did not refer to him as her boyfriend. It is assumed that the reason she was not being open about him being her boyfriend was because she was trying to build her brand as an influencer, and that she wanted the male watchers of her channel, or the potential male watchers of her channel, to believe she was single without explicitly saying it. She didn't come out and say, hey, I'm single, but she didn't want to say, hey, my boyfriend this, my boyfriend that, because with these attractive female influencers, some of the appeal to the men who watch the channel is the men having a fantasy of, hey, maybe one day I can be with this girl. And it's a lot easier to imagine this if the girl is single, or at least as far as you know is single, than if you hear about the boyfriend that she's been with for a while and loves so much, then you kind of just feel like it's hopeless. So even though it probably is hopeless anyway for most of these guys, at least they have a glimmer of hope if the girl is single. So a lot of these influencers will just never talk about their significant others to try to imply they're single. And that's what appeared to be going on here, because she would talk about him, but refer to him as a friend and poker coach, and never a boyfriend, which he actually was. Now, there's no question at this point that he actually was, and I believe still is, her boyfriend. But you may say, okay, well, what's the big deal with that? You know, it's her business. Well, she held a contest, and this is after she wanted to give her seat that she won to Alex Epstein, a.k.a. Thallo. She just asked them, can I give it to him? And they said, no, you've got to run a contest, which irritated her. She felt she shouldn't have to do this. So she then ran a contest through her YouTube channel. And the contest was that you have to watch her video. She's going to put out a video. She's going to drop the video at a time of her choosing that's secret, and she won't tell anyone, even Thallo, apparently. They even said this on Twitter. And that one day that was designated, she would just drop the video at a random time of the day, and then you would watch the video, and embedded within the video was a secret phrase. So once you hear that secret phrase, you are supposed to rush to the comments section of the video and write a comment based upon that phrase. And the first 10 people who get it done will be the finalists, and then she will choose one of those 10 finalists as the winner of the WPT seat based upon the one she likes best. So that was the contest. Well, surprise, surprise, the big winner of the whole thing, I know you're going to be shocked, was Thallo, her boyfriend, which she was calling her poker coach. Even worse, he didn't even answer as one of the first 10 people. What he did was he was one of the first 10 commenters, but just put a placeholder because he didn't know the phrase yet, which is weird. You think she would have just told him, but he just put a placeholder there and then edited his comment to match what the phrase was. And he admitted he did it. He said this is just part of the game, and he was just playing it better than everybody else, which that goes against the whole spirit of it. But regardless of the 10 comments, and the comments were all along the lines of why her mom is so proud. Like, I think her secret phrase was, my mom is so proud, and then you're supposed to write something about her mom being proud of her. So Thallo wrote, wow, should have just randomly guessed this phrase. A WPT seat would be almost as great as your mom, and I'll make this as easy as your mom. That's a weird thing to say, like her mom is easy. I don't know what that's even supposed to mean. If chosen, I'll donate half of anything I win to a local animal shelter and charity of your choice. I'm sure your mom would approve of saving kittens. Also, if I ever get to claim bonus credit for coaching and carrying you in chat, I'll take it for this one, LMAO. So that was chosen as the winner. So a lot of people cried foul about this and said, wait a minute here. How convenient is this that your boyfriend, because it got out very quickly that he was actually her boyfriend. How convenient is this that your boyfriend won this seat you're giving away in a subjective contest? And why didn't you penalize him for putting a junk comment up there to be one of the top 10 and then editing in the phrase later? That goes against the spirit of the whole thing. But also, how is he even eligible? And how can you claim this wasn't rigged? Then it further came out that she actually wanted to give the seat to him in the first place before she even did this contest, and she was only doing the contest because WPT told her she had to in order to give the seat to somebody else. Now, she never outright admitted that this was rigged in any way. They just both admitted this looked bad. Eventually, after she put up a very unapologetic statement about this, that was just very callous to everybody that was unhappy about this and felt like that they had been cheated out of a possibility to win this, that the other 9 finalists felt like they never had a chance, that this whole thing was a ruse. And she was putting out a statement that was just very obnoxious about this. Finally, after the backlash was enough, he gave back the seat and said, okay, I'm not going to accept this because of all the controversy. She can give this to somebody else. Then she held a recontest among the other 9 people, and she gave it away to one of them. And then the whole thing kind of died down. Both Nemo and Thalo were putting out a lot of stuff on social media at the time that looked bad. A lot of tone-deaf stuff. A lot of failure to admit what was really going on there. And even failing to admit how bad this looked. I mean, for him to even brag about the fact that he was just using game theory to post a junk comment and edit it later rather than that being like a shady angle shoot, absent of anything else that may have been shady here, that's just totally missing the point. That's just totally not understanding that this looks terrible. You can't hold a contest to give away something worth over $12,000 for all your YouTube followers that one of them's going to win it, and then you give it to your boyfriend. That's always going to look bad. It will always look bad unless it's 100% certain that there was no favoritism here. Even if there's a little bit of favoritism, it's bad. If you're going to hold a contest, it needs to be 100% fair. It cannot favor anyone, especially not someone very close to you, or the optics are terrible. And look, to me, it's pretty obvious what happened here. And they've even, semi-admitted it, but won't directly admit to it. It's very obvious to me that she felt that she won this seat, that it should be hers to give away in whatever fashion she chooses, and that she wants to give it to her boyfriend, and she can't because WPT is being stubborn. And she's probably right about that they were needlessly stubborn about it. But in order to circumvent this, she ran a rigged contest where it was predetermined the winner was going to be the one she wanted to have it in the first place, which was her boyfriend. It looks like that to me. It looks like that to everybody else. You'd have to be a moron to not look at this and come up with that interpretation. And that's what I said a year ago. That's what I'm saying today. And once caught, the proper thing to do wasn't just to give it back after a lot of protests and a lot of excuse-making and a lot of arguing and a lot of aggressive attacking of those who were critical. The proper thing to do would be to say, oops, I'm sorry, we just didn't like the fact that WPT wouldn't let her give away the seat to the person of her choice when she spent real money winning it. So we made an error in judgment. Yeah, we rigged the contest, but the contest was only required because of everybody else that was giving away these seats that they had been given for free. We didn't get ours for free, and we still had to follow their rules. It was stupid, and that's all we were thinking. We weren't thinking about everybody else that was going to be in this contest that had no chance. That wasn't right. That wasn't fair. Sorry about that. I really regret any hurt that I caused. We take full responsibility for this, and he's going to give back the seat, and we're going to give it away normally. That would have erased a lot of the criticism at that point. Because everybody makes mistakes. Everybody does stupid things. And Thalo was not known as a scammer or a bad guy prior to this. So people could have looked at this as a one-off error in judgment, mistake, stupid thing. And they're young, so you can say, okay, they just made a youthful mistake. And provided this type of thing didn't happen again, and provided nothing shady happened with them in the future, then people would get over it. But there was a lot of just indignant attitudes displayed by both of them, which really turned off a lot of people. And that's what really got a lot of people mad. There wasn't much humility here. The whole way there wasn't much humility. It's a very flippant attitude from both of them. So, like all other poker scandals, this died down. This was not a major scandal by any means. It was just a WPT seat that was supposedly being given away as part of a YouTube contest for the fans of Nemo who was giving it away, and it appeared none of the fans had a chance to actually win it, and that it was rigged for her boyfriend. So, yeah, not good, not honest, but nothing was stolen from anybody, at least. This was her seat, and the truth is, had she really won this through a real money satellite, which is what they're claiming now, then I agree she should have just been able to give it to him and not hold this dumb contest. That doesn't justify rigging a contest, but nothing was stolen here. So this wasn't like the world's biggest scandal. It was interesting. It was worthy of discussion on Twitter and on this show and on the Poker Fraud Alert forum and elsewhere, but it wasn't like he did something so terrible or she did something so terrible that was unforgivable, provided they had the right attitude about it, which unfortunately they didn't. But still, eventually they just stopped discussing it, and they kind of semi-admitted to it and semi-took fault. So the whole thing died down, and that seemed to be that, and for about a year that was the case. That didn't really help Nemo's reputation or Thalo's reputation. Thalo would occasionally get trolled on Twitter every time he'd say something. Not every time, but a lot of times he'd be discussing something totally unrelated on Twitter, and some troll would come back and make fun of him about that whole thing. And I even did it once or twice, and he gave me a hard time saying, why can't you leave this alone? And I said, okay, fair point, fine. I was just joking here, but, I'll stop this. So I didn't even continue. He and I have had a number of interactions, usually debating about politics, but we've had a number of interactions on Twitter, on public Twitter, and I stopped bringing this up. If I was going to respond to him, I was going to respond to him based upon the merits of whatever he was posting at the time. So if we're going to argue about politics, we're going to argue about politics directly about what we're discussing, not this thing that happened last year. So I was willing to let it go and let it die. Well, it's come back alive because of something bizarre that the World Series of Poker has done. Now, to describe this, I have to tell you again about WSOP Paradise, which is looking like it may not do very well. It may end up being a failure. WSOP Paradise is a new series they are holding in the Bahamas at the Atlantis Resort, same place they were holding the PokerStars PCA in January. So this is a WSOP series that awards real bracelets, which are equivalent to the ones that you will win in the summer in Las Vegas. And it is suspected, though there's no way to know if this is the actual reason the tournament exists, but it's suspected that this tournament was created in order to draw people away from the successful WPT Win event that was put on last December and did very well in Las Vegas. People really liked it. It got very good numbers. People were excited to come back the following year, which is this year. Got a lot of good reaction from people who played the WPT Win. This was a tournament run by Matt Savage, who, by the way, listens to this show. So everybody liked the WPT Win, and the theory that's been floating around is that the WSOP was a little scared about this, because they've had the dominant tournament brand for a very long time. And WPT has kind of been fading and become less relevant compared to WSOP. So WSOP has just such dominance now that they really didn't have much competition. And this WPT Win was the first sign of a non-WSOP event that was drawing big numbers in Las Vegas. So yeah, it's at a different time of year. It's in December and the WSOP's in the summer. But there were some beliefs that WSOP was getting concerned that what if the WPT win is getting enough momentum to where they'll eventually be able to compete with the World Series of Poker in the summer as well. So they are holding this new Paradise tournament largely at the same time as the WPT win, and of course, being all the way in Bahamas, people can't play both very easily. If they held another WSOP in December and had some events in Las Vegas, people could do both. But some people believe that they're holding this so far away so they can draw people out of Las Vegas and over there and kill the momentum that WPT win seems to have. And it's a good theory. I don't know if it's true, but it's a good theory. It's something which does make sense if you connect all the dots. Regardless of the actual reason WSOP Paradise exists, it will be running very shortly at Atlantis, and it is going to be directly competing with WPT Win. On social media, people have been heavily favoring WPT Win. Some pros have been resentful that WSOP is even doing this and asking why WSOP is trying to kill something that they enjoy. Again, these are just guesses on these players' parts. There's no proof that this is why it's running, but some people suspect that and don't appreciate it, and others just say they have no desire to go all the way to play in the Bahamas when they can just be right there in Vegas and play a tournament series that was very well loved last year. So from what I'm seeing, WPT Win is going to get good numbers again in 2023, and WSOP Paradise could be in big trouble if people just don't want to take the time and make the effort to fly over there. So they're trying to market it, and they've been trying in various ways. And this particular tweet on November 23rd ruffled a few feathers because of who they chose to promote. From the official WSOP account, it says, Chess Grandmaster Nemo will also be chasing bracelets during WSOP Paradise. Will you? Maybe it's time for a Bahamas chess match against Alexandra Potez. So Alexandra Potez is another female chess player. She's appeared on Hustler Casino Live before. So she's someone who plays chess and poker, much like Nemo. And then there's a big picture in this same tweet. It says, "See you in Paradise." It has the WSOP logo, and then it says Nemo, chess grandmaster and content creator, confirmed. It's like a stamp of confirmed on there, and then a big picture of her. So it's claiming it's confirmed that she'll be there, quote, chasing bracelets. This is some kind of marketing campaign featuring her. They're not just promoting, hey, we heard that Nemo's going to be there, or she's confirmed she's going to be there. Clearly they must be paying her something to feature her likeness in this advertisement. So she's basically an influencer that they are bringing on as someone that's going to be there and hoping that will entice people to show up and play. I don't really see that happening. I don't see many people showing up to play because she's there, but they seem to believe that. So they probably paid her something. Maybe they gave her some free buy-ins, whatever it might be, but there's no way this was done for free. Anyway, given that really her only history in poker, to people's knowledge, is that whole debacle last year. Like, it's not like she's a well-known player who's been crushing it who also plays chess. She's had a lot of success in chess. She's a women's chess grandmaster, which is different than a general grandmaster. So she hasn't reached the general grandmaster level yet, which is much harder to get to. But I'll concede that she's a very good chess player, and an accomplished chess player. There's no question about that. And there's no question that she's young and attractive, and that she has a good YouTube following. These things are all true. But what's also true is that she really has no history in the poker community, aside from that contest, which looked very rigged. And of all things, it looked rigged for her boyfriend, who's already a high-stakes poker player and doesn't even need the money. So this was a very bad look, as was the reaction to it. And really, the poker community doesn't have any further examples of her where she has made up for it. Basically, the controversy died down because it wasn't a huge deal, And it's been a year since then, and people have moved on to talk about other things. That's the way poker Twitter works, that all the controversies eventually die down, except for the very, very major ones, and even those die down. Like, how often do you hear about Robbie J. Lou these days? So, just because people don't really talk much about her anymore doesn't mean that everybody's cool with her being a new poker influencer. So people saw this, and they were pretty shocked. Now, you might think, well, maybe the marketer at WSOP just didn't realize this whole backstory and just thought they were signing a pretty girl who's good at chess and also likes poker. Well, no, they definitely were aware of this because, for the first time ever to our knowledge, the WSOP restricted replies to that promotional tweet. Yeah. They did this before anyone could reply. So that meant that they signed her knowing all about this controversy, and they knew before they tweeted out that she was going to be there that there were going to be people responding, asking why the hell they signed her and why the hell they're promoting her. So they disabled comments. They've never done that before. Go scroll through the WSOP's tweets, and you will not see anything that they have disabled replies. So this leads me to then ask, why sign her at all in that case? If you know before you ever even promote her that any attempt to promote her will get bad reactions from people, why is she someone you're promoting in the first place? Why not say, well, if this hadn't happened last year, we would have signed you, but because of what happened last year, and that's kind of what defined you to poker players, even in the chess community, you have a good reputation, people like you. If in poker this is what they know you for, we really don't want to sign you. Like, how do they not reason this out? Because obviously they knew people would be pissed off if they're disabling the replies. But of course on Twitter, if you disable replies, this doesn't disable people from quote tweeting it, which means you do a quote of the tweet and then put your own comments. So that's what a number of people did, is they responded to this tweet via quote tweeting it, and then everybody got their say anyway. And I can tell you that the response was anything but positive. So it had 25 quote tweets and only 23 likes. There were more quote tweets than there were likes, which is already funny in itself. The quote tweets were basically all calling out the WSOP for making a terrible decision here. I didn't find one positive one in the whole thing. So that's not good. They've definitely made a wrong decision in signing her to this. Like, I would understand if something related to chess signed her as some kind of promoter. That would make sense. But in poker, really, she just has one thing she's known for, and it's not good. So it doesn't matter if she's attractive or a good chess player. It matters that she's known for one thing, and that's rigging a contest, allegedly. And they've still never completely addressed this. Well, this got her boyfriend Thalo talking about this again, and it even gets more bizarre. So, remember, Thalo tweeted a bunch about this at the time a year ago. He deleted a lot of his tweets. A few of them are still up. They didn't land very well. But people had mostly gotten over this, including me. People didn't forget it, but they got over it. But he showed up again and started discussing this, and what really got some people riled up was that it seemed like he was acting like people are unreasonable to be criticizing her and this, and that people didn't really understand the situation. And I even tried to have another conversation with him publicly, and basically I was asking, what did we get wrong here? Like, what was incorrect? So this started when the Poker Karen, who is a whole different matter himself. The Poker Karen is a dude. He's in his 50s. And he's pretty much a Twitter troll. And someone thought they figured out who he was. He's anonymous, but someone thought they figured out who he was, and he was insisting that was the wrong guy, and it's not really him. So it's still not known exactly who he is. I don't believe he's anyone prominent in poker. But on poker Twitter, he appears on and off. Like he'll be there for a few months, then disappear, then come back. So he's back at the moment. And he decided to mock this whole situation involving Nemo. So I guess Thalo had protected his tweets, where you couldn't see his tweets unless you were following him. Now, I didn't notice because I follow him, so to me they were showing up anyway. But Poker Karen, who wasn't following him, posted a screenshot of his tweets being protected and wrote, "Did Thalo suddenly decide to go radio silent after we started posting about Nemo's latest debacle? And I guess Poker Karen had been making fun of Nemo being an influencer promoting the World Series of Poker Paradise. So then Thalo responded back, "No, I've had my account on private for days because I was tired of getting death threats for being Jewish. But I'll make an exception for you. You want to spread intentional lies about me? Let's have some fun." Now, what type of fun is he talking about? Is he saying, like, he's going to beat him up? No. Thalo then quote tweeted what the Poker Karen had written and wrote, "Anyone know this person's real name? Wrapping up a defamation suit involved with this by year end, and would love to make this lying troll be held accountable for his actions as well. I know it's fun to get attention from lies and slander, but time to face reality." So basically he's saying that he wants to find out who the Poker Karen is so he can sue him, and he claims that he's wrapping up a defamation suit involving this matter, the whole thing with the contest that was alleged to be rigged, that he's already wrapping up a defamation suit involving this before the end of 2023, which nobody had heard about prior to this. No one heard about a lawsuit involving this, but he claimed that one was going on. So I didn't comment on the lawsuit part of it, which is very weird. But I just asked him directly, can you explain the lies in this situation? Are you now claiming that the contest wasn't rigged and that you just happened to win a 12.5K seat in a contest held by your girlfriend? Serious question, which part of the narrative about this is incorrect? And I wasn't being sarcastic here. Like, I really wanted to know, what did we get wrong? So he wrote, "This has been gone over a ton. A, it wasn't a random giveaway. She won the seat in a tournament. She was allowed to choose who to give it to. B, nothing was rigged. I qualified per the parameters outlined publicly. There's no part that's correct. The only people that thought this was a random giveaway was because other creators had held random giveaways for seats. It was a public assumption that then snowballed when opportunistic morons jumped on it for clickbait. It was then returned as a favor to the sponsor and rerun." Okay, that's not what happened. That's just not accurate. Now, the first part might be. The first part might be that she won it in a tournament, in a regular tournament, not a free roll, and that she should have been able to give it to whomever she wanted, but then wasn't allowed to. But to say he qualified per the parameters outlined, first of all, no, he posted a junk comment to be top 10, and then edited it later. And then, of course, she's just picking her, quote, favorite one, and lo and behold, she chooses her boyfriend's. And this is after trying to give it to him prior to that. So for him to say nothing looks shady about this is crazy. And it wasn't quite a random giveaway, but it was a contest. And it was a contest that he ends up winning, where his own girlfriend is the judge. That looks really bad. So people weren't criticizing this for clickbait. They were criticizing it because everyone felt that they participated in this contest for nothing, because they felt they had no chance, that it had been predetermined that he's going to be the winner. So he responded to me asking about explaining the lies in this situation. So he responded saying, "I am weeks off finalizing a defamation settlement involving this, where the other party is forced to acknowledge that they, quote, knew there was no scam or fraud, and will be pursuing Alex Duvall next." So I don't know who Alex Duvall is. Maybe that's who he thinks the Poker Karen is. I've never heard that name in my life. But he claims that there's a defamation settlement involving this matter, where someone is going to be forced to acknowledge that they knew there was no scam or fraud involving that contest. Now, if that's true, that person didn't have a very good lawyer, because at the very least here, the public had a right to question this whole thing. It was a contest to give away a seat that was worth over $12,000, and she gave it away to her boyfriend that she identified as only being her poker coach. And this is a subjective contest where she just chooses her favorite one. Now, that obviously looks rigged. Whether it is or not, it doesn't matter. It looks rigged. It looks very, very bad to do this. So, of course, the public has a right to question the results of this public-facing contest, which it was. It was open to everybody, and her boyfriend won it. So, yes, the public has a right to question it, and you can't sue people for defamation for making remarks about this being rigged. Even if you want to assert it wasn't rigged, number one, you can't prove it wasn't rigged. There's no way to prove that. And number two, a reasonable person examining this situation, this public situation, is going to conclude that something doesn't look right here. And if by some fluke it turned out this was a totally fair contest and she just happened to choose her favorite response independent of her trying to give him the seat prior to it and independent of him being her boyfriend, that she didn't say was her boyfriend, well, it wouldn't look that way to the typical observer. So people saying what seems obvious would not ever trigger any kind of defamation win for him in a lawsuit, and these are very difficult to win. And furthermore, he's in Nevada. Nevada has anti-slap legislation. So if he sues anybody over this, then they can hit him back with an anti-slap, and then he will owe them a bunch of money for attorney's fees. So if this is true that he sued someone for defamation over this and they actually settled, and I don't know, he doesn't say if it's monetary, but he says there's defamation settlement where the other party is forced to acknowledge that there is no scam or fraud and that they knew this. That is a situation where the person should have had a better attorney, because a better attorney could have fought this and said this case has no merit, you'll never win this, and if you continue pursuing this, there's going to be an anti-slap filed and you're going to owe us a bunch of money. Now, maybe there is more to this that I don't know regarding this whole defamation situation, but if it was just someone who was trolling him on Twitter saying that he was a scammer or a fraudster, you just got to kind of take that after something like this happens, after there's a contest where it really looks like it was rigged in your favor to win something worth over $12,000, then yeah, people are going to write things about you calling you a scammer or a fraudster. You just got to put up with it. There's also the matter of being a public figure, which she was at the very least a limited purpose public figure and holding this contest. So that's the other issue that is really hard to win those cases as a public figure or limited purpose public figure. So I said back, I don't know who Alex Duvall is or what he has to do with this, but I'm still confused. Well, where were the lies in this situation? I thought you two generally admitted you messed up and people basically dropped it at that point. That was my takeaway from it last year. And that is the truth. So he said back, she was likely forced to do this by the public and to take pressure off her sponsor. I have no involvement in that. I don't know. I voluntarily gave it back, referring to the seat, when they told me I could keep it after I saw that people assumed it was meant to be random despite nothing saying so. Okay, so he keeps focusing on randomness. Yes, it was never a random contest. It wasn't random in that she's just choosing the number out of a hat. But it was a public-facing contest where the first 10 people to identify the secret phrase would then write something having to do with the secret phrase, and she'd pick her favorite one. And he wasn't even one of the first 10. As I said, he put a placeholder response, and then after more than 10 people had already responded with the phrase, then he edited in something about the phrase. So even if he wants to claim that it's fine that she chose his, he didn't even play it fairly. No one's saying it was a random contest. It just was a contest which seemed to be open to the public to win, and most people believed it was predetermined that he would end up the winner. So I said back to him, you aren't going to convince anyone ever that you just happened to win after she first asked permission to give it to you outright and she was told she couldn't. The best play here is to admit this is a one-off error in judgment, ignore the occasional snide remark, and move on. And he wrote, what do you mean just happened to win? No one is claiming that. I don't remember the exact wording, but it said something like, I'll choose the winner who I think can use it best. This wasn't a provided ticket. It was won in a real money tournament, publicly streamed. Okay, so again, maybe that's true. Again, maybe she really won it, in which case I would agree that WPT should have just let her hand it over to her boyfriend if she wanted. But if he's trying to hide behind the wording of the contest of, I'll choose the winner who I think can use it best, and I think it actually could be my boyfriend who uses it best because he's a good player, see? So I stuck to my own commitment. No. This was clearly a contest promoted to the public of her numerous fans on YouTube that they could all participate and all have a good shot to win if they're one of the first 10 to see the phrase and incorporate it into some comment, some creative comment about that phrase. That's what people believed. And if the truth was that nobody really had a chance because she was already going to decide to give it to him no matter what, then yes, that was very dishonest. It looks very bad. And it was a big error in judgment on their part. Even if the whole purpose was just to get around a WPT rule they felt was unfair, they gave a lot of people false hope, especially the finalists. And that's what they need to focus on here. And he just keeps saying, well, she didn't say it was random. He's arguing against something nobody's saying. So I said it was presented as a public-facing contest, when it is likely she already had decided you would be the winner. The exact wording she used was inconsequential. I don't see why you don't see how bad this looked. I know you're otherwise a smart guy, which, by the way, he is. This Stalo guy's not an idiot. He's a World Series of Poker bracelet winner. He succeeds at high stakes in the cash scene, I believe. In my interactions with him on Twitter, even though I don't always agree with his politics, I will say he seems like he has intelligence. So this is not a moron, but somehow he's willfully ignorant regarding how this looks and why he can't just explain his way out of this one. He needs to just concede, we made a mistake, we messed up, we won't do it again, sorry. We gave it back away to someone else in the contest who had nothing to do with us. And we did that to make things right. And sorry, this won't ever happen again. That's all you got to say. If you're going to make excuses why this was okay, it's not going to go over well, even a year later. So I said, I'll concede that the WPT giving away these seats to influencers to then regift without a clear framework as to what denoted an acceptable contest was likely to cause problems, and it did, but this really did come off as deceptive whether you see it or not. So then he says, you understand this wasn't that though, right? That's exactly the problem. Other seats were given away to regift. This wasn't one of them. This was won in a real money tournament. This was not gifted to raffle off. So I said, I didn't know that. In that case, I'm not understanding why WPT did not allow it to be transferred normally. They should have allowed this. With that said, this contest was clearly a major misstep and got a lot of people's hopes up for nothing. Then he said back, I have limited understanding of this as well. I wasn't involved in this part, but from what I remember and was told, they had some agreement with her for YouTube promotion, so they both decided to kill two birds with one stone. I agree with the second part, referring to it looking bad, hence returning it. So he's just not getting it here. He's making the whole thing more complicated than it actually is. It's just this simple. If you're holding a contest to give away something that's valuable, and then your boyfriend wins it, and it's a subjective contest where you choose your favorite entry, and your boyfriend's entry just happens to be your favorite one, after you already tried to give this prize to him directly and weren't allowed to, that looks really, 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 really bad. And you can't blame anyone for being unhappy with this, or calling you names, or saying you're a scammer, or saying you're a fraudster, or saying the whole thing was rigged. You can't be mad about that, because this looks terrible. And even if you didn't mean to do anything harmful or bad, you did something which looks so bad and looks so shady that there's going to be backlash. So you apologize. You say you didn't mean to hurt anybody. You didn't mean to get everybody's hopes up. It was a mistake. It was an error. Not like, oh, I'm giving it back because it looks bad even though we did nothing wrong. No. Admit you did something wrong. Admit you made an error in judgment. Say this isn't normally me. As you guys know, I've always been honest in my time in poker. This is a one-off thing where I just made an error in judgment trying to get around some stupid restrictions which we didn't think were fair. We didn't think of how it hurts other people. Sorry about that. When we realized this, we gave it away as we were first promising to. And we're not going to make this mistake again. That's all you got to say. You're never going to win this battle of, let me explain to you why you were all wrong. And I don't understand these lawsuits. Like, if there really is a defamation lawsuit about it, that's especially bad. When you make a big mistake like this, you just got to take your lumps and put out your apologies, not make excuses, make things right, and move on. And then if later on people keep throwing it in your face, then you can say to them, hey, look, I made a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. We're all human. I tried to make it right as well as I could, and I'm trying to move on for it. Please let me move on here. Or just don't respond to them. You can also just ignore the trolls. That's fine, too. He's not obligated to respond to this in perpetuity, nor is she. But at the same time, people remember it, especially if it never got a proper conclusion. If it never got a proper admission of wrongdoing. So yes, this is going to affect her marketability in the poker scene. Fortunately, she has the whole chess scene, which wasn't really affected by this. But the poker scene, if that's what she's known for, it's going to hurt her. That's the way it goes. That's the way marketing goes. Marketing is not a world which is fair and equitable anyway. For example, she has a much easier time getting sponsorships than me. Why? Is it because she has better poker results than me? No, she does not. But why? Because she is an attractive young female, and I am a dude over 50. So marketers don't love dudes over 50 unless they're really famous or well-known for something. But just a regular dude over 50 who plays poker and runs a podcast is not going to get a lot of marketing opportunities. And that's fine. I don't resent that. That's the way the world works. I don't expect anyone to give me anything. So she definitely has an edge with her looks and her age and her gender in getting these sponsorships, and I'm fine with that. But then there's the negative too. If you have negative things that you're known for in the community, that's going to hurt you. And that's going to apply to anybody, male or female. So if she can't get the marketing opportunities in poker because of that, then so be it. She shouldn't have made this mistake in the first place. And that actually surprised me when all this happened, that given that she had a lot of goodwill in the chess community, she had a following, she seemed to be rising in popularity in general as an influencer, it surprised me that they did this, because she didn't need to do it this way, and he didn't need to. They could have done this in a lot of different ways. I even said at the time, they could have done something that didn't get people's hopes up, and yet transferred the seat to him without a lot of people that would be complaining about it. And what I mean by that is because there were no real parameters to the way the contest could be run, it could be something like, okay, I'm going to nominate 10 people to write a short essay about why I'm a good friend to you. And I'll pick my favorite one. And then she can email 9 of her friends and say, hey, I'm running this fake contest so my boyfriend can get my seat because WPT is being difficult about it. So, just write some bullshit to me, 1 or 2 lines, and I'll pick my boyfriend. And, just letting you know you really don't have a chance here. Just please do me this favor so I can transfer this over to my boyfriend who really wants it, and he's a good player, and I think he can do a lot with it. Like, I bet her friends would do it because they would know they have no chance. There's a lot different to do that than to get strangers' hopes up that they're going to win a big WPT seat and then be one of the finalists, and then they really have no chance. That's where it's bad. Just doing something with your friends to circumvent a WPT rule where nobody feels like they were cheated and nobody feels like their hopes were gotten up, that wouldn't bother me. That wouldn't bother most people because that's just circumventing rules from the WPT and nobody gives a crap about that. It's just that innocent people were hurt here. They weren't cheated, but they were hurt in that they got their hopes up in a contest that probably was never going to give them a chance to actually win. And we have a new co-host here, Trader Risky. Hello.
What's happening, Druff?
Just doing a long show. I knew you'd pop up eventually here. It's 6 a.m. Now, Brandon said you have a men's group today at 6 a.m. Is that true?
Men's group starts at 7, but I slept in today. Got up at 5. saw your text around 5:15, and then I've been waiting for this never-ending segment to end to then call in. But I finally had to.
You can always call in. You don't have to wait for never-ending segments to end. You can just call in. And I didn't know that 5 a.m. is sleeping in. That most people think that's like getting up ridiculously early.
Yeah, no, I'm usually up at 4, but I was able to sleep till 5.
Okay. Well, good news. The segment's over, and I guess it's almost over. I just want to make a final statement here, and that is, Thalo, as you've seen, I have treated you respectfully on Twitter. I even cut out the jokes about the Nemo stuff a number of months ago when you complained about it. And in our interactions, even when we've disagreed, I've treated you respectfully. I haven't brought this up. And when we've argued about things like politics, I was always just sticking to the topic. I never called you names. I never said anything nasty. Just, regular disagreement. So I'm telling you, and I'm a lot older than you. I have a lot of experience with various controversies over the years. The best thing to do here is stop trying to convince people you were right with this and that it was fine and nothing was done that was off the level. You're never going to convince anyone of this. And I don't believe it. I don't think anybody believes it. So just own up to what was done. Explain why it was done. Explain that you've never done anything like this before and you won't again. And that you made it right. And she made it right. And that you're asking for the public's forgiveness to get past this. That's the way you're going to get past this. Not telling everyone why they're wrong and not doing defamation lawsuits. Defamation lawsuits you definitely don't want to do here because, people had a right to question this. You can't run a public-facing contest like this where your boyfriend wins and then everyone has to shut up about it. That's not how public discussion works. Everybody has a right to discuss this contest and make allegations when the whole thing looks very shady. And I'm sure you would have made such allegations if you had entered a contest like this. So you got to put yourself in the other man's shoes. So if you got some person to give a settlement to you, then I don't know how that happened, but I would quit with the lawsuit talk and just reason out to people why you did this and be done with it. Otherwise, this is never going to end.
What they say in the hood, Druff, is sometimes you just have to eat a cheese sandwich.
Yes, they definitely have to eat a cheese sandwich here, a big one.
Right, that's it.
I thought they already kind of ate one a year ago, and then this pops back up because she's getting a bad reaction about being an influencer for WSOP Paradise, and it's all back to, what? We did nothing wrong. What? I was like, oh my God, I can't believe they're taking this line again. I don't even think Thalo's like a bad guy. I just think he's blind about this. It's very weird. Okay, so moving on, I want to do a Skillz segment. This is not Skillz with an S. This is Skillz with a Z. Skillz. We've talked about them before. We did a long segment at one point involving a lawsuit that two players on one of Skillz games had against the company for stiffing them, for confiscating their bankrolls and confiscating a Porsche that one of them had won by redeeming tickets that they had earned. Now, neither of these people involved were well known in the poker community. One of them didn't play poker at all, to my knowledge, and the other one played some online poker but wasn't even 21 yet. The second one, the one who played online poker, is actually a pretty girl who was like 19 at the time. Definitely didn't look like someone who was going to dominate in one of these Skillz games, but she was. Skillz is a company that runs real money app games where you go on, you deposit, and then you play these games for real money with a very high rake, by the way, against other players. And if you win, then you get the prize minus the rake. So you can actually rack up money on there if you're good enough. But the big problem on these Skillz games is that they attempt to match you with someone of your own skill level, which sounds fair at first, but it's actually not, because that basically means no matter how good you get, you're going to keep facing somebody who has roughly an equal chance to beat you as you beating them, and you're just going to all get eaten by the rake, except the people at the very top. Now, poker has this to some degree where the money will filter up, where you're going to have people at the lowest limits taking shots at a higher limit and then losing there. And then those people who beat them will then take a shot at a higher limit to that and lose there. And eventually it works its way up to the highest stakes, and those people walk away with most of the money. But it isn't quite like that, because there's a lot of people just don't ever move up past what they can do. So you will have people who just, for example, can beat 10-20 no limit and stick there and never try 25-50 or higher and just grind out what they make there. So in poker, you really can choose where you sit, choose the games you play in, and only play when you feel you have an edge, when you feel that you're a better than average player at the table by a wide enough margin. On Skillz, you can't do this game selection. You can't do any selection of who you play. They give you an opponent, and it's an opponent that they feel matches up with you properly. And I suspect, though can't prove, that they will sometimes intentionally match you with a good score if they just want you to lose, if they want to take you down a notch, if they want to make sure you lose some of the money back that you've won and don't cash out. They can just match you up with someone who may not even be that good, but happen to achieve a good score by dumb luck. I've always been suspicious of Skillz, and I especially didn't like how they handled the case with these two players. I felt that these players both got screwed, especially this guy with the Porsche, because basically as you'd play, you would earn tickets that you could trade in for prizes, and most of these prizes were pretty small. But this guy saved up his tickets and earned a Porsche. And he wanted the Porsche, and he tried to redeem it, and right when he tried to redeem it, they said, "Oh, sorry, but we just raised the requirement of the number of tickets you need to get the Porsche. So, sorry, you got to earn like 3 billion more tickets." And he's like, "What? No, I just redeemed it at the actual rate that it was showing right here on the screen." "Oh, no, it's actually more than that now. Sorry about that." So they just didn't want to give him the Porsche. They just wanted the Porsche to be something people aim for, but apparently never get. And he claimed in the lawsuit that when he objected regarding this matter, that at one point they offered him a used Porsche. And like, how stupid is that? How did they not give him the freaking Porsche and then market the hell out of it? I mean, that's exactly what PokerStars did when Dario Manieri got his Porsche with FPPs. So PokerStars is smart enough to do that in the 2000s, and yet here in the late 2010s, they were not smart enough to market that this guy earned himself a Porsche. And same with this girl that won a bunch of money on there. Like they banned her for this ticky-tack violation, which I won't even get into. They banned her and took her money instead of promoting the hell out of her, instead of showing this young, pretty girl and say, "Hey, look at all the money she won. Pay her some extra to be part of the marketing campaign." So people could look and say, "Hey, that girl doesn't seem like a math genius or anything. She just looks like a pretty girl you see at a club. If she can win all this money, I bet I could too." Like, this would appeal to both men and women. And the dude, he looked like this 40-year-old everyman. He was another good one they could have marketed as someone you could emulate and try to win like he did. It's kind of like how Chris Moneymaker helped poker, because people looked at him and said, "Hey, this is not some poker shark. This is just some average accountant from Tennessee, and look at all he won here. So if he can do it, so can I." That's why a lot of people started playing in the early 2000s. So they screwed it up. They banned both of them and took their money, wouldn't give the guy his money or his Porsche. There was a lawsuit about this, but it never made it to court because they had this obnoxious arbitration provision that was in the terms of service when you'd sign up. And even though Mac Verstandig tried to get around it, they just said no. The court said, "Nope, this cannot be a court case. It would have to be arbitration." And the whole thing pretty much fell apart from there. It was unfair, but that's the way it happened. But it still didn't change the fact that I believed that Skillz was shady. I also felt that very few people probably win on Skillz. I felt that most people just are matched with someone at their own level eventually and they lose. Or matched with someone with a high score that was an outlier and they lose. And I think only the very top people there end up making money. I think that even though they're marketing, which is mostly aimed at women, like housewives, the marketing tries to make people believe that if they just play regularly, they'll just print money on there. That's not the case. I mean, I have to imagine an incredibly high percentage loses long-term there, even at a lot higher rate than poker players lose long-term. Like, there's a lot higher percentage of winning poker players, I believe, than winning players on these Skillz apps. So their most popular game was 21 Blitz. They also had a game called Blackout Bingo, which was somewhat popular. And Skillz stock has been going down consistently. If you take a look at it, it's SKLZ, their ticker symbol. You'll see how that's been in the toilet for the last almost 3 years. But all of this isn't new. I've discussed all this before. So why are we talking about Skillz again? Well, it looks like that Skillz is now on the ass end of unethical behavior. And even though I believe them to be on the shady side in general, now they are being crushed by a company which allegedly stole their intellectual property and is allegedly cheating its own players at the same time. And I have looked at this lawsuit. I've read a lot about it, and I think Skillz is actually right here. So just because Skillz has been shady with their own players doesn't mean that there can't be a shadier company that screws both Skillz and its own players in a much worse way. Reminds me a little bit of a conversation I had with my mom as a 5-year-old. I think I've talked about it in the show before, but it was about hitchhiking. I was a 5-year-old in 1977. I'm in the car with my mom, and there's a hitchhiker we passed by. And I asked my mom why this guy has his thumb up. And she said, oh, that's a hitchhiker. You don't want to ever pick them up because they may be bad people who are going to do bad things to you, like take your money and shoot you. So you should never pick up a hitchhiker. I said, oh, okay. And then she said, also, you should never be a hitchhiker because you never know who picks you up. The person who picks you up might be a bad person who will do something bad to you, like take your money and shoot you. So I said, oh, yeah, that makes sense too. And then I asked my mom a tough question. What would happen if a driver who's a bad man picks up a hitchhiker who's a bad man? And she didn't know how to answer that one. But the truth is that it would be whoever got the other first, or whoever's the worst of the two. So it kind of applies here, that even though I've got a lot of my criticism for Skillz, and I think Skillz has done a lot of unethical things, that does not mean that there can't be a worse company that, much like this hitchhiker story, ends up victimizing them. So there's a company called Avia Games, AVIA Games, and it's without a space. It's just Avia Games. And Skillz is alleging two things. They're alleging that, number one, that Avia Games stole some of their games and made incredibly similar versions. And this has been causing Skillz to lose a lot of money and their stock to decline, because a lot of players who otherwise would have played these Skillz games are now playing the Avia Games version. In fact, they claim that Avia Games not only stole two of their proprietary games, but that they took a contract position as a games developer for Skillz in 2016 just to learn their platform better and to learn more about these games so it would be easier to make a clone of them. Indeed, the lawsuit itself has a picture, a side-by-side picture, of two screens of Blackout Bingo. And I will say that these are incredibly similar. Like, so similar that they almost look like the same game. Slight differences in the interface, but boy, is it similar. So Skillz has a point. Skillz' Blackout Bingo game has been basically copied by Avia Games and called Bingo Clash. And it really is virtually identical. But wait, there's more. A more recent development, because this lawsuit's been going on since mid-2021, so we're talking about 2.5 years. I didn't know about this until recently, but this lawsuit has been taking place for 2.5 years. A more recent development has Skillz alleging that Avia Games is running bots against its own winning players, crushing them out of any money that they manage to rack up. So unlike on Skillz, where the very best players do end up cashing out and do end up making money, and I've talked to some of them. I'm actually on one of the Skillz games that has a chat room, and I've actually talked to some of them that do win and do cash out. Skillz is alleging that Avia Games doesn't let these players make up with very much money at all, because as soon as they start to become very successful, bots show up and just absolutely crush them. Skillz is so outraged about this whole thing, especially about the bots running. Like, it's bad enough that they get their intellectual property stolen, but then they see that their players who moved over to the Avia Games, they believe are also getting cheated. So they are so outraged by this that they actually put notices in their games that Avia Games versions are running bots and not giving their players a chance to win. I saw this myself when I was on one of Skillz games. They actually had a notice about how they don't ever run bots, but Avia Games does, and they give you a link to click on to learn about it. So they're trying to notify all their customers to not trust Avia Games, and that they not only stole Skillz apps and intellectual property, but that they're cheating their own players. And apparently the feds are now looking into this, because this would be a crime if this is what Avia Games is really doing. If they're really deploying bots to beat people when they're successful on there, then this would become a crime. And the feds are interested if this is really true. The lawsuit blames Avia Games for Skillz' collapse in stock value. However, I don't believe that to be the case. It may be some of it, but the truth is that Skillz' stock value has been falling because they have failed to consistently bring in new players who stay. And unfortunately, this is largely because hardly anyone wins there. So people get frustrated. People come in, they try it, they lose, they're out of there. They're not going to just keep feeding money into it when they're not successful. And also their platform isn't particularly advanced. Like, you can't play anyone else in real time. You have to play your game and then you're matched with their score, and whoever wins, wins. So it's not like you see an opponent you're playing directly against. So their platform is just not very good. It doesn't allow direct competition live at the moment. And because of their stupid fair play algorithm, people just feel like they can't win. And in most cases, they can't. So Skillz basically just does not have much future, in my opinion, at least with these type of games. That it's just pretty much going to be that most everybody loses and they're not going to stay around. And the cost of acquiring new customers, which is expensive for all companies, just isn't panning out here because these people don't stay. So that's why I believe Skillz just is not able to consistently make money, and why their earnings have been disappointing, and why their stock price continues to fall. Now, it doesn't help that Avia Games has ripped off 2 of their apps and are probably stealing some of their customers, but that's not the only reason. In fact, that's probably not the main reason the stock has collapsed, but since you don't know the exact reason the stock collapses, it's not like the stock talks and says, hey, I collapsed for this reason. They can theorize this, and if they can show Avia Games stole their intellectual property, then that's really all they need to show. In April 2021, Avia Games actually raised $40 million in a funding round. Apparently, the allegations about the bots came from players, that some players who played both Bingo Clash and Blackout Bingo were noticing that they could win on the Skillz platform, but they were getting crushed in the same or similar games on the Avia Games platform. And then they talked, and then I guess some of them were leaving 1-star reviews for the app by Avia Games, and then Skillz got wind of it and then decided to look into this further. So, looks like Avia Games is actually out-shadying Skillz, which is surprising, but I guess it's possible. It's funny, I see another picture where even the cashier page looks incredibly similar. They couldn't even design a different cashier page. They just ripped off so much that it really looks like almost the identical app. It's pretty amazing. You'd think they could at least mix it up some. Like, I'll give you an example. Near the top of the Skillz cashier page on Blackout Bingo, it says limited time offer, $10 bonus cash, and that's if you deposit. And the limited time offer is in like a white border around a green box. And then the $10 bonus cash is white writing in this green box. So then in the exact same portion of the cashier page on Avia Games Bingo Clash, it says limited time offer in the same border, the same white border around the green box, and then in the green box it says $5 plus $5 bonus, which is the same as the $10 bonus. So it looks just about identical. And then there's 4 squares of pre-selected amounts you can deposit of real money. They're all in green: 10, 15, 20, 30 on the Skillz version, and on the Avia Games version, what do you know, also green boxes: 10, 15, 20, 30. I mean, this is just blatant. This is just so blatant. I don't know how they thought that this wouldn't result in a lawsuit. Like, at least change it cosmetically. Come on, guys. So I don't feel too bad for Skillz. In a way, I kind of feel like they deserve this, but I feel bad for any players that are getting cheated. And I do feel like Skillz is correct and probably deserves to win this lawsuit. So we will see what happens here. But honestly, both companies suck. I mean, you have Skillz trying to market to housewives that while their husbands are at work, that they should secretly play this game and earn all this extra money and surprise their husband with their newfound extra cash, when in reality almost nobody wins. So that's pretty unethical to do. I've always wondered why they don't just let people play and select what limit they want to play and kind of let that filter itself out. So just like poker, the people who are crushing on there are not going to bother with the 60-cent games, and they'll play as high as they could win at, and that the highest limits will be the ones who are crushing. And, of course, there'll be people who try to challenge them who just want to gamble, kind of like poker. But they shouldn't automatically match you with someone that they think is your same skill level, or someone that got a very high score because they want you to lose. I mean, that's kind of crappy. Imagine if that happened in poker. Imagine if, like, I'm getting better in poker, and then I'm not allowed to play anyone except for someone who's on the level that I have now reached because I got better. That'd be really annoying. It'd be really annoying. I could never play any fish in poker. I'm always playing to get someone good. All right, so moving on here, I want to give you an update on another story we once did here. This is back in June on Prince Fred. And this has been followed pretty closely by Haley Hintz, who kind of has a personal connection to this because Prince Fred, whose real name is Fereidoun Khalilian, had actually threatened her at some point because she was writing some critical articles about some poker sites he was trying to start. So she's been following his recent legal troubles and, undeterred by his threats, writing some pretty extensive articles about the whole thing. I'm telling you, Haley is fearless with this stuff. If she is determined to write an article about something happening, she'll write it. She doesn't care what you say to her, what you threaten her. And I've met Haley a number of times. She's a nice woman, and I like her stuff that she writes about all this stuff in the poker and gambling world. Anyway, to refresh your memory, back in June, Fereidoun, that's Fereidoun, Khalilian, Khalilian, Alilian. He calls himself Prince Fred. He was charged in California in June with attempting to hire a man named Michael Sherwood, who was a former bodyguard of his, to kill a Los Angeles filmmaker who goes by Jay Esko, E-S-K-O, initial J, and in fact was working on a documentary about Khalilian, but it was not a positive documentary. It was pretty much about Khalilian being a shady guy and a violent guy. So Khalilian was getting mad about this, and he wanted Esko killed. He tried to hire a bodyguard that once worked for him to do the job, this Michael Sherwood guy. Well, this Sherwood guy pretended like he might be interested, but in reality was pretty horrified that he was being solicited for a murder for hire. He went to the authorities and said that Khalilian was trying to hire him to kill Esko, but he said he had an idea. He said he wants to stage a fake murder, that he actually wants to pretend to kill this Esko guy, take pictures of it, of course with Esko's cooperation, and then show it to Khalilian to prove that he really killed him, then get paid some of the money, and then the cops would have him dead to rights for the whole thing. So the cops agreed and actually helped him do some of this stuff. So they took a lot of pictures of this murder scene where Esko was bound by his hands and on the floor face down, and there was blood all over the place, which is actually fake blood. And they took a lot of pictures of this supposed hit. $12,500 was sent to Sherwood from a Cash App account, $Prince Fred Caiaffa. And there was definitely Khalilian's account. So $12,500 was sent first, and then the other $7,500, I guess, was supposed to be sent after the killing was verified. So they were building the case against Khalilian and then felt they had enough and arrested him in Las Vegas in June. Then he was extradited to California, and he was held without bond because they felt he was a high flight risk. And also, he was getting legal assistance from Chesnoff and Schoenfeld, which seems to pull off miracles in Las Vegas regarding those charged criminally. However, this was a California case, so they wouldn't be able to represent him there. However, his California lawyers did get the case tossed out on the grounds of an improper venue. It was being prosecuted in the Central District of California Federal Court. So then the federal prosecutors did have to refile the murder charge in Nevada. Now, I'm not exactly sure why that venue was considered improper in California, because that was where the fake murder took place. But maybe it was that Khalilian was in Nevada when he solicited this and sent the money. Maybe that's what it was. So here's what's happened since then. Khalilian is now alleged to have also attempted to intimidate witnesses. He is alleged to have made 9 phone calls, and at first he would try to create connections with friends of Sherwood to get Sherwood to change his testimony, because remember, Sherwood was his bodyguard who did the fake murders to set him up, and then he got arrested. So he was trying to get Sherwood's friends to push him into testifying that these things weren't really happening. And he put the message out, allegedly, to Sherwood's friends that $400,000 would be waiting for Sherwood if he'd either recant his testimony or somehow get this case to be dismissed. The latest indictment states TJ, which is a friend of Khalilian's, had a call with a person he believed was MS, meaning Michael Sherwood, MS's associate, but who was in fact an undercover law enforcement officer. On that call, TJ indicated to the undercover law enforcement officer that defendant Khalilian directed TJ to offer Sherwood $400,000 to say, quote, whatever he did never happened. That just makes things worse. Also, in mid-August, about a month earlier, Khalilian allegedly used another inmate's access code to make phone calls, so it didn't look like it was coming from Khalilian, because they monitor calls coming from prison, so they wanted the authorities there to think that the other inmate was making the calls. And apparently he called up other witnesses to try to talk them out of testifying against him. But this was quickly discovered by authorities, and they felt this was a stupid plan of his, because it didn't matter whose access code he used to make the calls, that since they monitor the calls, once they notice someone saying something suspicious, they figure out who it is, and it doesn't really matter which code they're using. Now, apparently most of these calls didn't involve Khalilian directly, but this TJ guy was doing it on Khalilian's behalf, and he could now spend even longer in prison thanks to the attempt to tamper with these witnesses through his friend TJ. Now, Khalilian had a connection to online poker because he was the one who tried to start the failed sites Poker Tribe and PokerTribes.com with the ridiculous idea that Indian tribes could just start legalized online poker sites for all Americans everywhere, and that the federal government couldn't have anything to say about it, and that's not true. So he actually raised $10 million in investment for this dumb idea, and the whole thing never got off the ground. They also attempted to run an even more ridiculous project where people could only play poker while in the air on commercial airliners. You think it's hard getting together enough of a player pool in a state like Nevada. How could you get any kind of significant player pool of people up in the air on an airplane? And also, the internet's terrible on airplanes. How are you going to maintain a good enough connection to play? Like, how dumb is that idea? But again, he raised money for that as well. Also, he got another $10 million from another tribe, and he failed to deliver on that project as well. So he collected $20 million from various Indian tribes to start these projects, and they really didn't get anything that was usable, nor was it ever going to succeed. And the whole legal concept it was based upon was stupid. He also has had issues in the past where he was accused of rape, where he was arrested and paid a settlement after punching a waitress at one of the clubs he owned in Miami. In 2018, he was part of the Monster Corporation, the ones that make headphones and a lot of other music accessories, that he was finally pushed out amid allegations of credit card fraud, forgery, embezzlement, and other misdeeds. And they actually put out a press statement just bashing him all over the place when he left. And they even said in the statement that he had made threats of mutilation, death, and threats to family of executives of Monster. I'm surprised he got away with all that without any kind of criminal charges. And he had some terrible shitcoin he was trying to start. Just it's basically everything he thought he could do to make money he was trying, and usually with other people's money. And none of these things ever worked out. But it was the attempt to hire his former bodyguard to murder someone making a critical film about him is what really sent him over the edge and seemed to be his undoing. Given that the federal government doesn't push these cases unless they think they have very strong evidence and a strong chance of winning, that doesn't bode well for Khalilian. And now that he is caught attempting to tamper with witnesses, this could really put him away for a long time. So I'll give you any further updates with this. But yeah, that's the Poker Tribe and PokerTribes.com guy back into more trouble. Crockfords in the UK is closing In fact, they already have closed. And this is after being in business since the 1800s. Crockfords was the UK's oldest casino. They actually go back to the early 1800s. I thought it was 128 years. Apparently, according to this article I'm seeing here now, it's 195 years they go back. So the early 1800s, around 1828 or something. But they've closed because they have not been attracting the high-end tourists that they once got, and it was decided not to continue with it. It was opened by a, quote, fishmonger, which I don't know what that is, and maybe a fisherman? I don't know what a fishmonger is, but a fishmonger, whatever that is, opened Crockfords Club in 1828, and this was after gambling had become very lucrative starting in the 1600s, and that a lot of aristocrats came to his club in the 1800s after he opened this, after gambling had been popular for well over 100 years, and he became one of the richest self-made men in England. This is the founder, William Crockford. So the president of Genting Casinos UK, who currently owns Crockfords, Paul Wilcock, said this: "As we have previously announced, there's a combination of factors which have put into high-end London casinos at a competitive disadvantage compared to other global marketplaces, and this has led to an unsustainable future for Crockfords in Mayfair." So that's the end of it. Crockfords was probably known to most of you as the casino which would not pay out Phil Ivey when he had his baccarat scheme. If you remember, he had a gambling partner, an Asian female, who had this ability to see the slightest defects on the back of cards. Most people couldn't do this if they tried, but she had this ability to notice these tiny defects, and they had learned that certain cards had defects which basically gave away which card it was. By a combination of her using her talent and Ivy convincing them to lay out the cards a lot closer to them and horizontally instead of vertically, she would get a good enough view to where they knew it was coming, at least somewhat, and Ivy was able to place big bets when he knew he would win, and smaller bets when he knew he would lose. So they made a lot of money this way, both at Crockfords and also at the Borgata in New Jersey. And Ivy got paid in New Jersey and was sued and ended up losing. And he did not get paid in Crockfords when he went to go cash out his chips. They said, "Oh, no, we know you've been up to no good. Nope, we're not going to cash these chips for you, and we believe you were cheating. Off you go." So he sued them and lost. So he lost that case first, and then he lost the New Jersey case, and he eventually settled the New Jersey case to give back the money that he had been paid. I had felt that Ivy was in the right in that case because the burden to provide cards that hide the actual value of the cards is on the casino. They have to provide proper playing cards, and if they make a mistake and a player can tell by looking at the back of the cards which card it really corresponds to, that's the casino's fault. That's just a form of advantage play. Now, a form of cheating would be like what we talked about earlier in the show. If the dealer was showing cards to Ivy, or if he was using some kind of device to see the cards, or some kind of mirrors to see the cards, that's a different story. But if you're just using your own eyes and noticing something that gives you an advantage because the casino was careless, or their card manufacturer wasn't very good, then that's the casino's problem. That's where the burden is on them. So I don't believe that they should have had a right not to pay him. I think that they should have had a right to ban him, but not to just no pay him because they felt he was cheating when he actually wasn't. Anything you just use your brain for that does not involve any external devices or equipment and does not involve the cooperation of other players to help you is not cheating. It can't be cheating. But it was determined in both jurisdictions that it was. So that's what most people in the poker community know of Crockfords. But it is a very old London casino, and now it's not anymore. Now it's gone. Apparently it closed in late October. I bet Phil Ivey's not crying about that. The final topic I'm going to do is about the Mexican online casino breach and how careless this company was. It's pretty outrageous how bad they were. So you probably haven't heard of this casino. It's online. It's called Strendus. It's a Mexican licensed, legalized online casino. I don't know if you have to be a Mexican citizen or if you have to physically be in Mexico, but I know this is not going to work for Americans or even non-Americans who listen to this show. Most people are not in Mexico who listen here and can't play on Strendus. However, they've made a big mistake, and this was discovered by a research team for the site called Cybernews, cybernews.com. So apparently, Cybernews discovered that Strendus had left public access to 85 gigabytes of its authentication logs. And these authentication logs had hundreds of thousands of entries containing private gamblers' data. And it also contained data from another online casino called Mustang Money. I'm not sure if that's also one of theirs. But this included usernames, legal names, government ID numbers, which are called CURP, which I guess is kind of like a social security number in the U.S., phone numbers, email addresses, home addresses, dates of birth, gender, know your customer status, meaning if they verified the customer, registration IP address, login IP address, deposit amounts, withdrawal amounts, and notes on users that are submitted by admins and customer service support agents. All of these were in the authentication logs, which should not have been in there. Now, this was found because they were searching the stuff they found online, and they actually found this data that was floating around out there and realized that it had been grabbed from these authentication logs from Strendus. So they collect all this data because they have to for the Mexican Know Your Customer regulations. And that's fine. But they did not store it in a proper fashion. The problem is that they left this private user data in these authentication logs, which they don't have to do. So basically any kind of logs that they're doing of the system should never have private data of any customers, because that makes it a much bigger deal if these logs are accessed. Otherwise, if the logs are just reporting things going on in the system and who tried to access an account and couldn't get through or whatever, that doesn't tell very much. That's still not something you want outsiders finding, but it's not a huge deal if these fall into the wrong hands. But what you don't want is to put too much information in these logs, where if the logs are acquired by bad actors, then they have a ton of customer data. So it's not understood why they put so much information in these activity logs, but they did. And then apparently these logs were easy to access and were just out there for the public if people knew how to find them, and hackers did and took them. And then when this info started floating around, that's when it was realized that this breach had occurred. Now, the worst part about this was that this wasn't just discovered recently. The researchers of Cybernews claimed that they found the first instance of this on April 7th and immediately emailed Strendus to tell them that there is a breach. So basically, they were trying to warn Strendus that this has been found, that they need to close this loophole, they need to stop putting this information in their authorization logs, and that they shouldn't leave these logs accessible. You would think Strendus would jump on this and quickly put a stop to it. However, this whole situation remained the same for another 6 months plus until mid-October. It was actually first found that this occurred, that the breach occurred on March 8th, so it had been going on for about a month, and that is when Cyber News discovered this breach and tried to warn Strendus on April 7th, a month after they had seen evidence that this breach had been occurring. And they said, hey, look, we just noticed for the past month this has been going on. You may want to put a stop to this. And then Strendus let another 6 months pass and didn't do anything about it. Unbelievable. These are very poor security practices on the part of Strendus. It's still not understood why they put so much in their own logs. And this automatically would make the log something they have to really, really protect. And there's no reason for that. There's fears that the information that was found in this data leak could be, or maybe already has been, exploited for fraud, identity theft, phishing attempts, or just as a source of data for other cyber attacks. And, of course, they could also use these to impersonate people or even impersonate Strendus itself. There's a lot of things that can be done with all this data. In general, the more data you have on someone, the easier it is to fool them that they can either trust you or that you are a company that you're claiming to be when you're really not, or that you know a lot more about them than you actually do. So I'll give you some examples, not about the Strendus thing, but about other situations that I've seen involving hacks with my data. I get emails all the time with real passwords of mine that were hacked from databases of companies that must have been careless. And I'll get emails. It's kind of funny when you think about it and what they're trying to say here, but you get these emails that aren't written very well. It's clearly written by people who don't speak English as a first language. And they claim that they are into my computer and that they're proving they're into my computer because here's my name. They're emailing me from my own email address, which isn't hard to do. It isn't hard to fake that that's what's happening. And then the password I use is this. Now, they don't actually have my email password because my email password hasn't been compromised and it's not an easy thing to guess and it's not similar to the other passwords I've used elsewhere. But a lot of people use the same password everywhere. So it says, hey, I'm emailing you from your own email account from within your own computer. And if you don't believe me, your password is this. And people are going to look at it and go, oh my God, that is a password I use. And in some cases, that may be the password they also use on their email. And look, it shows it's coming from your own account. And then they say that they've taken full control of your computer and they've been watching your every move. And they've noticed that you like to visit a lot of porn sites and that they've turned on your webcam without your knowledge and recorded both what you're watching and you jerking off to the porn, and that they've made a video of side by side of you jerking off to the porn and the porn you're watching, and that if you don't send them $1,400 in Bitcoin, that they're going to send this out to all your contacts, such as your friends and family, and expose you. Now, it sounds ridiculous, but a lot of people fall for this because the scammer is presenting a lot of real info. They have your name. They are supposedly sending an email from your email address. They're showing you a password that you've at least used somewhere, so you know they got that from somewhere. So you can really feel like they're in your computer and watching you. In fact, I had someone ask me if this is possible. I had someone come to me and say, I don't think I want to pay these people, but what do you think? Is it possible they're in my computer watching me? And then I explained to them what's really going on. So the more you have on someone, the more you can make it look like that you have a lot more than you actually do, or you could impersonate the company that you got it from. And that's another thing that happened to me. I once got a call from fake Dell. Now, I haven't bought a Dell in a while, but back when I was getting Dell computers, I, of course, had given them my information, such as my address, my email address, etc. And I got a call from a fake Dell rep who claimed that they detected a virus in my computer, and if I just need to follow their instructions, and they'll take the virus off for $299. So I played along. I knew it was a scam, but I played along. And I was shocked when they not only knew my name and my email address and other personal data I had given to Dell, but they actually had the service tag number on my computer, and they also knew about a warranty repair that I had sent it in for. They said, you sent in your computer to be repaired for a power problem in such and such month. That was totally correct. I had done that. So had I been more gullible, I would have said, well, of course this is Dell. Because they have my computer service tag number, and they know exactly when I sent my computer in for repair and why. Now, the truth was someone must have stolen Dell's files, probably internally, and gave this to a criminal organization, or sold it to a criminal organization, that then was impersonating Dell with these fake, there's a virus on your computer calls, and they were attempting to scam me. So I let the guy go on with his whole spiel, and I pretended to be falling for it. And then I started to get more and more ridiculous with my answers until he finally got it that I was screwing with him. And then he started cursing me out. But the funny thing is, he stayed on the line with me, and he admitted to me that he's a scammer, that he's made a lot of money on this, that I have no idea how much money he's made, and that I'd be shocked if I knew the truth. And he wasn't being friendly, like he was mocking me when he was saying this. But he was very proud of himself and how much he'd made here, and how effective this is that he has all of Dell's data like this. So that's the type of thing that can be done. Now, funny enough, this Cyber News article, while I give Cyber News credit for discovering this and for notifying Strendus about this breach, the end of the article is pretty stupid. For example, they're claiming that the leaked IP addresses introduce the risk of a takeover of a local network, and they claim IP addresses are used to ensure that internet communications are sent and received by the intended device. If attackers know the IPs, they could launch DDoS attacks and search for open ports, which, if found, could potentially grant access to the local network and the devices connected to it. Like, it's technically true, but the typical gambler that is on a site like Strendus is going to be doing it from a personal computer, and unlike what is widely believed, usually you cannot just connect to somebody's IP and get into their computer. It doesn't work that way. And it's even very tough to DDoS people if you have their IP, because it's going to be hard for their computer to be receiving enough from the ports that you're trying to get into and send them the requests that would cause this DDoS and cause their computer to freeze. You can give someone your IP address, and it's very unlikely they're going to be able to do anything with it that's particularly harmful. And it doesn't take a computer genius to be able to thwart this. It just basically is very difficult to do in general. So just because you have someone's IP address, that doesn't mean you're going to have unfettered access to their computer or a way to slow down the computer to the point where it can't be used. Now, a long time ago, like back in the 90s, you could do a lot more with an IP address than you can today. And it was possible to do malicious things to people's computers more easily if you have the IP address. But nowadays, it just doesn't work that way. You're just not going to be able to find your way in to where you can flood them with enough requests to where it's going to bog down the computer. In most cases, it's just going to reject whatever you're trying to send, and the end user won't even know about it. So that's not really something you need to be concerned about. And even if they could, why would the hackers even do this? They're not doing this to just screw with people. They're doing it to make money and to scam. So they're not going to DDoS your computer just to be jerks. The whole point of this is monetary. So that's a dumb thing to be warning about. They're saying, oh, you should call your local ISP and change your IP address. It's all unnecessary. I guarantee you shouldn't worry about your IP address getting out to these hackers. That's not what they're after. So what should you do if you are someone whose data is breached through no fault of your own, if a company is hacked and it seems like a lot of sensitive data got out, including possibly passwords? Well, I say this all the time, but just make sure you don't use the same password on any site. You can use small variations of it, Change 1 or 2 characters, it'll be fine. Just don't use the identical password on different sites around the web, because then when one is hacked, then they can break into the other accounts you have using that same email and password combination. That's much more important than having a, quote, strong password. A strong password will help you a little bit, but really you're going to find yourself pretty well protected if you just use a different password on every single site. Of course, any site that's important to you or that is involving money, you should make sure that they have the 2FA protection, where it will send you a code on your cell phone if someone tries to log in. That's another thing you can do to greatly increase your security. It's not foolproof, but it greatly helps. Also, just don't be fooled by convincing-looking emails asking you to pay money for something. Always make sure you're actually directly going to the site to log in. Don't click links on your email. If you get an email from a company saying, your account's overdue, click here to log in. Don't do that. Just go to the company's website directly, log in, and see what it says. No matter how convincing looking the email is, no matter what information they seem to have about you that would make sense that it's them, just don't trust anything like that. Don't ever run any program sent to you or open attachments unless you're absolutely sure they're safe. And even if they're from people you trust, like let's say your mom sends you something and tells you to open it. Well, if your mom told you on the phone earlier she's going to send it to you, that's fine. But if your mom just abruptly sends you something, hey, take a look at this, it's interesting, don't necessarily open it, because it could be someone who got into your mom's account that has sent you either a virus, malware, a Trojan, whatever. So it's important to make sure that anyone who sends you something with an attachment that you know it's really them before you open it. And I've gotten things like this from family members that were not really from them. It was because their email was compromised. And I knew it wasn't them right away because the writing style didn't match and they were sending me something that would not be what they would really send me. So don't always trust the person sending you something is really who they say they are. So these are tips I can give you as far as maintaining good cybersecurity for your personal emails and accounts on websites and for your own computer. So it's important to use common sense with all these things and not to trust everything you see, but at the same time, don't be overly paranoid. You don't have to have a 15-character long password of gibberish to protect yourself. That's going overboard. That's overkill. Just don't use the same password on every site. Use a different password on every single site you're on, even if it's a slight variation. And keep in mind, these attacks are rarely aimed at you personally. It's usually done on a mass scale. So they're not going to put a lot of time into getting into your stuff. So if they try with you and they fail, they move on. They always go for the low-hanging fruit. But Strendus really messed this up. I don't know if they're going to get fined by Mexican authorities, but they really messed this up to know about this for 6 months and do nothing about it. They finally have done something about it, but that was only about a month ago. So anyway, that's it. I am worn out. I can't do anymore. Well, this is another long one, as I expected. I will have to do the Hertz topic on the next show. We're going to delay it once again. It's not a timely topic. It's something that's been going on a while, and it doesn't have to do with poker and gambling, so we'll just wait till next week. I'm still kind of in shock at what happened with that jackpot. I just wasn't even expecting it. I just didn't think I'd be doing much gambling on that trip. I was really just going to watch F1 with my son, and then I just spontaneously decided to go down there and play. And I did not think I'd hit anything like that. I mean, who'd expect a Delt Royal? It's funny how quickly the fortunes can change. I was really feeling regret for even going down there and playing at all. $8,300 down on what I thought was just going to be a short trip to go see a race that I got some free tickets for, and it cost me over $8,000. It's really just depressing. And then within a very short span of time, I hit that quad aces, and then a few minutes later, that Delt Royal. I mean, who expected that? So it's funny how quickly things can change sometimes in the world of gambling. But then most of the time it doesn't change like that. Most of the time when you're on a downswing, you're just going down, 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 down until you finally just cry uncle and give up. And that's what I thought was going to happen there. I almost busted what I brought with me, and I thought that was going to be the walk of shame back to my room. And a lot of regret following it, but what can I say? The cards rescued me. So if I was going to get my first Royal in 9 years, that was the right time to do it. Well, thank you for listening. We'll be back in about 2 weeks or so. We will be well into December by that point. And remember, listen on YouTube if you can. It'll help me. Hopefully we'll be monetized by sometime in early 2024, and I can start getting a little bit of money for this damn show. Until then, I will talk to you later. Shalom.